He thought he was playing his favorite game, but he got trapped in a loop. Now, reality is shattering. He is a necromancer whose skills grow even faster than the absolute terror of his enemies. Can he survive a world where death is only the beginning? Let's find out together right now. In the Kingdom of Grandis, the final line of defense at Debur Fortress was about to break. Fireballs rain down as soldiers fall. Orcs scale the walls while commanders scream for their men to hold. Meanwhile, the orc commander rallies his warriors, pushing the carnage into a total frenzy. Enemy mages raise massive shields, effortlessly blocking the desperate counterattacks of the human soldiers. Suddenly, bursts of energy explode through the ranks. The violence was only getting fiercer. Philion, the second in command, realizes the orcs have gone berserk. It's only a matter of time now. Their sheer numbers are a nightmare, but the real horror begins when the Orc Lord joins the fray. He is unlike any previous leader, a true master of the legendary Laura energy. That means he can unleash devastating special abilities. And just like that he does. He bellows, summoning magic fire clubs that rain destruction. The sub-commander watches as the walls are overrun. Was this the end? The defenses shatter as the enemy's raw strength simply obliterates the guards. But then, the piles of corpses start to glow with a strange, eerie energy. Andreas the Necromancer finally steps in. Dead soldiers rise again, leaving the survivors completely frozen in shock. It's not just the humans. Fallen orcs rise too, tearing into the enemy army while confusion takes over. The soldiers realize this is the power of a necromancer, but they have no idea who he is. Suddenly, the Orc Lord unleashes a massive shockwave, crushing everything in his path. But Andreas keeps walking. He knows weak corpses won't stop an aura master, so he summons his elites. Portals tear open as an entire legion of the undead charges straight for the Orc Lord. The Lord parries, swinging his massive weapon and sending bodies flying through the air like ragdolls. Then, for the first time, he feels a chill of genuine fear. He spins to find a skeleton ready to strike. He barely reacts in time, grabbing it mid-air. Suddenly, another monster slams into his jaw, forcing him to release his grip so the skeleton escapes. Both creatures launch a coordinated assault. The Lord swings wildly, but he can't land a single hit. One monster lands a brutal gut punch, while Andreas carves through the remaining orcs with his own blade. The soldiers are speechless. A necromancer with elite swordsmanship? It's completely unheard of. His loyal monsters press the attack as a massive giant joins the slaughter. He slams the ground, launching orcs skyward, while a flying wraith infects them with dark mana that explodes. The enemy ranks are being decimated. Soldiers and mages alike can only watch in absolute terror. He's winning this war single-handedly, even though the Empire strictly forbids the use of dark magic. The Orc Lord just laughs. He doesn't believe a few corpses can stop him. Are they really enough? Andreas simply smiles, walking toward him. He's finally found what he was looking for, a worthy body. He wants the Lord as his next comrade. He runs a hand over his blade, making it flexible. He snaps the sword like a whip, aiming for a lethal strike against his opponent. But the Lord catches it and counters, taking his hand. It regenerates instantly. No time to waste. Andreas arms himself again, instantly appearing behind his opponent with a new blade. He swings hard, throwing up a cloud of dust, but the blade gets stuck in someone's bones. The Lord had summoned a massive skeleton shield, using the impact to create some distance. Andreas knows he needs more power. Bones erupt from the earth, beginning to coil around his body. He has to evolve to survive for himself and for everyone he cares about in this world. His warriors watch as the transformation completes, encasing him in a terrifying suit of bone armor. Ready for the final round, he vows to get stronger, so he can live as Andreas Cromwell. The Orc Lord grins, acknowledging him as a great warrior. It's time for one last, epic clash. Andreas lunged forward, attacking immediately. Each clash echoed with a roar. The kingdom's soldiers and warriors were nervous, yet they didn't join the fray. In an instant, he closed in. Raising his blade, his aura flared and literally shredded the enemy's armor to pieces. Long before this moment, Andreas was a student at Rodlin Academy. It's the Empire's most prestigious school, home to many talented individuals, but it's also a meeting place for the depraved. In a hidden, blood-stained chamber, two necromancers met in secret. One was a professor named Charon, and the other was our protagonist, Andreas. Examining the corpses, the man asked if he was sure about the location. He scratched his head in total confusion, apologizing because he couldn't believe he'd forgotten where he left the body he'd worked on all last week. These two are both researchers of forbidden dark magic necromancy. If they're discovered, they'll be executed instantly. That's why their experiments stay strictly secret. He poured blood onto the altar, and Charon told him to step aside. It was time to begin. Grabbing a severed head, he closed his eyes as dark magical currents began to surge from his body. Our protagonist watched as the corpse was manipulated, trying to bring it back to life. The dead man sighed, and then, realizing he'd failed, Charon cut his magic and immediately started taking notes in his journal. He told his student to clean up the mess and head back. Andreas was annoyed he'd learned nothing new again. As he scrubbed the altar, he realized how dangerous this was. Yet he knew it was his only path. But it wasn't all bad. This was the only place he could read forbidden books on dark magic. He took a book from the shelf. After finishing, he returned to the professor and apologized for taking so long. Charon hissed in disgust. If a simple cleaning took half a day, when would he ever work alone? Andreas thought that he'd be much faster if the old man actually taught him. But for now, he had to learn alone. The man claimed he'd failed such a simple task and warned he would not tolerate another single mistake. Andreas nervously said he'd done his best, but the man just stood up and spoke coldly. He'd give him one last chance. He had to fetch a body from Vin National Cemetery. He reminded the boy that he'd taken him in when he was just a pathetic orphan. He had to prove he was worth more alive than dead. If he failed, he knew exactly what would happen to him. Our hero realized he was just another lab rat for the next experiment. Charon ordered him out, telling him to try his absolute best. He left the office fuming. The old man didn't even give him change for the carriage ticket. Suddenly, he froze under the students' glares. He pushed through the crowd, shoving them aside in pure anger. Gritting his teeth, he thought, this was beyond annoying. Meet Andreas Cronwell, a third-year student in the magic department, widely known as a person with absolutely zero talent. He's the orphan of a fallen, disgraced family. A typical bottom feeder who bullies the weak while sucking up to those with real power. He's the academy's worst student, a pathetic, third-rate villain. No one would ever choose to be this character. But now, he has to live his life as Andreas. But he's actually Makoto Kaneshiro, trapped inside the game Grand Sin. He was special forces, unable to adapt to normal civilian life. This game was the only thing keeping him going, so he completely immersed himself in this virtual world. Then, a mysterious call came from someone who knew everything about him and his character's hidden stats. He tried to shut down his computer, but before he could, he completely lost consciousness. He woke up as a game character half a year before the main event started. He was now Andreas. Death literally haunts this character. Why? Because eventually, the heroes discover Charon's true identity and execute both him and Andreas without a second thought. If he doesn't find a way out before the plot begins, the main characters will hunt him down. He walked outside and slumped onto a bench to clear his head. Could he really survive this world? He needs to get much stronger before the story truly begins. He can only rely on 2 special traits granted during week 13 of the game. One is random, and he got dual core. It lets him master both magic and swordsmanship, though he doubts he'll survive if he only focuses on one. The second trait? He must choose the ultimate synergy for necromancy. He clenched his fist, ready to decide. Suddenly, a system window with countless options appeared before his eyes. The list held ancient Chinese arts and weapon mastery. But he didn't need those. Searching for a miracle, he scanned the locked traits until one name stopped him cold. Evolution. This was it. The ultimate phenomenon allowing living beings to adapt and reach complex new heights. He didn't remember this trait from the original game, but it was exactly what he needed. This evolution would let him shatter his limits. Without a second thought, he locked it in. His future was set. He would become a legendary necromancer, followed by an army of loyal warriors. To survive this world as Andreas, he had to play the long game. First, stop the dormitory. It was a humble, free room. Sitting there, he remembered Andreas was just a minor game villain. In this body, he felt pathetic. His elemental magic was weak, leaving only necromancy as an option. That's why evolution was vital. He grabbed his robe, heading to the lab before the cemetery. Time was ticking. He had to get stronger as fast as humanly possible. Charon wasn't his only threat. Many others could kill him. He began scouring forbidden black magic books. Getting caught meant execution. But there was already someone in this room who could end him. Locked in a cage was a girl named Angela. She wasn't human, she was a true vampire. Vampires here are mid-game bosses, sun immune and terrifyingly powerful. Not even Charon could easily catch one. As he flipped through the pages, the vampire spoke, asking if he'd help her escape. That night, on a train ride, he stared out at the dark landscape, considering her offer. She made a deal if he set her free. She would personally take Charon's head. Was he afraid she would turn on him? He looked at her mocking smile with deep apprehension. She could tell this man wasn't acting like the weak, pathetic Andreas she once knew. He challenged her, asking for a guarantee she wouldn't kill him. She swore it, albeit mockingly. Could a superior being like her actually keep a promise to a mere commoner? He hesitated. Betraying his master now would cause endless trouble. She grew impatient, screaming for him to act. As the train plunged into a dark tunnel, he realized he needed to master vampire control. There had to be a book for it. Suddenly, the announcement called for the National Cemetery. They were finally arriving at the gloomy Hartfield station. He stepped off, dragging a massive, heavy suitcase behind him until he was nearly dead from exhaustion. Money talks, but his raw power hadn't increased yet. He knew where the black mages hid. At the cemetery gates, he took a deep breath and whispered the secret password. Following the code about lilies and grandsons, they led him inside this familiar, haunting place. He let out a sigh of relief. At least the password actually worked. Deep inside, he found a man named Pan digging up a fresh grave and complaining. Pan noticed him and grunted that he was right on time, just like they planned. He handed over a knight's corpse. Our hero gave a nervous laugh and thanked the man. It was a struggle, but he managed to shove the cold corpse into his suitcase. Wiping his brow, he prepared to leave, but a nearby tombstone caught his wandering eye. His heart skipped a beat. Resting there was Nichel Lifehill, the legendary master of the hero Laura. Nichel spent 80 years mastering the sword, only to die just before reaching true enlightenment. A life completely dedicated to the blade. And yet, he simply died of old age. He realized this was one of the hidden Easter eggs the game developers left behind. If he turned this legendary master into a Death Knight, his power would become absolutely godlike. It was a feat even Charon couldn't dream of achieving. But with evolution, anything was possible. He turned back to Pan, asking for one more body. Pan refused immediately. He didn't have permission from Charon and couldn't risk his own neck. But then, Andreas pulled out a ring with the Count's seal. Suddenly, Pan saw a golden opportunity. Is he really offering this? Our main character says all he has is this old ring. As a mage, results are everything, so he hands it over. The accomplice gets excited and promises to keep the master in the dark, leading to a very smug smile from our guy. It is his fallen family heirloom. It still has value. He digs the old man's grave, looking at the coffin. The future he saw is finally taking shape. Back home, his necromancy training begins. He will let his first subordinate handle the grunt work. Charon congratulates him on the new body and orders him to clean the place up properly. Alone at last, he washes the knight's body, realizing he is getting way too good at this. But suddenly the corpse moves. It is enough to make anyone's skin crawl. He needs to finish fast and start training. Scrubbing away the blood, he wonders, could modern science actually handle a nickel-plated body? For now, a basic skeleton is his limit. He has that evolution trait, but he has never used it. No idea how it actually works yet. Plus, he is broke. No money means no practicing on other bodies. Suddenly, chains rattle. The vampire calls out in disgust, asking how much longer she has to wait. He turns back. Weren't you asleep? Nervous, she reminds him of her offer. Does he really want to be Charon's errand boy forever? He approaches the cage and stops. She is clearly waiting for him to say something, anything. She thinks he has finally made his choice and looks thrilled, but he just stays silent. He wondered how Charon caught a vampire, but one look at a book made everything crystal clear. Angela gets twitchy under his silent stare. Are you still doubting me? She demands to know. She backs away, warning him to hurry up. Even if he frees her, she might still kill him. He says he will free her. She stops instantly, turning back. Serving Charon isn't an option anymore. Full of joy, she holds out her hands to have the bindings removed. But then, he demands a blood oath. Swear on your family name not to kill me. Her face drops. The book was right. When a vampire swears on their lineage, they can't break it. Surprisingly, she agrees. She swears by Lucifer, and a system window pops up. Conditions met. This is it. A new specimen capable of evolution discovered. Angela Lucifer. 55% evolution probability? That is actually pretty surprising. He checks the trait description. Since the girl can't see the system screens, he is just waving his hands like an idiot. High experience targets can evolve into superior, high-tier creatures. It works on non-hostile targets, though genetic deviations might happen. Use evolution? It is that oath. This trait works on more than just his summons. This is the perfect test run before using it on Nickel. If things go south, not his problem. She asks nervously why he is hesitating. Did he actually trick her? Instead of answering, he triggers evolution. Suddenly, she is screaming in agony, clutching her head in pain. As the pain fades, she glares with teary eyes. "You idiot." Then a second wave of pain hits. She passes out cold. Now he is nervous. "Hey, wake up. Did it work?" While she is unconscious, he decides to try it on the old man's corpse. If it works on others, it'll work on his own. Time to summon. He moves the body to the altar and draws the blood seal. Hand on the body. He uses basic necromancy, summon skeleton. System alert. Extra effects triggered. A magic circle glows, and his mana drains fast. This takes way more power than expected. The flesh melts away, leaving only bone. The spell is working. Slowly, the skeleton rises. Successful invocation. A legendary skeleton. His skill just hit level 3. He is thrilled. The system confirms the corpse's high level provided massive extra bonuses. It is a skeleton soldier now. Since the corpse was top tier, it even kept part of its soul. Andreas is blown away. This was a massive success, way beyond any common skeleton. Nicole examines her new body with interest, testing her skeletal limbs. Her master notices something insane: true self-awareness and peak sword mastery. Mastery means being at the absolute top of your game. It is the only trait you can only get through pure, grueling effort. He cannot believe a mere skeleton has this. Was she some legendary sword master in her past life? Nicole points right at him, and he asks if she will be under his direct care. The skeleton confirms with a nod, making him smile smugly. Back in the dorms, the calendar tells a grim story. Only 1 year remains until the inevitable death of Charon. To survive, he has still got a massive mountain of work to do. Her skills will grow even without him. But first, he needs to give Nicole some freedom. He summons her via the system, but realizes a walking skeleton might cause a panic. Time for a quick makeover in heavy clothes. She looks almost human now. Nicole immediately starts swinging her hands as if she is holding an invisible blade. That Easter egg was not lying. She died training, and clearly, even death could not make her quit the grind. This is perfect. He finally calls her over and asks if she will teach him the way of the sword. She hands him a stick and fixes his posture. Our hero starts practicing, though his body is creaking like crazy. Thank goodness she is helping him. It is like having a legendary, albeit slightly crazy, aura master as a personal coach. If he pulls this off, he will master aura and mana together, thanks to his unique double core trait. His path is way harder than anyone else is, but the payoff? He will become stronger than anyone in existence. He is aiming for Emperor Edmund level. Suddenly, Nicole pinches him, basically telling him to stop daydreaming and focus. He just chuckles, wondering how a literal bag of bones can have such a terrifyingly strong grip. He gets back to work. He was special forces once he is going to turn Andreas into a real man. Nicole snaps him out of his thoughts again, and he is actually getting annoyed. Finally, evening rolls around. No necromancy today. He releases Nicole and wonders just how much his dark skills have leveled up. System check. 2 points in 5 hours. He is actually progressing way faster than he originally anticipated. Naturally, after hitting the first stage, the progress starts to slow. It has been a while since Charon called. The vampire has not changed his appearance, so he should not notice anything is off. Evolution takes its sweet time, so everything must be a success so far. He looks at the skeleton endlessly swinging a stick and reminds her that even an undead warrior needs to take a break. If only he had some healing potions, he could spend every spare second training like a madman. But a broke guy like him cannot afford that luxury. He knows the ingredients, but brewing them is not as easy as the game. He knows the ingredients, but the exact proportions are still a mystery. Time to hit the academy and fill those gaps. He heads straight for the potions classroom. The other students are shocked. One sneers that he is just there for the girls, while another mocks his fallen family. He clearly does not belong here. He can hear their insults from the stairs, but he has to keep his cool. He cannot afford to draw any unnecessary attention right now. He spots a seat near a girl named Lucia Everlast, walks past her, and class finally begins. Listening to Professor Boban, Andreas realizes the curriculum is exactly like the game he played. He really only needs one specific detail from this lecture: the exact proportions. Finally, the professor moves on to the body-strengthening potion, explaining it requires Mojin leaves and 3 other key ingredients. Right then, he notices a major flaw. The lecture does not match his high-level game experience at all. It is an intermediate potion, but the teacher is pushing a version with terrible side effects. He stands up and challenges the man, asking why they are not using Hong Pishi extract and Matarat root. Lucia and the professor are stunned. Boban adjusts his glasses and mocks him, telling him to go to the kitchen to cook soup instead. As the students laugh, He realizes he just listed the ingredients for a top-tier version. Why the hate? Then it hits him that superior recipe has not even been invented in this world yet. He endured the whole lecture just to find out his own knowledge is miles ahead of their teaching. Self-study is definitely the move. Expecting anything from these basic lessons was a total waste of time. Meanwhile, Lucia was getting very interested in me. I headed straight to the lab to brew that potion, but failing every single time was starting to drive me insane. I slumped back in my chair, totally exhausted. I knew the recipe by heart, but that wasn't enough. I needed a way to craft it. The materials were expensive, and I was going broke fast. If only someone could help. No, I had to drop that thought immediately. No one would ever help a loser like me. Suddenly, the door creaked open and Lucia peeked into the room. She walked in, saying she knew I'd be here. My heart spiked. What was a main playable character doing here? She is one of the legendary heroes, a genius when it comes to creating potions. Why is she near Andreas? Waving the smoke away, she remarked that I was making way too many mistakes. Then she leaned in with a smile and asked what I was doing. I just told her it was a secret. I stood up, annoyed that I'd wasted my time in class, only for this new headache to show up. I went back to work, but she huffed, clearly annoyed I was ignoring her. She asked if I was always this rude. She knew I wouldn't make the first move. Then, she stepped closer and suggested we should actually study together. She asked if it sounded like a good idea. All I could do was frown in suspicion. I had no reason to say no, but something felt off. Was it really normal to look for a research partner? I told her there was nothing in it for me. She just laughed and said she only wanted my gratitude. She claimed I had a gift for creating miracles, and she was looking for a potion that didn't even exist yet. I stayed silent, focused on my brew. Why was she so good? It wasn't just talent. A deadly disease was hunting her down, and she was desperate for a cure. No famous doctor or pharmacist could save her. So she took matters into her own hands and started studying. It was a disease from the system. Only someone who cleared the game would ever find the cure. I was lucky to meet someone so brilliant, but I couldn't let my identity as a black mage be revealed. She seemed to know everything. If I let her get close and things went wrong, I was dead. I told her to leave. Then she mentioned the peony mushroom. I froze. She just smiled and asked if that surprised me. I hadn't mentioned that ingredient in class, but she knew it had to be part of the recipe. I couldn't believe she knew my secret. I pointed at the flask, wondering if adding it now would finally work. She just knew. She offered to help me, promising that we could even make a fortune together. I told her that was easy for a rich girl to say. Once she got what she wanted, I'd cut her loose. I refused because I didn't want to die for her proposal. She left, saying she'd give me some time to think. As the door closed, I told myself she was wrong. But as time passed, things got difficult. I kept up with my sword training, knowing the risks were only getting bigger. Even without any distractions, I could figure out the potions ratio alone. The problem was the money. I had to find a way to earn fast. I swung my blade, when suddenly Nickel moved on its own. The loud sound nearly made me jump out of my skin. I shook it off and kept going. I'd have to do some serious thinking once this training session was over. Honestly, there was no way for me to earn money. The next day, the problem was still weighing on me. I thought about begging my sister for cash. She'd written saying she missed me, but the old Andreas was different. My life was a wreck, but this felt wrong. I swore to myself this would be the absolute last time. I walked past where Dee and Alvin was resting. She looked shocked to see me carrying a book. Was I finally changing? Even if my habits changed, my face was the same. As I walked by, I noticed her watching me. I'd completely forgotten about her, the sorceress of the Alvin family. She's another powerhouse who could easily kill me. We were close as kids, but my family's debts had driven the Cromwells and Alvins far apart. Andreas had done some terrible things since then. If I even tried to talk to her, she'd probably kill me. Asking my sister was the only real solution. That night, I headed into the city to see Emmy. I walked into the shop, and she was so happy to see me. She asked why I never answered her letters. I apologized for making her work. Even though she was a lady of the noble house of the Count, she just smiled and said it wasn't my fault. I stayed quiet, trying to ask for money, but she saw my face. She laughed, asking if I needed money again. She handed over an envelope, saying she already knew and had prepared it, but I shouldn't spend it all at once. All right, listen to this. He promised to return everything, but the moment she grabbed the envelope, the family ring was gone. He lied, claiming he took it off for safekeeping, so she coldly asked if he was even looking after it. He stood there, in dead silence, unable to tell the truth. And right then, her suspicions finally took root. Her face went dark. His apology confirmed her worst fears, and she immediately stood up, ordering him to get out. She never wanted to see him again. He begged her to wait, but she bolted for the exit, screaming for him to stay away. He didn't even need to pay her back. He swore he'd find that ring, but she wasn't listening to a single word. He finally realized how much that ring meant to her. Honestly, he had never seen her this furious before. A wave of guilt washed over him. He knew he had to get that ring back, and he had to do it fast. What is the point of life if you are just existing? Thinking back to the graveyard from his past life, he realized he was just as miserable then. To get the ring back, he decided to accept the offer Lucia had made him. They started working together, but during a break, he suggested a run since she hadn't moved for an entire week. She said no way, so he headed out alone, while she continued to do absolutely nothing during work hours. Balancing research and training is exhausting, but it is the only way to level up his skills at lightning speed. Working with her was a nightmare. She was lazy, and he did everything. Yet she occasionally dropped some brilliant hints. When he showed her the vial, she told him to cut the Moderat and add some essence from the Toter tree instead. Her intuition was insane. Her random suggestions often became the perfect solution to his hardest problems. As he ground the ingredients, he realized that despite the cost, working with her was actually a genius move. He poured the test tube into the flask, carefully drew some potion with a pipette, and added a single drop. Suddenly, the system dinged. He created an intermediate body-strengthening potion and nearly jumped through the roof with excitement. She assumed he failed again, but he happily told her it was a total success. Now here is where things get interesting. He just unlocked a rare talent and the power to evolve it using his skill. He was stunned. He did not know he could develop talents like this. It means anything is possible if he meets the requirements. But that 32% success rate is a bit worrying. That is lower than the vampire evolution rate. He decided to wait, closing the system window for now. The girl checked the results and was blown away. 0 side effects. This potion is safe enough for daily use. Excited, she suggested they take it to the potion committee for an official evaluation, but he told her she could handle that part alone, since he already did all the heavy lifting. She cheered, saying she would handle the rest since he barely helped anyway. Talk about ungrateful, she was literally lounging around all day doing absolutely nothing while he did all the work. Angela finally woke up. 14 days were left until her evolution was complete. She could not understand it. Her whole body was screaming in pain, but she felt something deeper shifting inside her. The next day, our main character hopped on the train with the other students, heading for the midterms. He studied his book, knowing Lucia would cruise through the first part, but the finale was in the magic tower. He had trained like a madman, pushing his swordsmanship and necromancy to the limit. The priority was passing this midterm. The vampire evolution was almost done, and he needed to check on her soon. If he could just find a good enough excuse, he could finally see what was really going on. Dean's friend, Julia, called out, wondering what the exam theme would be. Apparently, the tasks and teams are totally random. With a bit of luck, it would be a breeze. He gave a forced smile, saying he could handle anyone. She leaned in, glanced at Andreas, and whispered that this would not be simple at all. Pointing her finger, she asked, "What if you end up with him?" That question left the girl completely speechless. The announcement blared 1 minute until Orkland Station. The professor ordered everyone to head toward the exit immediately. They stepped off the train. For this midterm, students would be assigned random tasks and teams. Each group would consist of 3 warriors, 1 mage, and a single observer. They had until Monday to finish. He wished them luck and posted the list. Looking at it, he felt his stomach drop. There were plenty of villains in this academy besides Karen and himself, and 2 of them were in his group. First up is the cultist Khazar Gapri. The second, a total loose cannon named Vivian Belkin. His name was right there next to theirs. You and I both know his luck is absolutely and completely bottom tier. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Christopher, from his own group, approaches the team. Our hero awkwardly says he is glad to meet him. But this guy? Not interested. He has the cold aura of a trained warrior. Even though he is a mage, Christopher looks at him with pure disgust. Better stay out of his way, as the rest of the group closes in. Khazar tries to break the ice with Christopher, but after getting a stone-cold glare, he just laughs awkwardly. Guess warriors are not exactly social. Vivian tries to introduce herself, but Christopher completely blanks her. He is already losing his patience with everything Khazar is saying. They start bickering immediately. Andreas realizes his team is a total mess since he is stuck with a complete fanatic. Between a madwoman and an angry warrior, he is starting to sweat. He begs them to stop fighting, but they are not his only headache. He glances over at Ivy Claire. She just spat on the ground. Seriously? Why does their official observer look like she belongs in a street gang? This is the absolute worst team. The professor lays it out. Once the group is together, the mission starts. The only real goal is to come back in one piece. Our hero sets off. But honestly, he is not sure he will survive this group. While on the train, he decides to present the mission details. They need to investigate a village under Baron Balaric. Rumors say the landowner of Tremeso village is up to something. A group was sent 2 weeks ago. They vanished without a trace. Now the mercenary guild is involved. Any questions? Andreas realizes Ivy is way more aggressive than she ever was in the game. Besides being the youngest Aura Master in history, she is a total mystery. She is skilled, sure, but her personality is questionable. Ivy looks at him and smirks, mentioning the green-haired kid who wants to be a knight. Can a mage like him even do push-ups? He fires back, telling her he does not need advice from someone who chews Cena to look cool. She snaps back that smoking is not allowed here anyway. She just wanted something to nibble on. Kassar is terrified. A fight will break out, while our hero just wants to arrive. Finally, they reach the Baron's massive castle. The Baron welcomes them. He says, this situation is a stain on his name, but he needs to give them the facts. The village leader is his nephew, a baronet with no family name. Sadly, that is every bit of information he has. Ivy thanks him for the talk. Suddenly, the butler leans in and whispers something into the Baron's ear. Andreas watches them with a frown. Something here feels totally off. The Baron clears his throat and stands up. He claims he has urgent matters to attend to and needs to leave. He wishes them luck. The butler apologizes for the rush, but the girls do not mind. They have what they need and will leave soon. They head for the exit, but our main character can't help but take one last look back. Turns out, Christopher was waiting outside the whole time, keeping an eye on their gear. He checks his reflection in his blade. That Baron seemed way too relaxed for a guy whose own nephew is missing. Now, pay attention here. He asks Andreas if that is why they are rushing today. Andreas agrees the whole disappearance story feels suspicious. This entire story feels like a total fabrication. It is weird they only sent one group after a month of silence. But the weirdest part was the butler's attitude. Just as they were leaving, the butler warned them they would only reach the village after dark. He suggested they stay the night and leave at dawn. Ivy refused. If it wasn't for our hero, they might have stayed. Thinking back, Andreas realized the butler looked genuinely disappointed when they said no, like his plan just fell apart. The staff seemed shaken, breathing heavy, and acting bizarre. They are definitely hiding something big. They find a carriage and head out. Ivy knows this mission is going to be anything but simple. It is pitch black deep in the woods. They thought about finding a place to stay, but Ivy is focused on the investigation first. First stop, we are checking out the landowner's castle. Everything feels wrong. Our hero decides to investigate on his own. Suddenly, he clutches his chest. His mana begins to shake, surging with intensity as they get closer to the village. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, the carriage jolts violently. Christopher looks outside and sees something horrific. The driver is foaming at the mouth, whipping horses that are also salivating like beasts. The carriage is completely out of control. He shouts to Kassar that the driver is lost. Ivy kicks the door open while they are still flying down the road. She sees what is ahead and curses. It is too late. She screams for everyone to brace for impact right now. They are headed straight for the main gate. They barely have time to brace before the massive crash hits. Boom. The carriage smashes right through the village gates, sliding into the main square in a heap of wreckage. The coachman is out cold, but the locals? They're jumping and dancing like they've caught the dancing plague. They don't even blink at the newcomers, giving the group just enough time to climb out and look around. It's a total nightmare. Every single villager is moving nonstop, foam bubbling from their mouths as they dance. Christopher turns to Andreas for answers. He's a mage, so if anyone knows what's happening here, it's him. Our protagonist realizes it immediately. This isn't just a tremor, his mana is reacting to pure black magic. They decide to investigate, grabbing a dancing child as their first victim for a quick, up-close inspection. Vivian doesn't hold back, throwing the boy to the ground and pinning him down so he can't move. While holding him, she realizes this kid is way too strong. Then, as the inspection begins, they see his bloody heels. It's gruesome. Since he's been dancing this entire time, his feet are basically shredded and covered in blood. Seeing those bleeding calluses, Christopher is convinced it's a curse. Is their mission really tied to this horror? Christopher points out the landlord vanished a month ago. If they've been dancing that long, they should be dead. Andreas thinks someone must be keeping them alive on purpose, preventing them from dying of pure exhaustion. The warrior looks on with uncertainty, while Ivy simply fixes her hair, trying to stay composed. With a sigh, she realizes they've stepped into a mess. Luckily, our main character knows his character cannot die. If they'd stayed at the castle like the butler wanted, the Baron would have had time to hide all of this. But by heading straight to the village, they've completely changed the course of events. They're in deep. This mana feels like Charon level, but a spell on this scale is just plain weird. His face twists in shock. Could this person actually be in possession of a powerful ancient artifact? Christopher asks what's wrong. He just says they're low on info. They need to check the house first. They reach the estate to find burning corpses on stakes. Ivy's powerful legs kick the doors wide open. Once they're safely inside, the group takes a long moment to look around the silent, eerie mansion. Bodies are everywhere. Christopher spots some clothes. These weren't random people. They were Imperial investigators. They've been dead a long time. Andreas admits that they might not be able to solve this one. Ivy looks interested, so he explains his theory. This is definitely the work of a dark mage. He explains that someone is harvesting the villagers' emotions and turning them into raw magical power. She finishes the thought black magic feeds on feelings. That means the owner is likely already dead. This is messing with his plans. Christopher wonders if those burning bodies were part of a ritual. Anything's possible. The girls say they'll get the truth once they catch the criminals. Time to keep searching. They head up to the second floor, sweeping through the long hallways, looking for anything suspicious. But when they regroup, they've got nothing. No clues, and not even a sign of the owner's body. Suddenly, Vivian tells Khazar to look outside. Everyone rushes over to the windows to see the chaos. The villagers are swarming the property. Andreas starts to sweat, realizing the black mage has finally acted. Khazar, seeing them stare right at the group, is chilling. It's like they were waiting for them to enter. He turns to the observer, his voice shaking. What do we do now? She thinks for a second before ordering everyone out. Khazar needs to find an emergency escape route. Khazar scrambles to find an exit, but by the time he reaches the main hall, he's trapped. The residents are already inside, crawling up the stairs. Hands grab at him as Christopher shouts in panic. Christopher charges in to help, slamming his back into the attackers to knock them off his friend. He draws his sword, telling the others to protect the mage while he takes the vanguard. Suddenly, he hears a strange sound from the crowd and spins around immediately. Before he can react, boom! An explosion rips through the air, tearing the residents apart in a flash. He's thrown right to the feet of Andreas, blood splattering across his face in the chaos. The horror brings back painful memories of the war, and he collapses in total panic. They're still advancing. What was she doing? Seeing I'd lost my mind, she hauled me onto her back and told the rest to run. Vivian smashed the window, and we vaulted out, landing right in the chaos before sprinting for our lives. Finally, I regained my composure. The mob was right on our heels. Recalling my last op, I cast a slip spell to slow them down and raised an earth shield. Ivy snapped at me. Did I think I was alone? She warned me not to waste my mana so recklessly. Can I track the black mage? Absolutely. He let out so much mana that finding him was actually easy. I focused, tracing the energy through the crowd and the ground, until it led me to a completely deserted street. The mana trail pointed straight to a house. I opened my eyes, pointing out our target just 100 meters ahead. The girl praised me and bolted forward, leaving the rest of the group behind. The mage knew we were there. Ivy kicked in the door, certain this was exactly where the coward was hiding. Andreas rushed in right after her, but a barrier blocked the hallway instantly. We both realized it right then we had just walked into a trap. Ivy tried to escape, but a girl appeared behind her, calling her sister. She clutched her shoulders in pure agony. Seeing that changed everything. I tried to break the barrier, but I was completely powerless to stop it. A voice mocked us, like moths to a flame. Then I saw it, a massive dome sealing off the entire town. He told me not to hurry. It was God's will, Sloth's will. I froze. Why now? This was from the Game of Great Sins, starting with Sloth. The 7 sins had been torn away from their source, the Apocalypse Codex. If they're reunited, you can summon the final boss. These items are keys. Distracted, I dodged the villagers and jumped. Why was this happening here? The history books never mentioned this town. I couldn't do this alone. I needed to join the others. I dodged more attacks and ran toward the fight. Vivian was a blur, hacking through enemies while the others watched. Andreas ran toward them. He asked about Vivian. I'd never seen her like this. I can't trust a fanatic, but I won't abandon a comrade. Still, I had to play along. I told him things were looking grim. The observer was trapped. It made me nervous. Then that voice again, calling me absolutely pathetic. She knew I was killing villagers. My heart raced as I scanned for the source of that sound. This was the Black Mage's work. He was closing in on the observer right now. She was in danger. I moved toward her, telling the others to watch out. My intentions were probably too obvious, better than being stabbed in the back. I watched that girl destroy everything. This wasn't good. The mage had driven her insane. If I was wrong about this, it was going to be painful. Villagers closed in on both sides. I worried she wouldn't be able to dodge them in time, but she proved me wrong. She spun, skewering two opponents at once. She wasn't just dodging, she was hunting. The mage's voice echoed, calling it a waste of materials. He sounded so bored. He was on a nearby roof, mocking me, asking what I'd do now that the only survivor escaped. I told him it didn't matter. I never counted on him anyway. He stayed calm, smiling. He told me it was the perfect moment for the main event to finally begin. The Black Mage stood up, reaching out. He wondered where all my confidence was coming from. As a reward for my bravery, he gave me a test. Suddenly, the world shifted. Had I been too careless? I was surrounded by stars. My body started to vanish. I woke up, camo gloves on my hands. I was Makoto again, just a dream. An explosion rocked the area. I grabbed my weapon and ran. Clutching my bleeding head, I froze. Ahead on the hill, I saw a one-armed soldier silhouetted against the flames. He reached out, shouting for me to run. That's when I realized it was Shuhei. He collapsed, exhausted. I ran to him, lifting his head and desperate to wake him up. But the soldier didn't respond anymore. His face began shifting into a stranger's, flickering between two different lives. Memories of the game and his past life started to overlap. At that exact moment, Andreas's father appeared, handing him a ring and declaring that as long as he held it, he'd be the true lord of the Cromwell family. No more heavy burdens or caring for his father. Finally, he and Imi could just be happy together. Makoto. Andreas broke down, reaching for the man, but the illusion shattered. Meanwhile, the Dark Mage realized something was going horribly wrong. A crack appeared in the barrier. Our hero smashed through the memory trap, triggering a massive explosion that leveled his surroundings. Seeing that the boy was unharmed, the Dark Mage demanded to know how he'd broken the curse of sloth. He met only silence. The system window flashed 100% synchronization reached. The talents from his past life were finally under his command. He was completely sick of this. He asked if this curse was just a pathetic bait for the weak, or if the magic was only failing because the one using it was so incredibly incompetent. Those words clearly offended him. He conjured a spear of darkness and hurled it, but our hero was ready and dodged. With a mocking smile, he asked, "What's next?" This was nothing to a man trained in the elite special forces. The mage stood there speechless, choosing to let his magic do the talking by launching a barrage of spears. But our hero just kept dodging every single one while putting some distance between them. The mage himself wasn't a threat, but without necromancy, winning this fight would be a tall order. He stopped short, glancing at Vivian's trap. It was time. Nobody was around to witness what came next. The Dark Mage dropped from the roof, his voice dripping with suspicion and malice. He used the skeleton summoning spell to finally show his cards. The man's eyes nearly popped out as 9 corpses rose from the dirt, realizing far too late he was facing a real necromancer. This confirmed it. The Black Mage Assembly was real, and they were behind everything in this village. A misunderstanding, but he'd use it. 7 normal skeletons and 2 soldiers appeared behind him. He lied through his teeth, claiming the council had sent him to restore the missing page of sloth. The mage wasn't buying it. He summoned more dark spears, mocking the boy for using such basic skeletons. The undead horde charged forward. With a simple wave of his hand, he aimed the spears at the horde, asking if they really dared to challenge the power of sloth. The dark weapons tore through the skeletons, heading straight for Andreas. But our hero wasn't done, instantly throwing up a shield of earth to block the path. The mage conjured more weapons, snarling for him to stop the act. But then the hero summoned Nickel, and the mage just laughed, calling them nothing more than pathetic insects. Nickel lunged out and sliced the spear, leaving the mage in total shock. How could a mere skeleton cut his magic? A glowing cube appeared, and Andreas knew exactly what it was. A massive spectral hand slammed down, pinning Nickel. As the mage began splitting the cube into pieces, that page was sloth personified. The mage sneered, telling him to think about the situation he was in. Giant hands burst from the earth as the mage waved his arms, screaming that the boy would pay with his life for daring to interfere with his grand master plan. After that, those massive fists slammed upward, but Nickel and Andreas were already airborne. He realized these strikes were avoidable, and Nickel was actually strong enough to block them if he had to. Furious that they were still breathing, the mage ramped up his speed. It was becoming harder to dodge, but the mage was clearly losing control of his own magic. He hadn't mastered the power of sloth yet. There was a dead zone in his defense, and our hero needed to strike now. Nickel blocked a heavy blow right before another giant hand slammed down. The dust settled, and the mage thought he had finally won. He raised his hands in victory, only to freeze. The necromancer was still standing there. He simply called him an idiot. After all, the mage had just created his own downfall. The mage lost it, laughing maniacally as he promised to send the boy to join his shattered skeleton. He pointed his hands, saying his final goodbyes, never realizing he was the one caught in a trap. A portal opened, Nickel stepped out, and instantly sliced him right in half. With the mage dead, the dome over the village collapsed. Andreas looked at the masked figure nearby. It was the Baron's very own butler. The butler was clearly part of this conspiracy. He opened the page of sloth, and the system announced he'd successfully acquired a part of the Apocalypse Codex. Chapter 7, Fanatical Sloth. Mana recovery up 321%. One question remained. What should I do with this? I can't just carry it around. Suddenly, I remembered Nickel and handed it over, telling him to handle it. I figured it was better to just leave it in the summon storage until a better time. I looked over at the barrier where Vivian was still trapped. I wondered why it hadn't disappeared yet. The mage was dead, after all. Remembering how fiercely he fought, I realized I didn't actually care if the others survived or not. But then I'd have to explain why I was the only survivor. I couldn't exactly tell them I used black magic. I tried to touch the barrier, and noticed it felt different from the one I had been trapped in. Suddenly, my expression shifted. The barrier began to pull me inside. Inside, Vivian was reliving her childhood. After I arrived as Andreas, everything became tense. The chair I sat in kept shaking, but she couldn't see me. When I finally spoke to her, she grabbed her head and screamed that the chair was talking. She asked if I was a ghost or a demon. I told her I was neither, just a fairy here to save her. She calmed down a bit. I found myself wondering what kind of nonsense I was even saying at that point. The first thing I saw was a noblewoman beating the life out of a young, defenseless Vivian. Since nobody could see me, I was able to figure out the whole situation instantly. This woman was the Count's second wife, and this place was their family estate. They were famous for their mastery of the sword. The Count was desperate for a male heir. Since Vivian's mother failed to give him a son, the tragedy began. Her mother grew resentful of her own daughter for being born a girl and eventually abandoned her. Even her mother turned her back on her. With no one to protect her, the isolation and abuse sowed the seeds of madness. She fell deeper into insanity. By her 5th year, she had slaughtered every teacher and assistant who crossed her path. Looking at the girl, I realized I couldn't help her forget the past, but I could help her overcome it. Vivian burst into tears and asked if I was really there to help. I was confused by her reaction. She wiped her eyes and said that nobody had ever tried to help her. I told her she had a talent that nobody had noticed yet. When she asked if she was special, I told her she was a natural at swordsmanship. She argued that she'd never even held a sword. I told her I knew everything, so she just had to trust me. She was still so confused. She said she only ever got scolded. I told her it was okay now. I was on her side. In return, I made her promise not to tell anyone about me. She promised. And so, her first sword training began under my guidance. I even tucked her into bed at night. A month passed inside the barrier's world. Autumn had arrived, and the young girl had already grown a little taller. She went to the tree looking for Mr. Fairy, saying she came just as I asked. It was time for another lesson. I stepped out from behind the tree and told her to be quiet. Did she want everyone to know? This had to stay between us. She sheepishly scratched her head, and I decided it was time to start the day's training, so I trained her for a month. With her natural talent for combat, I taught her everything I could. She was a total prodigy. While she was training, I noticed her moves weren't those of a beginner anymore. It made sense why the sword masters in the real world praised her so much. Suddenly, she looked discouraged. I wondered what was going on with her. She had grown so confident, and her movements were perfect. But for some reason, she was clearly upset. No matter how much I praised her, I never showed myself. I felt awkward and had to remind her I was a fairy. She was tired of that. She asked if I stayed hidden because she was a bad girl. She thought that if she worked her hardest, and gained recognition, I would finally show myself to her. But despite all her efforts, I still wouldn't appear. No matter what she did, I stayed in the shadows. I stayed silent. Then, her father's voice came from behind her. He was shocked to see such talent hidden within her. He asked her to show him that swordsmanship again. Vivian, not believing what she was hearing, stood there confused before starting her demonstration. After a few moves, she stopped. Her father said it was exactly what he expected from the Belkin bloodline. As he walked back to the estate, she looked at me in shock. That was the first time her father had ever praised her. It felt like a dream. I suspected something was wrong, and right then, Vivian transformed from a girl into a woman. She began shattering those memories through tears, whispering that she wished for just a few more moments with Mr. Jada. But the dream had to end now. He felt her consciousness return, realizing she was finally awake as she thanked him for giving her the strength to finally keep moving forward. She knows this will keep her from staying trapped in the past. He stepped closer, linking their pinkies and asking her to keep her promise. She swore it. Before the memories vanished entirely, she thanked him one last time for showing her such a beautiful, kind dream. Suddenly, the barrier cracked and completely shattered. They escaped the memory trap together. Watching the sleeping girl while still holding her hand, he realized if this was the Vivian from the dream, she could definitely do it. Soon after, she woke as Ivy arrived. It turns out Baron Balaric was behind everything that happened in the village. Our protagonist briefed Ivy after exiting the barrier. She demanded the idiot's head, but insisted they leave his face intact, so everyone would know exactly who he was. They headed straight for the Baron's castle. Her furious gaze was enough to make anyone tremble. And for good reason. Christopher was dead and Jazar had vanished. Back at the castle, Ivy didn't waste time with words, and immediately slammed the guard straight into the dirt. She buried her blade right next to a guard's face as the others surrounded her. She coldly introduced herself as an assistant professor from the Rodlin Academy Night faculty. From this moment, anyone protecting the Baron is a traitor and will be executed. Andreas, carrying Christopher's body, started getting seriously nervous about her. She held up the butler's severed head and asked the guards if they recognized this man. He was the one responsible for Trim. Now, take us to see the Baron without any delay. The terrified guards complied. Ivy kicked the bedroom door open, but the sight inside left the entire group completely frozen in shock. The Baron already knew his butler was dead. Mournfully, he pointed to the massive, distorted corpse sprawling across the beds. It was his son, Etel. He should have died months ago. Our hero immediately understood that dark magic was involved here. The Baron explained that a mysterious robed man had offered him a way to save his son. He begged for his son's life at any cost, even if it meant this pathetic state. Etel, completely mindless, could only moan and leak fluids in a truly disgusting display. Watching this scene felt incredibly uncomfortable. The Baron knelt before the monster, begging for forgiveness. Ivy didn't hesitate, drawing her sword and stepping toward the man who caused all this. She grabbed him and threw him toward the door, ordering him to say those words to the people he and his butler had murdered. The Baron landed right at his guard's feet. Ivy pointed her blade, shouting at them to snap out of it. Call the investigation team right now and get rid of this disgusting monster immediately. Without warning, Andreas conjured a stone spear and drove it through Etel's eye, shocking everyone in the room. The creature let out a deafening cry of agony as the Baron's face twisted in absolute horror. The screams echoed until the boy's voice finally faded into a heavy silence. The father rushed to his son's side. Ivy broke the quiet with a sharp question. Why did he do that without her permission? Andreas argued that any dark magic abomination had to be put down before it could cause even more damage. Besides, all the critical info is already with the Baron, right? The Imperial team arrested the Baron and removed the son's body. Back at the academy, Vivian and Andreas were both called in to give their testimony. Then, the lead investigator confirmed the Baron's link to the dark mage and kept him for interrogation, while finally releasing the students. Walking out, our protagonist couldn't help but think about the Baron's fate. The fallout of dark magic is severe, but the Baron should be thankful. If Andreas hadn't ended his son, a group of crazy mages would have used him for brutal experiments. Suddenly, Vivian called him Mr. Fairy and asked if he did it on purpose. She was talking about the Baron's son. He killed him just to end his suffering. For a split second, he saw her as a little girl again. Confused, he asked her exactly what fairy she was talking about. She smiled, saying he finally sounded like himself. Just as Lucia interrupted their conversation, Lucia approached Andreas and asked if his business was finally finished. He confirmed the news, and she shoved a tablet in his face, telling him to look. Overnight, He had become a total celebrity. On the screen was a massive article about his latest mission. Lucia mentioned their potion was finally public knowledge now, but Andreas just looked annoyed. All he really wanted was some peace and quiet. The girl reminded him they just won a huge prize and demanded he take her out for a delicious feast, but the guy shut her down instantly, so she turned her attention to Vivian instead, acting all curious. He just sighed, asking if she was only now noticing the other girl's presence. They swapped introductions, but Lucia quickly circled back to the point. They had definitely received their payment by now, right? Which meant they absolutely needed a celebration dinner to toast the successful launch of their new potion. He told her the judges hadn't made a final call yet, so the dinner would have to wait. Sighing in defeat because she couldn't win this round, she just waved him off with a frustrated look on her face. She shouted that she would see him at the magic tower tomorrow. He agreed, but threatened her that she better not be late. Morning came, and Andreas found himself literally carrying Lucia on his back toward the tower. He knew it would end up like this. What a fool he was to trust her. He struggled up the hill, breathing heavily under the weight until they finally arrived. A man met them at the gate and led them inside, where they were greeted by an endless maze of winding stairs. He explained that the space inside the tower was constantly shifting, so they needed to stay close behind him. Step by step they climbed, until our main character finally dropped the girl and told her to walk herself. And just like that, she woke up. As they walked, she started grilling him about that girl from yesterday, but he insisted there was nothing going on. Seeing her suspicious glare, though, he started getting a little nervous. Deciding to let it slide for now, she just reminded him they were definitely getting dinner. He joked that she was the rich one, yet she was still begging him for a free meal. Suddenly, a loud masculine voice boomed from the side, mocking them for acting so casual and relaxed. The sheer audacity was staggering. They both froze instantly, recognizing exactly who that powerful voice belonged to in an instant. A man with a majestic eagle perched on his shoulder stepped forward. It was none other than the Tower Master, Bart Alphen himself. Even the guide was visibly shaken. Bart immediately locked eyes with Andreas and let out a mocking, arrogant smirk. So, this is the famous son? He looks pretty dim-witted. Bart is the head of the Alphen family and the reigning master of the entire magic tower. Rodoln, our main character, just gritted his teeth and thought, is this guy seriously insulting my looks? Even for a simple jab, it made his blood boil. Bart then turned to Lucia, asking if she was the daughter of the Viscount of Hollington. She confirmed it, but he just scoffed in disgust, saying, if they wanted to be remembered, they really needed to look a lot less common than this. He offered to give them a hand with that. With a casual wave, he ordered the guide aside, as a massive magic circle erupted beneath their feet. Andreas started panicking as the world warped around them, while the girl whispered that the Tower Master was a literal monster. He was casting high-level spatial magic like it was absolutely nothing at all. But honestly, she got the vibe he was just doing it to show off. The man smiled, revealing he could hear their whispers perfectly. Then, space shifted, and they were suddenly standing in the evaluation hall. The judges had just finished testing the potion's potency. Now, they just had to grill them on how they actually made it. The Tower Master took a single sip and instantly identified several of the secret ingredients just by the taste alone. He turned his sharp gaze toward Lucia and asked what else was hidden inside that bottle. She listed the extract and the root, and suddenly, he was right beside her, whispering how incredibly interesting this was. He had heard the rumors, but he never expected kids this young to actually pull off a potion of this caliber. He looked at the judges and declared that since the testing was over, they should just pass it. Then he floated into the air, asking why the son of the Cromwell family was even standing there at all. The paperwork claimed this was a joint effort, but he suspected the boy hadn't actually done a single thing, right? The guy's face darkened in silence, but the girl jumped in, insisting she never could have made it without his help. He did nearly all the heavy lifting while she just assisted. Wanting proof, the master snapped his fingers and moved them again. Lucia realized he couldn't even use magic properly outside the tower's walls. Our hero was shocked she was analyzing him now. Bart threw them into a lab and demanded Andreas brew it. Every ingredient was in the warehouse. I agreed, and under the Tower Master's watchful eyes, I finally began brewing the potion. I chose my tools carefully. Using something unfamiliar would have looked suspicious, and I couldn't risk revealing my true skill yet. I stuck with the most basic, inconspicuous jars. Once the brew was done, he took a sip and conceded it was perfect. Then came the interrogation. He asked why I had added the home pishi extract. I explained that it was the only way to neutralize side effects while pushing the potion's potency to its limit. Every eye in that lab was on me, They were all stunned that someone like me could explain the process so flawlessly. I wasn't even finished when Bart cut me off. He removed his blindfold, admitting it had been a long time since we last met. He claimed the weak boy he remembered could never create this. Then he leaned in, searching my eyes, asking who I really was. The room went dead silent for a few seconds. I just stood there and asked if he was joking with me. My expression shifted. I told him I was the same guy he always mocked and treated like a pathetic insect. Bart stayed silent, weighing my response. Then he smirked, called me an interesting fellow, and proposed a life-changing bet right there. If I could produce another potion and pass the exam this year, he promised to clear all my family's debts. I was stunned. As he put his blindfold back on, he added that he would even grant me one personal wish. But if I failed, I would have to leave the academy immediately. He stood there, waiting for my final answer. I took a moment to consider. The terms weren't exactly in my favor, but as the proud heir of the Cromwell family, I simply couldn't refuse. Bart smirked, telling me he hoped I could actually back up all that confidence with real results. But suddenly, his smile died. In that moment, he didn't see me, he saw my father, the Count, his old friend from years ago. Memories of us as small children came rushing back. He actually started feeling hopeful about what I might achieve. Meanwhile, Angela's transformation was finally complete. She stood up, feeling a wave of raw, unstoppable power coursing through her body. She snapped her chains instantly. With a single flick of her wrist, she tore through the cage and demolished the entire wall. She stood there, realizing she could finally walk away from her long confinement. She stopped, remembering my promise to set her free. But there was one condition. She had to swear never to kill me. A wide smile spread across her face. Despite all the pain she had endured, she realized that I had actually managed to free her. The exams were finally over. It was time for me to head back to the capital. Riding the train back, I finally felt some relief. You and I know how much that constant financial pressure had weighed on me. As long as I kept my potion business going, I could focus entirely on my training. The only real problem was that page of sloth. I still hadn't figured out how to use the damn thing correctly. I figured I should probably trade it for things I actually needed. Since I was stuck, I'd have to use Charon to get it done. The train came to a stop, and the students headed toward the academy. As I walked along, I felt something strange. I felt someone watching me. I tried to glance around subtly, hoping not to draw any unwanted attention to myself. I saw nobody suspicious, so I assumed it was just my imagination. Meanwhile, Angela was watching me from a nearby tree, with a smirk. Soon after, I reached Charon. He joked that the academy's most talked-about student had finally decided to pay him a little visit after all. He looked over my latest potion. I told him I had come to see him immediately after my exams were finished. Charon wasn't happy that I'd been doing secret research. He thought I was just pretending to be his perfect, loyal student. I could feel myself getting a bit nervous. I started to explain that it wasn't like that, but he wasn't listening. He just opened the secret passage and ordered me to follow him immediately. He wanted to drill the meaning of being his student into my head. Honestly, I thought he was being incredibly petty about it. He was genuinely offended by something so trivial. As we descended into his secret lab, I realized I wouldn't be able to bring up my request. Talking to him in that mood was basically a suicide mission. I figured I should just check on the vampire's condition. But once we arrived, everything was destroyed and swallowed by flames. Charon froze, unable to believe what he was seeing as he processed the massive scale of the destruction. I was stunned as well, but not nearly as much as he was. I knew immediately that the vampire's evolution had been a complete success. We slowly approached the empty cage where she used to spend all of her time. As my master looked around, I felt a bit of regret. She was such a perfect test subject. It was a pity I'd never see her again. Realizing the truth, Charon gripped those broken chains in a silent rage. He was literally burning with emotions that were crashing over him. Sternly, he called out Andreas's name and asked if he'd messed with Angela's limiters. He denied it instantly, desperate to stay alive. She just watched him, thinking he was such a pathetic fool. Charon rose slowly, white-hot fury radiating from him. How could a mere hybrid like her manage to escape his grasp? His student relished his misery, while the man finally snapped, taking his rage out on the heavy chains and screaming. With the meeting over, our main character headed out. He'd just have to retrieve the page of sloth another time. Suddenly, crimson hair draped over him. Angela's voice froze him in terror as she descended from the branch, stroking his face. He realized he'd walked right into her trap. She'd been waiting for him all this time and had questions since waking up. He'll answer her, right? Fear kept him from meeting her eyes. Noticing his cowardice, she smirked with total confidence and commanded him to look at her. When he obeyed, she called him a good boy and demanded to know about the power he'd received. Convinced she was about to kill him, he asked why she was doing this. He'd kept his word. After all, she knew the price of breaking a family oath. Smirking, she admitted she did, but she just couldn't help herself. With her strength alone, there was no way she could have broken those bindings on her own, no matter what. So, she chose a different path. Does he know what shocking method she used? She leaned in, catching a strange scent, like a heavy sin. Realization dawned on her face, followed by a dark smile. He grew nervous as she stroked his cheek, whispering about how interesting he had turned out to be. He was lost, but she suddenly grabbed him by the throat, slamming him against the tree with zero chance of escape. She had so much to ask, but this wasn't exactly the right place. They'd leave it for now, since they'd meet again soon. She will use her new power for good. Since he helped her, she truly wants to show her gratitude. He had no idea what power she meant, and seeing his terrified face, she just leaned in closer. She promised he had nothing to worry about. She wouldn't hurt him. Licking her lips, she claimed fate had brought them together. Just like that, a new day dawned. Over at the elite dorms, Dia and her friend Julia were gossiping and gushing over a romance novel about knights. Well, more like Julia was listening to the story with tears streaming down her face. Wiping her eyes, she asked for the preaching to stop. The response? Pay attention, and you'll find a knight to cheer for. Changing the subject, her friend mentioned that Lucia's potion had actually passed the evaluation at the magic tower. This was a shocker. From what she'd heard, Lucia was supposed to be the ultimate slacker. Seems like those rumors were lies. She felt guilty for not trying harder herself. Then Julia pulled out a tablet to show her. An article popped up with a photo of Andreas and Lucia. With a grin, Julia asked if she could even believe it. Dia was shocked to see her old friend in the photo. Julia never thought someone as untalented as him would help create a high-level potion. At first, she thought it was fake news. She stayed silent, staring intensely at the photo in the article. She figured that since his family fell, he could only rely on his surroundings and raw talent. But she wondered what he could truly achieve alone. Could a useless guy like him actually change? She suddenly stood up. It was time to go see the truth for herself. Meanwhile, our main character headed to his lectures, but his outfit suggested he was hiding something serious. Lucia sat beside him, asking why he was so bundled up. He lied, claiming he was just feeling under the weather. When she questioned why he'd even show up, he said he just needed the attendance to graduate. Professor Boban finally entered, but our guy was stuck on last night. He couldn't let anyone see the massive scars. Angela had bitten him, claiming fate brought them together, and mentioning a strange scent coming from his body. He had no idea what she was talking about before she bit him and vanished. Now, the professor was ready to start the class. Spotting Andreas, the professor recalled the recent news and asked why on earth he was wearing so many layers. Was he actually sick? He confirmed it, and the professor took pity. Assuming potion making had exhausted him, he let him go early, so he started packing. But then the man suddenly mentioned he felt sad since he wanted to ask for advice. Even the herbology teacher was a piece of work. I could barely stand mentioning his name. The guy had zero clue what I was actually saying. He had done absolutely nothing, and yet he wanted all the fame. I just thanked him for his advice on those useless herbs. Lucia caught on to the vibe immediately. She knew I was just poking the bear to get a reaction. Our main character reminded him that adding those ingredients makes soup, not a potion. And as we can see, it turned out to be some great soup. Volvin barely managed to hold back his rage while Andreas walked toward the exit in a deathly silence that gripped the whole room. The man claimed he was crossing the line, but Andreas just brushed it off by saying he was not feeling well. He was leaving. Volvin screamed his name in a fury, but the boy just stood there. He remembered how this man mocked him in the mud, and now he wants to be friends. He should just shut up and be jealous in silence. Go find another class if you are that desperate for points. He was ready to walk out when the professor yelled again, asking how much longer he planned to ignore him. Suddenly, Lucia stepped in and distracted everyone. She asked to explain things herself as one of the creators of the potion. The professor calmed down and let her take over. She smoothly explained that they learned the basics in class and simply applied them to their own work. Her conclusion? Independent research is what really matters. She ended with a sharp, playful smile. Is that not our duty as mages? Boban was left stammering nervously while Andreas watched. He stayed to listen and realized she had completely won them over. Lucia teased that they would ask for advice next time, and the teacher excitedly agreed to help whenever they needed. After that scene, she turned to Andreas and wished him a fast recovery. He caught her mischievous look and smiled. She really knows exactly how to handle these situations. He did not know why yet, but he was truly grateful. Meanwhile, Duke Wuanwo, the master of Aura, was getting a briefing on potential new candidates. His assistant decided to start with the new students over at Rodlin Academy. She handed him a tablet, and the Duke read the article about the new potion with a growing smile. The daughter of the Everlast Company had created a brand new potion and launched it. His assistant confirmed they even used her family name for the brand. She handed him a sample, and he examined the small vial very closely. He noted that if she is doing this in her first year, everyone will be interested in her by graduation. His assistant urged him to contact her immediately, and he agreed. After tasting it, he told her to check if anyone else was interested. As the potion began to take effect, he flexed his fist to feel the changes in his body. His secretary watched him, asking for his professional opinion on how it felt. With a broad smile, he admitted that the effects of this potion were absolutely amazing. It was way more effective than anything else on the market. And the best part? 0 side effects. If they distribute this well, it will change the entire market. But there was one more detail to see. She pointed to the screen. The potion had multiple creators. When he saw the photo of Andreas, the Duke asked, "Is he Cain Cromwell's son, a talent for making potions?" His assistant seemed doubtful and said it did not look that way. Rumors said he was just using his name. The Duke wondered if they should add him as a creator, but he decided to check the truth himself. If it turns out he really has awakened a talent, add him to the candidate list immediately. She nodded quickly and began taking notes in her book as she agreed with him. Night fell and rain began to pour. Deep inside the palace, His Majesty sipped wine. Clearly amused by the upcoming awards ceremony, his servant whispered the plan. According to the schedule, the Cromwell family was about to disappear forever. The emperor gave a dark laugh. He enjoyed his wine, wondering if this Andreas would be any different from his pathetic father. A bit later, our main character was swinging his sword like always. His training was finally reaching its peak. As he delivered his 10,000th and final strike, he collapsed from exhaustion and downed the potion. He never would have lasted this long without it. Regeneration for the muscles and healing for the fatigue. Combined with body strengthening, he had created a way to train without ever stopping. He looked at the bottles in his hands. It was a huge risk, but evolving them was definitely the right decision. He had been nervous, but he took the leap and evolved his buff-type potion talent. Even with the low odds, the results were insane. Honestly, he should have done this way sooner. My potion making is hitting a new level. Success rates, speed, everything is up. If I keep this pace, I am going to get a lot stronger fast. As long as I secure the right materials and a decent corpse, my combat power won't be an issue anymore. Sharon is gone, though. That means selling this sloth page is going to have to wait for now. Back at the office, I find a note. He is off on some urgent business trip. Guy was so grumpy he didn't even bother telling his own student he was leaving. Man, he really holds a grudge. I wrap up training and sigh. Still no word from him? Better get some sleep. I have got that herbology class first thing tomorrow morning. But when I show up to the classroom the next day, it is empty. Just a note from the professor saying class is outside today. Apparently, he sent the update to everyone's tablets. Problem is, I don't have a tablet. Volvin definitely did this on purpose just to mess with me. I start running, wondering what kind of teacher pulls this kind of petty move on a student. I make it to the gardens and see rows of tables. Everyone is already hard at work, brewing potions. Everyone looks stressed and rushed. My heart sinks. Don't tell me he actually called a surprise exam. Right on cue, the professor shows up and starts chewing me out for being late. Claimed he was too busy with research to see my messages. I just bite my tongue. This whole thing is incredibly childish. Lucia pulls me over to a table and fills me in. She shows me the news and tells me I really need to get a tablet. I have got the cash now, at least. The news is all about a professor who allegedly discovered an awakening potion, and now he is making us analyze it for the exam. I start working. It is pretty clear the guy just wants to show off his discovery. Then, Volvan walks over with this smug look. He asks if a genius like me should find it easy to figure out the ingredients. I stay quiet, just thinking to myself. He calls me a stubborn idiot but then pivots, telling me not to be shy, because I have a supposedly bright future. He is trying to paint me as a failure who is just riding the coattails of Lucius, the Academy's rising star in alchemy. He is more than just a jerk. I have a pretty good idea of what is actually going on in his head. So, with the professor watching me like a hawk, I spend the next 4 hours brewing that awakening potion. Lucius takes first place in 1 hour, and I come in second at 2 hours. The The professor looks absolutely stunned that I pulled it off. The assistant confirms there was no cheating. Suddenly, the other students are looking at me like I actually have real talent for this stuff. Lucia is giving me props when suddenly, a student comes charging past us. The guy is furious about how the professor treated him. Volvin looks shocked as the student screams, "Why did you steal my potion?" claiming he did it all himself. Everyone is reeling from the accusation. The poor guy is shaking, yelling about how the professor could do this. He is the one who put in all the blood, sweat, and tears. Whispers start spreading through the crowd. Most of them can't believe a professor would actually sink that low. I ask Lucia what she thinks, and she is convinced the kid is telling the truth. I agree with her, so I head straight for the professor. Lucia looks worried she helped me yesterday, but I am on my own today. I walk up and ask him about a specific ingredient. He snaps at me, barking that now is obviously not the time. I just tell him this is exactly because of the current situation. If you are the one who actually invented this potion, you should have no problem answering, right? Volvin starts sweating. He knows I have got him. The upset student asks if proof means the official magic tower rating. I tell him if he really created it, he can explain every single ingredient. Unless, of course, he is suddenly not so sure. He adjusts his glasses, calling me insolent. He is a professor at a top academy. How could he possibly not be sure? I don't budge. I demand to know why he swapped out the apiary resin for cytamine petals. That is the killing blow. He completely skipped that detail while he was busy faking the demonstration. I ask why he is so quiet. Then I answer for him. Using those petals is just a cheap way to cut costs. Real creators know their own work. Volvin starts screaming, asking what kind of circus I am trying to run. He shouts that only the magic tower has the right to judge his potion. He is yelling, but the other students are catching on. They start asking why he used expensive Julie beetles instead of basic pepina powder. He has got nothing. Total silence. Now the whole class is whispering, did our professor really just steal a student's work? Imagine this. He actually stole his own student's research. Panicking, he desperately searched for an answer, finally screaming that papin powder was used because of its hallucinogenic effects. He claimed he used expensive beetles instead. Too bad for him, though that was the wrong answer. His student revealed the truth. It wasn't about hallucinations. That powder just gets way too hot during brewing and causes massive stomach pains. Bobin doubled down, waving his hand dismissively while shouting that the student was wrong about everything. Suddenly, another student spoke up, remembering the lecture. The professor mentioned side effects, but hallucinations were never one of them. Care to explain how you actually reached that conclusion? That was the breaking point. The entire class turned on the professor, blasting him for stealing credit. As the thief and cheater labels flew, he broke out in a cold sweat. Sobbing and pathetic, he screamed they were all liars. He pointed at our main character and the real inventor, ordering them to confess to their supposed lies. He even threatened them with disciplinary action. Andreas just watched in disgust. This man had truly hit rock bottom. Time for the adults to handle this tantrum. Andreas told him that if he was so upset, Lord Alvin could settle it. He pulled a card from his pocket, reminding everyone that Alvin was his official sponsor. The room froze at the sight of that card. The professor's hands went limp, his voice completely failing him. What's the matter? I thought you were all about justice? Boban fell to his knees in pure shock at the sight of that name. Meanwhile, a white eagle watched from a nearby tree. Bart was observing everything. That professor made his own bed. Now, he's going to have to lie in it. Watching Andreas handle the mess, Bart smirked. The kid is smart using my name like that. He clearly knows the awakening potion inside out. He might even brew something entirely new before this year is over. With that, the eagle flew off, full of anticipation. Later, class ended and everyone headed to the cafeteria, where Andreas planned to keep his promise to Lucia. She was clearly annoyed. He promised her a meal, but of all places, he chose the academy cafeteria. Seeing her frustrated glare, he just asked if she was going to eat or not. It's delicious. Trust me. Lucia quickly grabbed a piece of meat for her plate, but she immediately shrieked and dropped it. Realizing far too late it was still burning hot, he told her to eat like a proper noble lady and gave her a live demonstration. Step 1, grab the meat by the bone. Step 2, dip it in the sauce. He handed her a piece, and her eyes sparkled with joy. She never imagined she could actually enjoy a cafeteria meal this much. Sitting beside them, Vivian also wanted some meat and sauce. Now, check this out. Andreas was surprised by the request, but he served her with a warm smile. Once they finished, Lucia asked when he'd buy a magic tablet. With a tablet, He could actually stay updated on things like class locations. He explained he was still saving his money, but she insisted they weren't expensive. Of course, that's easy for someone with her wealth to say. She could afford anything. Meanwhile, Vivian was completely lost in thought about Mr. Fairy. He gave her food, and she wanted to pay him back, but he nervously asked why she called him Mr. Fairy. Their chat was cut short. Heading in different directions, they finally said their goodbyes. Walking alone through the hall, Andreas closed his eyes to think, only to find Charon standing right there. The reunion he'd been waiting for. Before seeing him, he hit the forge to buy a sword. Charon thinks everything belongs to him. He'll definitely try to take the Page of Sloth by force. Preparation is key here. He picked out a blade he liked, but then Diana suddenly appeared at the forge. She was shocked to see him there, clutching a weapon inside a gift box. She wondered what he was doing there. When he said he needed a sword, she was confused, since he's a mage. He claimed a weapon is great for self-defense, then pointed toward the box she was holding. It's a gift for her brother. He knew she meant Carlos Alvin, the eldest son of the Alvin family, who's currently training as a warrior. They were actually close as kids. Carlos was already dead when the game started, so there was almost zero info on him in the glossary. He died during the Academy's year-end event. After Kasser escaped the Duke's territory, he joined the cult of Sephiroth, the same group behind the terror attack. He asked if her brother was joining the year-end event. When she said yes, he smiled, saying it'd be great for all three to meet. She started getting nervous, thinking back to everything she had heard and seen of him. She was absolutely certain of it. He had changed. Confusion clouded her mind. She had no idea how to even ask about this massive transformation. She told herself to stay calm, but he noticed her hesitation and asked if she had a question. Instead of answering, she just screamed in pure terror. Seeing she was speechless, he simply said goodbye and left. She finally worked up the courage to speak, but he was already gone. Honestly, it kind of annoyed her. Meanwhile, he thought of his brother. There was still a little time left before the sect launched their attack. That night, he visited Charon's office. The man explained he had spent ages searching the entire continent for materials matching Angela's legendary quality, but he came up empty-handed. He was not giving up yet, though. Andreas sat there, body tense and his sword in plain sight. But the man just kept reading, saying he didn't expect much, but the weekend meeting would offer a chance. His student realized the game was starting. If the man let greed take over and asked for it, Andreas would win. Charon closed his book, stating they had work to do and needed to prepare. But then, our main character spoke up. He dropped a bombshell. After a short pause, he revealed he had actually obtained the Apocalypse Codex. You could see the absolute shock written all over the man's face. Heavy silence filled the room. Andreas started to get nervous until the man finally coughed and told him to stop talking nonsense. A weakling like him couldn't possibly obtain something like that. To prove it, he reached into his portal with an excited grin, even though he knew he shouldn't possess it. The moment he saw the Page of Sloth, Charon was stunned. Our hero simply held it out and offered it. His master considered it for a second, then pushed the artifact away and told him to keep it. This thing only brings trouble. He told him to hide it until they could trade it. Andreas smiled, knowing he would say that. The man always puts his own life first. Finally, Charon confirmed they would be attending the meeting together this weekend. He had to clear his schedule and get ready. When the weekend arrived, they finally set off. An undead coachman drove the carriage straight through the forbidden forest of captivity. Andreas knew Charon got him into the meeting, but the real trouble was just beginning. There would be plenty of dangerous people there. You can't negotiate with them using words, so he had to be careful. He looked at his master and suggested trading the Page of Sloth for something that would make him much stronger. He would have to sell it for a much higher price. After hearing that, our hero felt even more confident that the page truly belonged to him and no one else. But if it came down to a fight, he would use it as a shield. Suddenly, the carriage began to slow down. A strange dark mage outside grabbed the reins and calmed the horses. He looked a bit surprised when he saw the skeletal driver. He peeked inside and asked, "Heading to the meeting, right? Do you mind if I hitch a ride with you guys?" Our main character was completely stunned. He recognized exactly who this man was. As the dark mage settled into the seat, Andreas realized it was Salem Adelia, one of the 10 greats of the entire continent. He will do anything for his research, which is why they call him the Seeker of Truth. He chases the truth. If word about the Page of Sloth leaks out to him, things are going to get ugly. It seemed Charon was thinking the same thing, but unlike his student, he could not hide just how nervous he was. Salem called out to him, asking what was up with his face. Did he not like the idea of him tagging along? He claimed that was not the case. The man just laughed loudly and told him there was no need to worry so much. He had been there many times before. Our hero watched him cautiously, thinking he knew the guy was crazy, but not this crazy. Suddenly, the dark mage leaned in and asked for his name. His master told him to introduce himself since this was his superior. Once Andreas gave his name, Salem covered his face in total disbelief. He exclaimed in shock. So he coveted another Cromwell too. The young necromancer looked at his master, wondering what family secret Karen was hiding. Seeing his reaction, Salem realized the kid was completely in the dark about everything. He placed a hand on his shoulder and advised him to let the boy fight with all his strength. Andreas looked at his master, whose face practically screamed for silence. But what was he hiding? Suddenly, a massive pool of black ink appeared right in the middle of the road. Karen noticed this and, with the driver's help, stopped the horses. He demanded to know what they wanted. If they had something to say, they should show their face. The silhouette of a dark mage's head, known as Dragon, began to rise from the black pool. He emerged fully from the ground, adjusted his hat, and apologized. It had been a long time since they last met. He smiled, but his expression soured the moment he saw Salem step out. As they headed into the woods, he scratched his head in confusion. Surprised Charon was with Sir Salem. The dark mage smirked, telling him to pipe down. His breath? Absolutely putrid. Andreas followed, convinced the deep-sea dragon was there to snatch the page of sloth. But he didn't expect Salem. Charon stopped, pointing at a glowing tree, their signal. Salem wasn't a fan of the height. This spot was way too high up. He scanned the forest, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Just as expected, he squared his stance. Everyone else went pale, sensing a bloodbath was coming. Drawing his staff, he stepped forward. Looks like some fools want to play, he laughed. Little did the hidden mages know, they were trying to rob Salem. Total suicide mission. Roots burst from the ground, pinning him down. But Salem didn't even flinch. He slammed his staff down, shattering their pathetic magic with a single shockwave. A pulse rippled through the woods, exposing 7 hidden cores. No hiding now. He licked his lips. Game over, he whispered, before vanishing into thin air. Their leader panicked, screaming for an immediate retreat. They were way outmatched. Too late. Salem appeared like a predator, unleashing an explosion that leveled the forest. Meanwhile, back at the secret meeting, everyone was gathered around the table, waiting for the stragglers to finally arrive. Salem kicked the door open with a grin, greeting Morsh like an old friend. Jester was shocked. Salem showed up. Thanks to him, the sloth page was safe. He told Andreas to open the bag. Out rolled the heads of their attackers. Jester sighed. This was supposed to be an urgent, low-key meeting. There were barely any people here. Yet Salem was already racking up bodies. Our main character realized Salem was a monster. He killed high-level mages with pure mana. Salem Adelia isn't just another mage. He's a walking catastrophe you can't ignore. The dark mage scoffed. Without me, you wouldn't even smell that codex. He spat. Jester didn't argue. He wanted the page. Charon nodded, and Andreas stepped forward. Salem watched him closely. This kid, he's actually pretty interesting, he thought. He didn't flinch against an army or blink when told to take heads. Plus, a double core? Salem crept up and blew right on the kid's neck. Andreas jumped, covering his neck. What the heck are you doing? He shouted. I like you. Salem teased. Andreas's brain stalled. Wait, does he like guys? The others were annoyed, but Salem just winked, mentioning he knew Andreas's family. He promised a favor, just one. Everyone froze. Salem never breaks his word. He'd fulfill a promise, no matter the cost. This changed everything for Andreas. Then, Mikkel emerged from the vault, holding the legendary page of sloth. The room went dead silent. Morsh was breathless. It was the real deal. Karen couldn't believe it. His own student had actually pulled off the summon. Salem eyed the skeleton. The codex. With a dead guy? Bold move, kid. Andreas looked at the monsters in the room. He was totally outclassed here. No room for doubt. He sent Nikkel back and drew his own blade. The mages were confused until Niakel vanished and their expressions turned to horror. Andreas plunged the sword into his own chest. Jester screamed, "Are you insane? I found the page," Andreas wheezed. "Appreciate my effort." Morsh's vines lashed out. "The page is in my vault," he warned. "If I die, it's gone forever." He locked eyes with Salem, blood dripping down his clothes. "You said you'd help? Time's up. Hurry the hell up and save me." The confused man asked if he was really being this reckless over mere words, and if he had been tricked. So what? He would do anything. Even if it meant dying just to survive in this insane world. He would have to become a total madman himself. Salem chuckled, calling him a funny guy. He had told the kid to fight, but never expected him to go this far. Right then, he unleashed his massive mana. His staff transformed into a terrifying spear, with literal snakes for a tip. Standing up for the boy with a wicked grin, he said that since everyone was being so stubborn and insistent, he had no choice but to kill them all. He raised his spear, warning that anyone who touched the boy was dead. The girls just smirked. Salem was not finished. He added that if anyone tried to start trouble later, he would personally find and kill them all. Jester looked stunned, asking if he was seriously ready to fight the entire room over this one little thing. With a smile, he replied that they already knew his style. He would not lie. Morshu just facepalmed, asking if he was joking. His face suddenly turned deadly serious as he asked if they needed a repeat. Everyone froze, and the entire room went silent. Only one girl sighed in twisted delight. After a moment, Jester realized there was nothing he could do against this madman. So, what did the apprentice Charon actually want? Finally asked. He downed the potion and thanked them for waiting so long. He then asked what he should offer in exchange for the page. Jester just scoffed, calling the whole situation completely absurd. The kid did not even know what he wanted. Waving a hand, he showed a list of 5 objects to choose very carefully. There were even legendary, powerful corpses hidden here. He realized this truly was a gathering of high-level black mages. No wonder there were literal bodies lying around this place. Seeing the Fairy Queen Malena and the Tiger King Temur on the list shocked him. These were absolute top-tier materials to get. One black mage warned Jester that those corpses were already sold to Morn. Giving them away would mean facing his pure fury. Hearing that name, Andreas started worrying. Had these bodies really been bought by one of the most powerful necromancers in existence? If he offended someone that big, the trouble would never end. He would have to pass on the corpses for now. But suddenly, Morn's voice echoed out, saying he did not care. The kid could just take them, free of charge. Everyone spun around in total shock, staring at a tiny fly that was somehow speaking with the great necromancer's voice. Charon excitedly called him master, though he noted Andreas did not even have the skills to handle such powerful corpses yet. Morn repeated that it did not matter to him. The corpses were already in his subspace bag, and he could take them. Salem grinned, telling him he deserved the win. Surprised by the sudden generosity, our protagonist bowed low, refusing to miss this chance. He thanked him and confirmed his choice, selecting the remaining items and those legendary corpses to round out the deal. Charon secretly regretted not snatching that page of sloth earlier. Then, Morn began revealing the treasures hidden inside his subspace bag. He picked out the Lunar Blessing Potion, some fairy tears, and rare blue Canagula flowers for his growing collection of ingredients. After grabbing the Kadunan Jewel and Yovan Root, he packed the corpses. Salem noted there were even better things hidden in there. Was he absolutely sure he wanted to take these specific items? He insisted these were more important. With these, he could brew 4 potions worth well over several hundred million gold. Plus, he finally found the rare ingredients needed to cure Lucia's terminal illness. Jester reminded him of their deal. He summoned Nickel from the vault and officially handed over the legendary page of sloth. The moment the page touched the mage's hand, Salem whispered to the boy to get ready. He grabbed him and smashed through the wall. The other black mages tried to give chase, but they were way too slow to catch up to Salem's insane speed. Salem laughed as the protagonist watched the meeting place vanish. He asked if they had planned to kill him after the exchange. The man confirmed it, but a promise is a promise. He would take him somewhere safe. So, where did he want to go? He asked to be taken back to the academy and dropped off at the nearest station to keep things low profile. Salem asked the name of his academy, wondering if Bart knew he was a black mage. He scoffed, asking if he would even be alive. Salem mused that destiny was a funny thing. He told him he would understand everything once the right moment finally arrived. Andreas had no clue what he was talking about. Salem just advised him to keep fighting with every ounce of his strength. As long as he managed to stay alive, the answers to everything would eventually find their way to him. After Salem dropped him off at the station, he rushed home and immediately pulled the corpses out of the bag with Nicole. The tiger's body was incredibly heavy. He wondered how something that massive even fit in that tiny subspace bag. So useful. He opened a portal, thinking that while Nicole was a simple skeleton, these 2 legendary corpses would require much higher-level necromancy spells. I decided to stash the items in storage and examine the other loot I brought back. To my surprise, I noticed a book among the pile that I definitely hadn't brought myself. It was a black magic grimoire handwritten by Myrna. I have to admit, I was pretty shocked. A gift for me? I opened it and discovered secrets that weren't even in Sharon's massive library. If I can master these pages, I'll be able to evolve today's corpses into high-level creatures. Suddenly, Nicole made a sound. I looked over, and the system confirmed a 100% evolution chance. There were 66 possible paths for this evolution. Did I want to begin the process right now? I wondered when I could level him up. This was it. The status window appeared, confirming the codex worked. I wasn't going to worry about the details. I had much more important things to focus on. The success rate was 100%, so I accepted. As soon as I pressed the button, my skeleton braced for the worst, but nothing happened. He just started staring at his body in shock. Meanwhile, the evolution had already begun. I noticed he didn't seem to be suffering like Angela did. Maybe it is just because he is already undead. A knock at the door. I quickly told Nicole to hide and rush to the entrance, wondering who it was. It was Lucia, and she looked like she really needed to talk. Meanwhile, Salem was over at Myrna's place, trying to dig for some answers while they drank tea. He brought up the page of sloth. You needed someone to protect Andreas, didn't you? The old man stayed silent. Salem laughed and asked if he served him. First Cain, now his son. The Empire forced this on you, right? It must be tough teaching a kid with absolutely no talent. Myrna cut him off. Do you know the true origin of necromancy? He stared into the distance, remembering his younger self and the beautiful green-haired woman he once loved. Thinking of that green-haired girl, he said necromancy was born from a desperate quest for immortality. Or rather, immortality for the ones you love. He remembered her death and his failed attempts to save her. Necromancy was born from the obsession to be with your beloved forever. Salem turned dead serious. Are you finally deciding to tell me the real story? Who knows? Myrna replied. Irritated, Salem slammed the book on the table. Aren't you supposed to be a sage? He knew exactly what Salem was really asking him. Myrna just laughed and left it to the man's imagination. Salem raised an eyebrow, realizing force wouldn't work on the old man, so he finally decided to give up his pursuit. Myrna asked for his opinion on me. Salem snapped back, saying he saw everything through his familiar. He used that disgusting dung fly to spy on us the entire time. All he could say was that I'd be the craziest man alive. Myrna just smiled, waiting for that day. A new day began. I went to see William Hollington, who was thrilled to finally sit and talk. He apologized for the long trip, but we needed to calculate our very first round of profits. He truly wanted to meet me. After all, we were planning a very long and fruitful partnership. Plus, I am a close friend of Lucia. I smiled and told him I'd been waiting too. I'm grateful for Lucia's help in this deal. William said my contribution to the business was absolutely massive. Of course, I deserved it. Lucia grinned, reminding me that she's the reason the terms are so favorable. Her father handed me the documents. According to the contract, I now receive 60% of the profits. With the potions priced at 3 million wheels, my final cut comes to 1.8 million. I was completely stunned. I couldn't believe my eyes. Over 1,000 potions sold in just 1 month. Noticing my shock, William said the potions were literally flying off the shelves and out of the market. Next month will be even bigger. Now, let's stop talking business and head over to dinner. It is the first time his daughter brought a friend home, especially a boy. He wants to know me. He laughed loudly while I just sat there, nervous. A whole month has passed since that evening. Riding the train, I realized the Everlast potion had become a total sensation thanks to all the rumors. It gained popularity with warriors and high-ranking nobles alike. To keep up with the insane demand, the company had to massively increase its raw materials and total production capacity. I never expected us to sell over 2,000 units in a single month. Honestly, I never dreamed a single potion could earn me this much money. It is absolutely unreal. Thanks to those viral potions, he is now backed by the nobility. His bank account? Over 6 billion wheels. His family estate costs 3.5 billion. Even if he buys it back, he is still filthy rich. Next stop on the train? The cemetery. They were finally pulling into Hartfield Station right now. Andreas grabbed his gear. Before buying any houses, he had to return the sacred family ring first. He reached the cemetery hill and spotted a masked man near the gravedigger home. Something felt seriously wrong here. Pawn invited his guest inside for tea, but Andreas could not stop wondering about the guy in the mask. The man claimed he was just there as a guarantor. To avoid trouble, they headed inside and sat down. Meanwhile, that suspicious mercenary stood guard right beside him. Our main character was not buying it. A guarantor with a sword and a hidden face? Obvious lie. He knew Pimon was into necromancy. The man was no match for him, and he knew it. The evolved nickel can use aura now. Normal fighters cannot win. Only that masked guy posed a threat. Maybe it was time to release the energy in his dantian. He had been holding back, but not anymore. Pimon poured the tea, claiming he got it from a friend. He insisted it was delicious, but Andreas refused. He wanted the ring, not tea. The man hated the impatience, calling the corpse completely worthless. Still, seeing his kindness, he was willing to pay 5 million wheels for it. Hearing that massive amount, Pimon actually started breaking a sweat. He smirked, saying it had not been long since they met. Yet Andreas had become such a generous man. Even in disgrace, he was still a count. He sighed and asked if that amount was enough. Should the price for silence be higher? He asked if he needed to pay even more. Pimon pointed to his bag. He did not want money, just the loot from the recent meeting. He heard there were good items. He wanted some. Andreas took a sip and decided to be perfectly frank. 5 million wheels. No more. Pimon was furious. But Andreas cut him off. He knew from the start a deal was never happening. The room went dark. The mercenary drew his sword, saying it was time to finish this. Andreas agreed. Suddenly, he summoned Nicol, shocking everyone. He asked if they really thought they could beat him. Seeing such a powerful 5th-class undead was terrifying. Pimon's face fell. He promised the masked man even more money to kill this little brat. Before he could finish, the mercenary saw the enemy appear right behind the gravedigger. He blocked the strike, swinging his sword and throwing off his cloak. Andreas watched the cloak fly. He noticed sticky bombs hidden inside, a mechanic he remembered from the game. This mercenary was good. He did not just block Nicol, he actually delayed him. He cut the bombs. Then the mercenary engaged the undead and lunged forward. The blade sliced Nicol's cheek, but then the skeleton grabbed him. He did not expect that. Nicol slammed him down, drawing a sword glowing with aura to deliver a crushing blow. Andreas was impressed. After evolving, Nicol had a dantian. It makes sense he can use aura now. He frowned, watching the mercenary. But the fighter was focused entirely on his life and death battle. Suddenly, he vanished and reappeared right next to the enemy, launching an attack. Their blades clashed with sparks flying everywhere. Both were taking hits. Then, Nicol landed a heavy kick. The mercenary seized the moment, backing off before charging straight for the enemy head. But then, something crazy happened. Nicol turned ghost-like and the blade passed through. Using the confusion, he kneed him in the face, sending him flying right through the window. He hit the glass hard. He could only stay standing because the undead pound caught him. He called him Dan and told him to stop holding back if he wanted that money. Black magic erupted. Andreas looked on, shocked. This idiot had summoned more undead while he was distracted. Nicol stepped out of the house as the gravedigger watched closely and asked, "A ghost might have snagged a decent body at the meeting, but can he actually defeat his own masterworks?" Skeletons burst from countless portals. A grim reminder that this mountain was nothing but a massive graveyard for the fallen. The dead clawed their way out of the earth. Looking around, Andreas realized they were completely boxed in by monsters. He signaled Nicol to flank the enemy before charging toward the house to clash with the rising undead horde head-on. After cutting down several enemies, he sensed a sneak attack and slammed his hand down, raising a solid earth shield. But the moment he cleared a path, reinforcements appeared instantly. He used magic to crush nearby boulders into projectiles, firing them like bullets. Yet the endless tide of enemies barely seemed to thin out as he struggled to hold his. Spotting the archers in the distance, he pivoted instantly, slicing through the front line of swordsmen to reach them. Pan just sneered, calling his own undead servants absolutely useless. One man against a sea of bones. As things heated up, Nicol tried to strike from the shadows, but Dan blocked her and cursed. That is when Nicol spotted a sticky bomb on her gear, just before the world erupted in a massive explosion. Our hero kept tearing through the opponents, but they just kept coming back for more, over and over again. He couldn't even find a second to grab a potion. At this rate, he was going to run out of steam. After that heavy blow, he finally caught his breath and jumped back into the fight, wondering where Nicol had gone. His body was going numb, and every muscle burned with pain, but he kept swinging until a corpse spat acid at him. Luckily, his cloak took the hit. He took the monster's head off and wondered if he could actually hold out until Nicol finally showed up to help. He noticed something in the frozen distance right as a skeleton lunged at his skull with a massive, heavy axe. Andreas blocked it, but his strength was fading fast, and the skeleton started to overpower him with pure brute force. He kicked its head, but the move cost him his balance, and he hit the dirt hard. The skeleton's head snapped back into place with a sickening crack before it charged and delivered a brutal headbutt to the boy. Pinned down, he took hit after hit. He couldn't help but wonder, was he really destined to die here by a skeleton knight? If he dies here, what happens to his sister? What will become of Lucy and Vivian? He finally has a real reason to live. Dying here is simply not an option. Gritting his teeth, his second core erupted with light. The system announced that his sheer talent and battle spirit had finally awakened his aura. His Dantian flared to life. With his dual core trait, he can now wield both mana and aura simultaneously. Talk about a total game changer. He gripped his blade and took the enemy's head, finally realizing that this battlefield is exactly where he belongs. The system chimed with a second awakening notification. By the time the dust settled, every single skeleton had been wiped out. Nicole held off on finishing pawn, waiting for her master. Andreas stepped up and demanded to know where the ring was hidden. The man just gave a shaky, nervous smile, suggesting they lower the weapon before talking. He pointed at the dead mercenary, claiming they could still reach a fair deal. Our hero stared him down, analyzing the situation and deciding exactly how he was going to play his next move. He gripped his sword tight and demanded the ring one last time. Paimon begged him to stay calm, but Andreas wasn't listening. In one fluid motion, he swung his blade and lopped off the man. Paimon screamed in absolute agony, but the protagonist made it clear he wasn't there to have a discussion with him. Only after he lost his limb, Pawn gasped that it was in the cabinet on the bottom shelf. But suddenly, he began coughing up thick, dark blood. His veins bulged, and his skin turned a sickly blue. He collapsed to the floor, motionless and dead in an instant. Andreas looked at the blade. The man tried to kill him, but the poison got him first. An expert swordsman using poison? Who is he? Then it clicked. Paimon had mentioned a name. Could this really be Dan the Bloody? To be sure, he yanked the mask off. Just as he suspected, the corpse's face shifted into a completely different person. He tried the mask on himself, transforming into the mercenary instantly. It was a high-tier artifact for changing one's appearance. Everything clicked. In the original game, Dan the Bloody was the mastermind who triggered the entire war. He was supposed to be hired to kidnap the son of the northern barbarian chief, which would spark a brutal war between the North and the Empire, eventually dragging the entire continent into the chaos. But now, he had accidentally changed history forever. Well, he wasn't the type to die of old age anyway. He thanked the corpse for the mask and sent Nicole to find the ring. After getting patched up at the clinic, I woke up to see the news blowing up about a massive cemetery brawl. Paimon, the necromancer, and a hired blade were tearing each other apart over cold, hard cash. I prayed I wouldn't get dragged into that mess. Shifting focus, I pulled up my tablet and officially purchased my own home. Making a huge purchase like that felt incredible. I could already imagine the look on my sister's face when she found out. Suddenly, two hands covered my eyes. A playful voice whispered from behind, telling me to guess who was there. I stayed dead silent for a few seconds until Lucia finally gave up, calling me the most boring guy alive. She dropped a basket of fruit on my bed and pouted, asking why I was giving her such a weak reaction. My sweet friend actually came to visit. I gave her a grateful smile, and she asked if I was feeling all right. Thinking back to those two idiots from the cemetery, I lied and said I just overdid it during my training sessions. She scolded me, saying I would literally die one day if I kept pushing myself this hard. Before she could finish, Vivian burst into the room. Seeing me, she looked completely horrified. Lord Jada, she screamed in shock. She brushed right past Lucius and threw herself into my arms, sobbing about how worried she had been for my safety. I tried to reassure her with a smile, but I could see the light fading from Lucia's eyes as she watched us. She looked beyond annoyed. A week later, I hired a luxury horse carriage to take my sister out for a surprise. I focused on my book during the ride, but my sister was a nervous wreck, wondering where I was taking her. She only came because I gave her ring back, but now she was trapped in this carriage, wondering how I afford this. Then, the driver finally called out. We had arrived at our destination. I snapped my book shut. My sister looked at me with pure anxiety, asking what I was trying to show her. You will understand everything soon, I told her. Just then, a familiar old voice echoed from outside the carriage. The woman agreed, telling my sister that everything would make sense once she saw it with her own eyes. I opened the door with a smile and greeted Lady Emmy. She gasped, "What is happening? Why is Lupina here?" I told her I asked Lupina to return as our head maid. My sister looked at me, terrified we could not afford it. She took the old woman's hand and immediately started apologizing to her for the confusion. But then she saw the house behind us. She went completely silent and stepped out of the carriage in a daze. There it was, the Apple Estate, our childhood home, where all our happiest memories were made together. She turned to me, her expression heavy. "Why did you bring me back here?" she whispered. I just handed her an envelope and told her to read it. Lupina watched her with a knowing smile. Her eyes widened as she checked the papers. "Is this real? You bought it? Tell me you did not do something illegal." To convince her my earnings were legit, I showed her the news about my invention. This estate was officially ours. She never had to work again. From now on, I would be sending her money every single month. She felt terrible. She had screamed at me over that ring, never realizing how hard I was actually working for us. She broke down in tears, remembering how she told me never to come back. I just patted her head gently. It was my turn to take full responsibility. After all, I am her brother. She told me she always had faith, even through her anger. Nearby, Lupina watched us, wiping tears from her eyes. After that emotional reunion, I finally made my way back to my own home. Once darkness fell, I drew a magic circle, placed Timur's corpse in the center, and opened Mern's ancient book. Thinking back to that cemetery brawl, I realized how lucky I was to get that specific achievement reward. Now, I can master necromancy at lightning speed, thanks to my new epic level enlightenment talent. The deeper I dive into the material, the more I truly understand the fundamental mechanics of the undead. This talent supercharges my learning. At this rate, I will be able to summon a ghost in no time. The time had finally come to use Timur's corpse. I set the book aside and reached out, hoping for success. I studied every possible consequence of a potential failure during this ritual. Focusing my energy, I cast Summon Revenant. Now, I could finally push my dual core to its absolute limit. Nicole had evolved, and with Timur, I would be as strong as a squad. I ordered the tiger to rise, but stability dropped. My stability was plummeting fast. Additional effects were triggered. The tiger's eyes snapped open as it began to rise, and the system confirmed basic necromancy was a total success. He actually managed to summon a legendary revenant. The level of this corpse is incredibly high. Bonus effects kicked in, evolving its class. Now, it has officially become a revenant fighter. This corpse broke all previous limits, retaining its original spirit. Timur is now a class 5 undead with 891 mana, full self-awareness, fist mastery, and a completely resurrected berserker soul. Timur let out a massive roar. Our main character felt that roar down to his bones. Good thing he cast soundproofing magic first. He declared himself the new master, and the undead immediately knelt. Time flew by through autumn and winter, until the snowy Bilbor Mountains exam for Marquis Magna finally arrived. The professor explained the test. The goal is survival and point hunting. Everyone has 72 hours to find points hidden throughout these frozen peaks. Julia smirked, elbowing her friend while bragging she would crush everyone there. Her friend just smiled back. Those bracelets track their scores. But here's the catch, you can also get points by stealing them from other students. Get rescued, or break your bracelet, and you are done. Instant disqualification from the academy. The crowd was buzzing with excitement as he continued the briefing. They were blindfolded and dropped at random start points. Fast forward a bit, the exam is in full swing, with 47 hours remaining. Andreas is already in his element, scaling cliffs with ease. He reaches the summit and spots a perfect clearing. It is the perfect spot for a camp or a fight. But he is not the only one here. He senses someone nearby. They are using massive search magic and a barrier simultaneously. Talk about high-level play. That protects her from the storm, but the mana cost for this is absolutely insane. The girl collapses into the snow, completely drained. If he just takes her bracelet now, he can eliminate a major threat without a fight. But if they team up, he might actually reach the top of the rankings. As he draws closer, she spots his shadow and instantly orders him to freeze with her magic. He notes her exhaustion, and she gasps once she recognizes his voice. He warns her that magic is great, but being this reckless is dangerous. She snaps back, accusing him of just wanting her points under the guise of advice. She claims she can still take him down, but her magic tells a very different story. Only tiny sparks flicker out. Andreas steps forward with a deal, but she panics, backing away and screaming for him to stay back. Does she really hate me that much? Then, he suggests they team up. Caught off guard, she wonders why he is sitting there. He pulls back his hood, explaining that being alone makes you a target. Having a partner is just common sense in this place, right? She scowls, hesitating as she remembers all the trouble he caused in the past. No way can she trust this idiot. But then, Andreas pulls something from his bag that catches her eye immediately. One look at the chocolate, and she is drooling. He smirks, and just like that, a team is born. Meanwhile, monsters are prowling the slopes, snatching up students while hunting for Andreas. A monster named Mantos grabs a student by the skull while his buddy Glau shows off a wanted poster. He calls him a moron, wrong guy entirely. The monster tosses the kid aside, blaming his bad eyesight. Glau just snaps. How many times must he explain this? The target has green hair. Glau looks around, grumbling about the terrible weather and this annoying job. They were paid, so they have no choice. Spitting at the student, Glau curses the idiot who hired them for this. Suddenly, a massive eye appears above them. It snaps that they should have found the target by now. Glau spins around in terror. It is Kidwell, Jester's henchman, watching them through that creepy eye. Kidwell hates working with idiots. Mantos claims he has actually done his research. Why send them after a mere student? He heard the kid was actually coming here. Kidwell shuts him down. Just shut up and follow Lord Jester's orders. He tells them to get moving, and the eye vanishes. The goblin is furious now, his mood completely ruined. He suggests a quick break before they leave, but decides to keep searching just a bit longer. All right, you and I are jumping into the hunt. These guys think human sense only belong to the students, so they plan to kill everyone. Plus, these kids are future enemies anyway. Why not just eliminate the threat right now? Klaus laughs and agrees, while Kidwell just thinks they are total idiots. What else did he expect? He turns to the dark mages inside the magic circle, treating them as simple bait while preparing a massive explosive formation right on top of the mountain summit. Soon, Master Jester's target will be buried deep under the snow. Meanwhile, Ems and Da-In are busy stripping bracelets from other students. Skillfully trapping a couple, Andreas snags his 6th bracelet and notes they are the main group. They leave the pair hanging upside down and move on. All this time, the girl wonders where he learned to track and trap people. Watching him scale those rocks with such effortless ease, she realizes he is navigating this rough terrain like a totally different man standing before her. Once they reach the cliffside summit, he prepares to keep pushing forward without a second thought. Da-In finally asks the question that has been haunting her. What happened to him? Because honestly, he used to be a total idiot. Looking a bit down, he admits that without changing, he would have lost it all. He was a real piece of work back then. He never cared for his sister, his only living family. Once he realized that, he chose to become the absolute best. While working on himself, he realized he actually had insane talent. He bows his head now, apologizing deeply for everything he did in the past. She says it is all good now, so he suggests they keep going and take the #1 spot. She smiles nervously and agrees, but then asks if he knows there can only be one winner at the very top, and that winner will be her. Meanwhile, Ivy is lurking nearby, eavesdropping on their every word. She remembers how he did not even blink during that Baloric family incident. He was once trash, but he has changed for the better. How does a lifelong scumbag change this fast? Andreas is becoming very interesting to her. As they speed up, Da-In asks how much longer until they reach their main objective. Checking the map, he says it is about 3 minutes away, recalling the strict words of their professor. Here is where you and I need to watch out. He senses an ambush and tells the girl to get ready for an attack. Mantos suddenly swings his heavy axe. The boy leaps aside, while the girl skids to a sharp halt. Glau laughs and calls them idiots, while his friend smiles. That missed swing was just the goblin checking if he was really blind. Ems recognizes these two villains instantly. Da-In rushes over to check if he is okay, and he gives her a quick nod. Pointing to the injured students, he says the situation is bad. The sight leaves her shaken, and a single question enters her mind. What on earth happened here? Glau points at Andreas in excitement, comparing him to the photo and cheering about his green hair. It is definitely him. Da-In looks at the boy in confusion while the monsters celebrate. He simply asks if they actually know him. Mantos tells him they came here to kill him. Andreas says if they want him, they should let the others go so they can talk elsewhere. Indignant, Da-In calls him insane, but he insists that some students are still alive. Someone needs to protect them until the reinforcements finally arrive. She tries to object, but he walks toward the monsters, promising her it will be fine. He is certain he can take them. Glau just laughs at his confidence. Accepting the deal, the two monsters lead him away to a completely deserted area. Da-In can only watch as their silhouettes fade into the distance, leaving her far behind in the silence. Glau looks around and decides this is the perfect spot for a grave. His friend couldn't agree more. No one will hear a thing out here. The goblin asks if they just need to take his head as proof of his death. Mantos agrees, suggesting they should just finish this job as quickly as possible. He raises his axe high and strikes down, but Andreas dodges with ease, Immediately, Glau rushes forward, swinging his daggers at him multiple times in a blur. Ems avoids the blades and spots Mantos lunging. He parries the massive blow, and a loud metallic ring echoes through the air. The monsters are stunned. Mantos stares at his broken axe and screams, "Wait, isn't this kid supposed to be a mage?" Sheathing his sword, he addresses them by name and tells them to drop the silly prejudice that mages cannot use blades. Glau is baffled that he knows their names. Andreas, readying his magic, says he will talk if they reveal which assembly member sent them. The monsters sense immediate danger. Suddenly, summoned undead rise behind Andreas. He warns them that even if they refuse, he will make them spill every secret. So what do you and I think? They have been cheated, and Andreas is about to show them why you never mess with a combat mage. He raised a hand, signaling Nikhil to wait. Then came the cold order. Kill anyone who tries to escape. That broke the goblin's fuse. Mantos lunged forward in a rage, screaming that he wasn't done yet. Andreas blocked the heavy blow with his bare hands, flawlessly blending past-life martial arts with his current powers. He parried his opponent's arm to the side before delivering a brutal spinning kick straight to his head. Suddenly, Glau lunged with a dagger, aiming to kill. But our main character caught his wrist with ease. He forced the goblin to drop the weapon and snatched it midair. Then, he showed him how to actually use a blade. While they traded blows, Mantos finally regained his senses and jumped back into the fray. Glau missed a strike, and Andreas didn't hesitate. He exploited that small opening to rain down even more punishment. The finishing touch? A devastating kick that sent Glau flying backward into the distance. Mantos called out for his friend in a panic. The goblin was reeling, clutching his head from the impact. Andreas asked if he was done yet. He was glad his skills worked, but annoyed he couldn't test Timur's true strength. Meanwhile, his summoned warriors just stood there, watching the entire fight like a wall of silent guards. Standing near the wounded, Dane realized she couldn't just wait around. She had to take action. The student treating the injured warned her that they needed to stick together, despite knowing her incredible skills. She remembered the protagonist's words about the surviving students. It was her duty to protect them until help arrived. Dane knew she couldn't just stand on the sidelines while innocent people were suffering right in front of her. The student agreed to follow her lead, but warned her to stay out of sight. Dane firmly supported that. Back at the fight, the hero sent Mantos crashing into the snow. Finally, he was ready to talk. He demanded to know who sent them, but the assassin just laughed, telling him to just get it over with. So, the hero took the sword from Nikhil. He noted that he had other ways to find the truth without wasting words. He slowly began to draw the blade. Glau cracked, screaming that Reuben Jester had sent them. His partner protested, but Glau refused to die for someone who treated them like dogs. He stood up, clutching his stomach. There was more. They weren't the only ones sent on this mission. The main character suspected the congregation was involved, but he didn't think Jester acted alone. He recalled Salem's threat. If Jester did this anyway, he must be confident he can erase every single trace of his involvement. That's why he hired these two losers. He asked where the others were, but Glau only gave him a smirk. They didn't want to make Rodlin an enemy. An avalanche? No, they were planning something even more calculated. The hero realized Jester wanted his death to look like an accident, leaving no trail for Rodlin or Salem to follow. The assassin turned to his partner and suggested they just leave. He had seen enough for one day. The protagonist was stunned. Did they really think they could just walk away after killing so many innocent students? Who said I was letting you leave alive? Meanwhile, Den was climbing higher, desperately searching for any sign of Andreas. Her expression shifted instantly. She took one more step, and a glowing symbol flared to life beneath her feet. Spells rained down on her. These weren't the same two assassins, she shouted, demanding to know who they were. Hitbell mocked her, calling her a mouse for stumbling into his ritual. Dean was furious that he attacked from the shadows. If he wanted a fight, he had one. She unleashed a spell that caught Kitbell completely off guard. Double casting. She fused a raging snowstorm with pure ice magic. She commanded the ice to strike. The leader shouted for his subordinates to dodge the incoming blast. Looking at the exhausted student, he noted her terrifying control for her age. But to him, she was still a fool. He reached out, grabbed a magical eye, and slammed it onto his forehead, screaming about how fun this was. He was going to play with her. Suddenly, dark tentacles erupted from his face. Dene realized this was black magic. Her opponent was transforming, his body becoming a mass of writhing tentacles. He didn't even look human anymore. Down below, Ivy felt the shift in the air. She wondered what kind of ancient, dark aura was rising above. At the peak, the student fought with her last bit of strength. Knowing her mana was almost completely dry, Kid Bell's men didn't stop. They launched another coordinated wave of magical strikes. Suddenly, the hero broke into her barrier, pushing them back. The monster just screamed for the world to watch. Experience gap? Den is absolutely livid at the sheer arrogance. It is just junk on his head. Threats? They are cheap as dirt. Honestly, this just makes him look even more pathetic. Energy gathers, but Kid Bell snaps. Playtime is over. Tentacles launch, only to be sliced instantly. Her savior arrives. Just a mercenary from Rodland? He will handle this. The girl is shocked. One mercenary against all them? He is not here to kill. Secret names? Better keep those hidden. Combat stance ready. Avalanche incoming. Run as fast as you can. Wait, what? Kid Bell freezes. How could this guy possibly know? Why explain anything to a man who is already dead? Tentacles lunge, but our hero carves through them midair. Mages swarm, unleashing magic, but he cuts through them like butter. Look at that speed. Watch out, energy is gathering in his forehead. Boom, a massive explosion rocks the entire area. Smoke clears. The mages are screaming for their master. Our lead drives his blade deep, but then, a tentacle sends him flying. You okay? Stay back, this is about to get ugly. That host is dead, but the monster? It has taken full control. The beast unhinges its jaw and literally swallows a mage whole. Time to move. Hide behind the rocks while I distract this thing. Back into the fray. Tentacles are flying everywhere. Diane has no idea who this man is. He saved her life. She cannot just stand there and watch. Focus. Keep it cool. Condense that energy into a razor-sharp point. There it is. A lethal spear of pure, sharp ice. He is struggling, but then he sees her. She is actually going to fight? Stubborn girl. Why is she still here? This is absolute madness. Now, Diane launches the ice lance, tearing right into the monster. A manticore. If he shatters that core, the fight is over. Almost had it. That was a little too close. The beast turns on its own. Tentacles pierce the mages without mercy. He realizes the truth. The beast is feasting on the mage's mana. Life force drained. Now the monster is covered in lethal spikes. This is bad. Wait, his hand? It is glowing with strange energy. Ice magic? High-speed acceleration? She is supporting him from the back. Diane collapses. She is completely out of mana. She gave everything. Do not push yourself. Just run. I have never felt this light. Those spikes are growing. The monster is evolving. He charges straight into the heart. Blocked. Need to find that core before it is too late. He carves through. But the thing is just too damn strong. Suddenly the head drops. Ivy? What on earth is she doing here? Why her? Talk. Or the mask comes off. She is not kidding. Dark mages left a bomb here. This whole place could blow. Stop bluffing. But her eyes say she is worried. All right. You and I are watching our lead warn her about the magic circle before she screams. You idiot. She thought she could handle it from underground before climbing right up. Hidden away, our hero unmasked and sighed. Talk about a close call. He just hoped Ivy was as tough as she looked. Over at a castle near Tynera Strait, Jester was busy practicing some dark necromancy. He channeled energy into a mermaid in the circle before snapping. He was clearly annoyed that anyone would touch his private property. Salem had arrived unannounced. Sitting on the ledge with a smirk, he told Jester he had a very unusual favor to ask him. Stepping forward, he asked if Jester was underestimating him. Why else would he do something so incredibly stupid? Jester played dumb, but Salem wasn't having it. He charged his hand with energy, testing the necromancer's patience. Did this guy have a death wish? Maybe it was time to plan a funeral. Confused, Jester asked what he wanted. Salem just popped a bottle and said he already knew the answer. He poured a glass and warned Jester that if he kept insisting this was all just a natural disaster, he was in major trouble. The deal was simple. Give him a week of lazy diligence, and he might just look the other way. Now, let's see what news our protagonist is catching up on. Headline 1. The Black Mage Kidwell was taken down by Ivy's assistant. The Imperial Office was already investigating. Headline 2. More terror attacks on students. Plus, Alvin claimed a mysterious swordsman appeared out of nowhere to save her. Tolman was suspended, and B was leading the hunt now. This was getting way too complicated for him. Everyone was on edge. The smart move here? Keep a low profile and stay invisible for now. But someone was waiting for him. She asked if he really loved these training grounds that much. He was shocked to see her. She just rubbed her head, wondering why he was even there, before ordering him to follow her. They hit the plaza, and he started panicking. Had she finally realized who he actually was? She asked if he knew why they were there. He admitted he had a pretty good idea. That surprised her, but she liked the honesty. Our lead, however, thought she might be a bit too blunt. He told her, with all due respect, he wasn't ready for a relationship with girls just yet. That set her off. She screamed she'd kill him before mentioning what Diane said about those demons killing many students. He played it cool, claiming he had no idea what happened. He'd managed to slip away from the investigation, and so far, so good. He just hoped Diane kept her mouth shut for him. Ivy just laughed. There was no way she'd believe that nonsense. He apologized, but the tension was rising. He bowed, and she suddenly lunged with her sword. He barely dodged, jumping back and managing to defend himself. How did a student block an attack from a night faculty assistant? Looking at his sword, she knew something was definitely suspicious about him. He asked if she really thought he was one of those black mages. Meanwhile, Vivian was listening from the shadows. Was Andreas actually a dark wizard? Ivy pointed her sword right at him. To her, this was the only thing that made sense. Every time dark magic was involved, he was there. Plus, he somehow took down the mage that caught the Ballaric family. The voice was different, sure, but his height and build were a perfect match. He realized she didn't buy his story to the authorities. She looked him dead in the eye and confirmed it. Why did Vivian change so much after the exam? He tensed up at her words, simply saying he saved her life. Ivy was stunned. He doubled down, admitting he broke through the barrier to rescue her. That settled it for Vivian. Andreas was Mr. Fairy, but Ivy just yelled at him to stop lying. She leveled her blade at him. How could any of this even be possible for someone like him? How could a loser like him walk through a black mage's barrier? Suddenly, a student stepped up and shouted it was true. Everyone was shocked as she explained that he really did save her life back then. The lead was stunned to see her. Ivy sheathed her sword, clearly annoyed, and warned him she'd be watching. She stormed off, and he thanked the student. She just smiled and called him Mr. Fairy. That was all the proof she needed. Later, Emmy was busy checking documents back at the mansion. Lupin walked in, reporting that the cleaning of the house was finally done. Emmy thanked the maid, noting how hard the work must have been since the mansion sat empty so long. Lupina, holding a drink, disagreed. Even so, nobody dared enter the former master's study without getting Emmy's explicit permission first. She set the tray down and invited Emmy to go in first. Emmy agreed, wanting to see it immediately. Approaching the carved door, she wondered just how long it had been since she last stood there. Memories flooded back of hiding here during games with her brother, getting scolded every single time. Reaching for the handle, she sighed at the passage of time. But inside, a total disaster zone. Stepping in, it was obvious this place had been completely abandoned for years. Her eyes caught an overturned picture frame, and she slowly picked it up. Meanwhile, our hero is on a train in Welton territory, asking Master Salem why he's being so shameless. What? The continent's most notorious black magician was showing his face in such a dangerous, public place. Salem just scoffed. The greatest dark mage was giving personal advice, and the kid was actually complaining. Everyone was hunting him for his weakness. He ignored the jab and told Salem to get to the point. It was clear the old master wasn't listening to a word he said. Salem asked if he knew that the aura in his center and mana in his heart were basically identical. Theoretically, he could swap one for the other. Impossible for most, but for them, not an issue at all. Enough talk. The legendary Salem was about to show him something real. He revealed a secret method to convert aura and mana instantly. He called this technique transmission. 10 minutes later, the hero realized the activation was actually quite simple. He never expected to master this so fast. Just what kind of insane technique did Salem invent? The master stood up, declaring the lesson over. Now, it was time for the student to keep practicing. The hero reached out, stopping him. He had one last burning question to ask. As the master turned, he asked what Salem knew about his father and the Cromwell family. Cain was actually Grandpa Morney's disciple. What? Salem told him he'd already explained that, so the rest was up to him. It wouldn't be easy, but he had to understand the truth. The student was stunned, but before he could react, the master vanished, jumping straight out of the moving train window. Was Cain really a dark mage? He never suspected it, and the game never mentioned it either. Luckily, he was almost home. Maybe the house held the answers he needed. Entering the mansion, his sister asked his thoughts. Lupina did a great job cleaning, right? He realized it was his father's office. Emmy confirmed it, adding she replaced the furniture due to the mess. He looked around and thanked her, thinking this would be the perfect place to work. She grabbed a family photo, mentioning she'd made sure to save all the truly important items. She showed him a childhood photo. Talk about a trip down memory lane, right? Suddenly, a strange sensation hit him. Pure nostalgia mixed with something much darker. He touched the photo. A flash erupted, and a hidden passage slid open. Emmy was shocked. As he touched the frame, a magic circle reacted, revealing a secret room. If it requires both their touch, this must be Kane's true legacy, or his final will. He had to go in first. If it's this well hidden, something incredible must be inside. He told his sister to wait outside while he checked. She was furious, refusing to let him go alone. He insisted it was magic-based and too dangerous for her to follow him down. She tried to argue, but he told her to leave. Finally, she agreed, telling him to be careful. He nodded, telling her not to worry. He'd be back before she knew it. Descending the stairs, his eyes widened. This dark magic felt exactly like the Page of Sloth. He moved through a narrow, dark stone corridor. At the end, a room held a tree surrounded by rare, glowing fairy flowers. This was unreal. Then the system spoke. Codex of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin is ripening. Is this the heart of the Codex? This wasn't in the game. Why is something completely new appearing now? That's when he notices a small note tied to a branch. He picks it up and realizes it's attached to the tree of original sin itself. It's from Kane. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts, and the paper in his hands completely evaporates into thin air. Out of nowhere, the game creator manifests behind him and lunges, grabbing our main character's head. Visions flood his mind. He sees the Emperor handing a mysterious seed to Kane, who accepts it with a smile and plants it deep in the earth. A glowing sprout rises, brimming with power. But this piece is short-lived. Something absolutely horrific is about to happen. Kane's wife is murdered. He tries to stop the bleeding, but the blood on his hands. It's a nightmare that won't end. Pure rage consumes him. He pours every ounce of his grief and fury into that single photograph. It all makes sense now. The Empire and the Dark Mages conspired together. Just like Salem warned, the Emperor sold Kane out to Morna. Kane mastered the dark arts and nurtured the original sin, but the moment he succeeded, everything turned. They discarded him like trash. His wife dead, a mysterious plague, and his family name ruined. He was no longer useful to them. Every bit of his suffering was orchestrated by the Emperor's twisted schemes. Vengeance was his only path. He hid the tree of original sin where only Andreas and his sister could ever find it. The creator asks if he enjoyed the memories of his father, Andreas. Then, as our hero turns, he drops a bombshell. Or, should I call you Makoto? In a heartbeat, our main character draws his blade and gets ready to strike. He points his sword at the stranger's throat and demands answers. The creator just smiles. Come on, you're a gamer. You should know who I am. Thanks for playing my game. Does it finally click for you now? He remembers that mysterious phone call. Total shock. No way. Are you the one who trapped me inside this world? The creator nods. So, what do you think of this world of deadly sins? It is pretty incredible, isn't it? Why did you bring me here? The creator casually catches the blade with 2 fingers. Honestly, it's nothing that special. Really, I just wanted you to finish the game. Finish the game? You think it's that easy? I've seen every ending for Louis, Lucia, and Diane. They all end the same way, don't they? Total destruction. The original sin explodes, consuming every deadly sin and everyone who wields them. What on earth are you talking about? That's the logic, you know. But as long as that consciousness exists, this world is doomed to blow up sooner or later. To stop the apocalypse, you have to master it. Our hero clarifies. Master the original sin. Exactly. And only someone with the blood and flesh of Kane can pull that off. Boom. A system window pops up. The immature original sin is hungry for blood. To form a contract, you have to offer it your own life force. Look at that. The original sin can actually sense your presence. You might be a talentless nobody, but very few people can reach this place before the seed fully matures. He points directly at our hero. You are one of the chosen ones. In 6 months, the tree will grow and leave this room to find its true master. Why was I reborn as such a weakling? Now I know. Kane hid this power, so that only he and Emmy could claim it. Everything is falling into place. What do I have to do? The creator's answer? It's simple. Contract with the original sin. Become its master. Then, feed it the other deadly sins until it's completely under your control. Sounds easy enough. But if I fail, this thing is going to eat me alive, isn't it? That's the risk. But if you win, both you and this entire world get to survive another day. I dragged you into this mess. I know. But I believe in you, my son. The creator begins to fade away, leaving behind one last promise of faith. Cain appears in the void. He tells him he can do this. Just one favor, please. Look after my sister. He turns to the tree, pulls off his glove, and slices his palm open. This isn't some fairy tale about being reborn in another world. I hate being a puppet on a string, but like I said before, I don't really have a choice here. No choice? Fine. Then there's only one thing left to do. He presses his bloody hand against the bark. Business as usual. Then, a system notification. Apocalypse Codex. Chapter 0. The purest form of original sin begins to merge with his very soul. The purest original sin just recognized its user. Mana recovery jumped 144%, and that mana density is only increasing. His mana now leans toward the darkness. This power surge depends entirely on how many adjacent sins he can gather. More mortal sins mean more broken skills. As the tree glowed, our protagonist sent a silent message to Cain, his soul's other half, the father of the other half of his soul. He promised to protect Emmy and the Cromwells, telling Cain to finally rest in peace. He'll avenge every injustice. He swears it. Meanwhile, the Emperor cleaned his blade, questioning Viscount Marwelton, his head of intelligence, about their progress. Did they find the original sin? The Viscount looked confused, swearing they searched every one of Cain's belongings before he died. The Emperor spun around, screaming, "You useless piece of trash. Some intelligence chief you are." He obviously entrusted it to a relative. Sooner or later, they will come looking for revenge. The intelligence chief quickly pivoted, declaring he would investigate the Cromwell family even more thoroughly from now on. The Emperor noted that a Cromwell was already here, but told him not to rush. He would give them more time. With a deep bow, the subordinate listened as the Emperor ordered the search to continue. They should start with a deadly sin. What about the Sephir cult? He was certain they held one of the sins required to summon a literal god. Lamar reported suspicious movements, suggesting they were gathering a massive crowd for the Sephir invocation ceremony very soon. The Emperor smiled. Excellent. Keep a close eye on every single one of them. Deep in the sewers, Piet Coven asked if the team understood the festival's importance this year. Quasar gave a confident yes. They had prepared everything from the guard rotations to every possible entry and exit point. They even mapped the underground chambers beneath the arena. They will need a mountain of victims to summon Lord Zapar himself. Piet covered his face, smiling like a maniac. This was absolutely excellent work. If this works, he would introduce Quasar to some interesting girls, or even himself. Terrified, Quasar shouted, "That won't be necessary." He simply asked his brothers and sisters from the academy for backup. His superior noted how impressive these kids were. Speaking of kids, he had not mentioned a certain worthy candidate. Did he manage to recruit her yet? The student knew he meant Bib Van. He had spoken to her personally, but she did not show even a shred of interest. She claimed she had already found her spiritual support. Piat just sighed. A pity, truly, but so be it for now. Regardless, he expected to handle every single detail of the plan all by himself. After all, he had massive plans to execute and would stay very busy. Meanwhile, our protagonist was back in his room, studying the system. It listed his traits. Dual core, unique. Evolution status, also unique. Epic illumination, original sin. Talents, black magic and necromancy rare. But his elemental water magic, still weak. Rare potion making, plus exceptional combat and movement. He realized a whole week had passed since visiting the Cromwell mansion. He had been worried that original sin might cause some chaos, but thankfully, nothing had happened yet. Walking to the window, he realized that knowing Cain's secret only made him more worried about Emi's safety. If it were not for the dangerous events currently brewing at the academy, he would have much rather stayed by her side. Staring at the distant arena, he knew the Zapar cult would attack there. Who knows how many people they will slaughter in their reckless attempt to summon an ancient, evil god. He has to wipe them out before innocent people start getting hurt. Protecting the playable characters is the only way to beat this game. He does not expect much, but maybe they have the codex. He will have to check. He summoned Nicole, noticing she had grown quite a bit since receiving that original sin. He suggested they keep training. Suddenly, a brilliant aura flashed, and his jaw dropped when a new window appeared. Codex of the Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The original sin detected diligent sloth, leaving our protagonist absolutely stunned. The message said pure original sin was now linked to diligent sloth, granting massive buffs to all his basic skills. He could not quite wrap his head around this bizarre, overwhelming sensation. Then it hit him. The original sin had officially recognized Nicole as the embodiment of sloth. Maybe it was because he had been carrying her around for so long. The the system announced. Original sin finished growing, and that old connection? It is history. Check out these insane new stats. Nicole, Ghost of Sloth, a 5th grade undead healing lifeform. Mana capacity, off the charts with 13 unique traits. System alert. Sword master skills and the Apocalypse Codex are active. Mana recovery is at 88% through Sloth. Mana sensitivity is at 66%. Special skills are on a 6-day cooldown. Safely tucked in storage for now. Sloth pays off. The undead didn't change, but those stats hit the roof. The team suggests a little victory celebration. Cancel today's training? Nicole just shakes her head. The grind never stops for her. Our hero hits the streets where those shady cultists usually hunt for new recruits. Time to go undercover. Wait, something's off. No familiar recruiters in sight. But then, he spots a recognizable face. It's Quasar. Think about it. If this student shows up right before a terrorist strike, he's definitely in on it. Time to shadow him. He slips down a sewer hatch and finds a girl staring back in total shock. Zero hesitation. He drops from above and takes her out. The cult is clearly prepping for a massive assault. He summons the squad. Nicole, follow me. Timur, stay here and keep eyes on everything. The plan is set. He and the skeleton soldier charge straight into the fray. Meanwhile, Khazar is admiring the view. Hauling these explosives wasn't easy, but installation will barely take a single day. Looks like tomorrow's ceremony is a go. He's already tasting that promotion for his hard work. Suddenly, slash. A cultist's head goes flying. Panic hits as they realize they're being attacked from the shadows. The student screams that there's a spy. Eliminate him now, he yells, desperate to save the operation. The cultists swarm like flies, but our guy is on another level. He carves through them with total ease. Quasar grabs his blade, screaming they're useless. But before he can even blink, his head is off his shoulders. Nicole finished him without a second thought. Our hero watches, realizing his summon just got way more lethal. Her blade work is as impressive as ever. He sighs, thinking the situation is finally resolved. If only. Time to pack up the bombs. Call Timur. Suddenly, the heavy hitter crashes into the water nearby. What an entrance. Piat shows up, holding the student's head with horror. He finished his business early. Very bad timing for us. He looks at the boy. Then, Piat turns his icy gaze toward our hero. Did you kill this child? Our hero is frozen. This shouldn't be happening. His opponent smiles a dark look that says, "You're finished." He tips his hat, a manic grin spreading. "Sorry, kid," he says. "I might have let myself go." This guy is a cult high-ranking official. A mid-game powerhouse with strength that rivals Laura's absolute domain. Total trouble. Piat tosses his cape back with a warning. "This will hurt, kid. Better tense those muscles. This doesn't look good at all." Our hero can feel the overwhelming danger. This guy makes AB look like a joke. Even with Timur and Nicole, he's the ultimate physical threat. His skills buff his muscles and raw power. Slashing or hitting him is like attacking a solid brick wall. Piat's already transformed his body. He doesn't care who he's fighting. He's not holding anything back today. The air turns heavy. Our hero knows the strike is coming, and the monster lunges. Battle on. Timur charges in, grabbing the attacker's arms, while Nicole rains down a flurry of sword strikes. Piat just laughs. That tickles. Our protagonist sees an opening and swings for the monster's exposed neck. Piat just smirks. "Why don't you lay down?" He delivers a kick that sends Timur flying backward. He's a blur, rushing forward. Our hero reaches for his blade, desperate to find some way to stop him. Nicole blocks the devastating punch, but then crack. Her steel sword shatters into a million pieces. Our protagonist knows he has to act right now. He accelerates, aiming a strike at the neck. But as he slows, he sees the monster already lunging back. He throws up an earth shield, but Piat smashes through it, slamming our hero hard into the dirt. Piat grabs him by the hair midair. Then comes a storm of powerful, lightning-fast blows to his body. He's gasping for air. Blood is streaming down his bruised face. Piat just stares with twisted admiration. He laughs, telling our hero that he's exactly his ideal type. The undead swarm, but Piat doesn't flinch. He pulls the student tighter, starting to crush the life out of him. He laughs at the cracking sounds. "I'm going to die here," our hero thinks. There has to be a way. That's when it happens. A system window flashes. The pure original sin is finally responding to its master's call. I had no idea what the price for this skill would be, but I didn't have a choice. I activated it. An aura flooded the room as blood from the corpses surged toward me. Piat stood there trembling, unable to understand that sound. He felt an ominous sensation as the blood approached. Terrified, He flew backward while the blood gathered around me. My entire body began to glow. The system announced a magic power amplification of 666%. Mana, sensitivity, casting speed, and recovery all 666%. I temporarily became a magic genius. Granted mental magic immunity, entering the transcendental state of sloth. Duration 66 seconds. I felt too lazy to even think. Moving was painful. I opened my eyes and flicked 2 fingers, casting an earth shield. My opponent looked on in shock. Suddenly, his hand was severed from his body and he screamed in confusion. What am I? I realized that even keeping my own heart beating was exhausting my soul. I launched several stones at him. He just covered his face and gave me a mocking laugh. Is that all? I muttered about what a pain this was. He asked what I said. I told him I needed to finish this and rest. Up in the arena, Bart sensed something was terribly wrong and turned around. The spectators watched the battle with delight while Bart stood there, wondering what he was sensing. He was certain he felt the aura of dark magic. It seemed his barrier was finally failing. Diane noticed his unease and asked what was wrong. He told her to stay still. Something important had occurred. Down in the sewers, I surrounded myself with rocks and summoned a stone spear. Piet was completely shocked. A stone spear. Just basic magic. A second later, sharp stones flew toward him. He just sneered. What kind of show is this? He expected something impressive. But this basic magic? These stones won't even leave a scratch on him. Right then, Nicole lunged with her sword. He snapped back, yelling about an ugly skeleton, then punched the undead down. He had asked, now what? Stones still surrounded me as he turned, mocking if a few hits could kill him. Then Timur jumped him, pinning him down. I reached out my hand and gave a single mental command. Die. Countless stone spears launched forward, tearing right through my opponent's body. The system notified me that the sloth skill had ended. Immediately after, the massive recoil hit me. I collapsed instantly. The system warned I couldn't move or use any aura or mana. The burden was causing severe damage. Lying there on the cold floor, I realized how terrible this was. It felt like my body was being torn apart. But I had to get up. I had to win. The system withdrew my undead due to exhaustion. Apparently, I met the conditions to find an evolving specimen. I stared at the notification in total shock. It said Andreas had a 33% evolution rate with a deviation. I didn't understand what he wanted from me. Was the system giving me a parting gift for the grave? Using my last strength, I accepted it. Bart headed down into the sewers. Seeing the corpses, he realized these were members of the Zapar cult from Rotland. They definitely had something to do with that strange energy he sensed earlier, but the specifics didn't make any sense to think about right now. First, he needed to sweep the area. He activated his barrier and moved forward, sensing faint traces of black magic nearby. Moments later, he reached the spot. He looked around and caught the heavy scent of gunpowder. If this much powder exploded under the arena, his children and everyone else would be dead. He saw me and wondered why I was there. Looking closer, he realized the dark magic traces ended right where I was. This couldn't be right. The original sin of Cain had been inherited. Then, the system announced the end. Andreas's transformation was complete. I opened my eyes in shock. Evolution? I agreed. Sunlight from the window washed over my body. Bart was standing right there, next to my bed. He said my injuries were so severe that I should have died. Yet, I recovered almost entirely in only 2 weeks. I sat up, calling out Siralvin's name. Bart went silent, then asked what I was doing there. I had to be honest. I just asked, what? Bart wasted no time, diving straight into the incident at the sewers. I knew I had to keep it secret. I told him I stumbled onto a shady fight and got snatched. Bart pressed on. If I was captured, where were the others? Because I was alone when he arrived. I knew his game. No matter the question, my answer was always I do not know. An awkward silence filled the room before Bart finally snapped. What exactly are you hiding? I just closed my eyes. Like I said, I am not hiding a single thing. Bart remembered Cain's request to protect his kids. He decided it was smarter to focus on rounding up the Zapar cult pawns scattered throughout the city instead. Besides, he doubted a survivor like me had any real intel. Honestly, I was shocked he gave up, and just like that, he turned toward the door. He was actually just going to walk away. Our bet wasn't forgotten, was it? 1 week left, and he was genuinely looking forward to it. He knew exactly who I was. Yet, he let me walk. Why would he do that? Salem didn't seem to care if Bart knew the truth or not. Based on my vision at the Cromwell estate, I am certain Bart knows everything about me and my father's past. Suddenly, Diane and her brother burst in. She had heard I was badly hurt and looked worried sick. Carlos gave a casual wave, mentioning it had been way too long since we last spoke. I was stunned to see them. Diane just leaned back, admitting her father had filled her in on everything. Carlos flashed a smile, happy to see I was finally recovering. I thanked them for coming. Carlos sighed, saying how great it felt to have the three of us together again, just like old times. In my previous life, every attempt I made to save someone ended in failure. But this time, I looked them in the eye and said I was truly glad the three of us were back together. I realized it then. I finally had the power to protect the people I actually care about. Later that day, I walked through the streets while checking the morning news. I had to admit, Bach did a masterful job manipulating the media coverage. Headlines shouted that Carmen Region won the tournament, praising the authorities' preparations despite the massive amount of visitors. There was not a single word about the cult's terrorist attack. Not even a whisper. Totally expected. Considering a cult like that infiltrated the academy, it made sense. I tucked my tablet away and kept moving. I wondered why the original sin had been so silent lately. But for now, I could not afford to worry about what already happened. When I reached the tower, a worker was already there waiting for me. He told me I was early and that Sir Bart was waiting for me. I just followed him inside. After heading up the stairs, we stopped in front of a heavy door. The worker turned and informed the tower master that I had arrived. Bart told us to come in. He was right on time. Then, he asked me to show him the potion. Bart was acting like nothing happened in the sewers. Whose side was he on? The Emperor or my father? Bart uncapped the potion and took a few sips. He cleared the side effects instantly, just like before. I gave a bow and confirmed it. He recognized the work immediately, calling it a pretty bold move to even try it. Then I handed him a second one that cleared the side effects of the first. Bart was absolutely floored. Wait, he brought 2 potions? And in such a short time? That's just completely impossible. I told him it was all thanks to the materials and his moral support. But looking at him, I was surprised. He could have finished it fast, but he made me wait. How incredibly rude. Fine, I won the bet. He told me to head to the warehouse for my reward. Magic symbols appeared, and I could actually see the spell forming. Suddenly, we were in the warehouse. Bart smiled and told me to take whatever I wanted. I looked around and thanked him. This place was packed with incredible items. The warehouse was massive. As I browsed, the system identified a special snack box filled with magical music. The music was pure mana. The longer you listened, the stronger you would eventually become. Matera's pocket watch could store 500 units of mana. Every item here was easily worth over 10 million bill. Then, I spotted it. Galaxer. A sealed sword with a mana conductivity of 73%. It was a named item I had only heard about in the game. I never imagined a master would keep a blade like this. I gripped the hilt and made my choice. This was the blade I wanted. Bart looked at me like I was crazy. He just couldn't understand my choice. He found this sword in some dungeon and claimed it was worthless junk. But I was sure. This was my reward. He called me stubborn just like my old man. There were legendary items everywhere. But I knew what I was doing. I was certain. Bart warned me. Don't come crying to me later, he said. Fine by me. Then he handed over some letters from his coat. The Imperial Seal? What is inside these? It was official word from His Majesty regarding the Cromwell family status and rank. He kept it safe while I was in a coma. The second? A letter of recommendation. Bart saw my interest in swordsmanship and suggested a place to truly master the blade. Later that night, I studied the documents while Nishal trained hard right behind me. Andreas was supposed to be stripped of his title for his pathetic and inappropriate behavior, but thanks to heavy backing from Duke Klossel and my own recent wins, he got lucky. His downfall was delayed. For now, he still has 1 more year. This was not a reward for my service. It was a clear threat from the Emperor. I told Emmy to stay alert, then ripped that trash letter to pieces in pure rage. Then I looked at Bart's second letter. A simple introduction? Or something more? I had to deliver this to an old man at the specified hidden location. If he recognizes the letter, he might teach me his secrets. The map looked familiar. The Shroon. This is it. The home of the legendary swordmaster. A true titan. Without this letter, I would never get near him. Bart really came through for me. But wait. I remember there being something else very interesting around this area. I stood up. Since I am on vacation, it is time to go hunting for intel. In the canyons, a massive beetle appeared. 1 stone spear was all it took. The rewards for taking down these Pyop monsters are honestly massive and worth the fight. My aura and mana were merging. Then, The system screen flashed right before me. The vessel trait was working. The barrier between my energy centers? Completely gone. Aura and mana can now transform freely. This is the perfected version of the transfer skill. My total energy pool is so deep, I do not even need to switch anymore. It feels like my strength will never run out. I am becoming truly unstoppable. I started carving the beast. I was not letting a single part go to waste. Desrune lives at the peak of Mount Clayton, right in the heart of the monster zone. But first, there is a secret giant lair nearby. I need that warrior corpse. I finished gathering the organs and tossed the bag to my undead servant. Time to go. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the rocks nearby. I froze and listened. Mask on. I jumped the ridge and found a dying leopard man. Potion time. Can you hear me? What happened here? I asked as he choked on his pain. He was in agony. The Emperor discriminates, but these tribes are born warriors. These guys are master fighters. So who could have beaten him this badly and brutally? I felt a presence behind me and took its head in one lightning swing. A flying beetle? Only Ranox, the lord of insects, can command creatures like these. His swarm can level a village. He is clearly looking for the treasure too. The leopard man struggled to his feet, clutching his wounded and bleeding stomach. The insects. They are attacking my village. He wheezed out in absolute pain. Ranox is hunting the lunapalled crystal. Lead the way, I said. I will help you. The leopard man was torn. Was it worth bringing this mysterious stranger home after that brutal attack? Our hero saw right through him. Deciding was on the leopard now. He certainly wasn't acting like an enemy. Desperate, the beastman finally gave in. Please, he begged. You have to save my village. Seconds later, they're moving. Timur sprints ahead with a leopard man on his back, catching our hero off guard. Wait, is this the same way he was heading? Guess we'll find out soon. They've already arrived at the scene. From the ridge, they look down at a nightmare. A swarm of insects is absolutely tearing that village apart. This place a cave with a giant's corpse. In the original game, this village was wiped out by Ranox. Time to work. As promised, he's clearing these bugs. He focuses his mana and unleashes a dark spell. System alert. Basic necromancy. Summon ghoul. 63 potential corpses detected in the immediate area. Skill level too low. He only pulls 24. But for these common insect ghouls, that is more than enough. 24 undead rise. Instantly, it's a bloodbath between ghouls and beetles, finished off by a massive corpse explosion. The leopard man can only stare in pure shock, as those giant beetles are blown into green mist. Chaos everywhere. A mother leopard, clutching her baby, runs for her life, while frozen in total terror. A massive beetle lunges at her, but Timur's there. He intercepts the monster, sinking his teeth into its shell. One brutal rip, and it's over. Nickel joins in too, his blade carving through the remaining monsters like butter. Nearby, Ranox watches in disbelief. Who is this guy? He was just here for Master Jester's mortal sins. Ranox realized he was outmatched. It was time to get the hell out of there, and fast. Not so fast. Our hero's blade is already at his throat. He knew Ranox would be lurking nearby. The dark mage is panicked. How does he know my name? Why attack a fellow user of the black arts? Our lead cuts to the chase as Jester hunting mortal sins. Ranox's face says it all. He's totally busted. Answer the questions, or lose a hand. Our hero isn't playing around. It's time to squeeze for the truth. He bets Ranox is after a specific crystal. Could that item actually be one of the mortal sins? Ranox had to think fast. He could die right here, or spill everything to save his own skin. Still silent? Our hero asks if he should just take this silence as a literal death wish. Wait, Ranox screams, reaching out. He'll talk. He hands over a list, leads on the potential mortal sins. He hands over the intel. Our lead takes the papers, finally sheathing his sword. Talk about a tense exchange. He scans the sheets. Some of these items look strange, even he hasn't seen things like this before. The documents mention mysterious treasures from the deep sea, set to be auctioned off in the city of Muriel. That's the one, the closest thing to a mortal sin. Next stop, the port city of Muriel. Ranox looks up, hoping for a shred of mercy. Is he actually going to let the mage go? Nope. He drives his sword through the mage's chest. Thanks for the info. Now your body is for experiments. The auction is coming up soon. As soon as things settle here, it's straight to Muriel for the prize. A bit later, the village elder approaches our hero, clutching a glowing crystal tightly in her hand. She thanks the young man for saving them. We can't repay you fully, but please, take this lunapt crystal. He turns it down. The elder is stunned, but he just points to the cave behind them instead. The other leopards get defensive immediately. Does this human just want to steal their precious mine too? Typical human greed, right? But the elder ignores them and gives our hero permission to enter the cave. One leopard is fuming. Saving us or not? Letting a human into the mine is going way too far. The elder snaps back. Without him, the village would be ashes. What good is a mine without people? Relax, our hero tells them. He couldn't care less about their mine. The elder is completely baffled. Then why go in? He promises to explain everything once they're inside. Stick around, this gets interesting. They enter the dark cave. He runs his hand along the rough stone wall, searching for a sign. The elder sees nothing but rock, but our hero knows better. He orders Timur to smash it down. One massive blow, and the wall crumbles. The elder can't believe it. This tiger warrior's strength is absolutely terrifying. It's not safe, the leopard screams. His companion agrees they need to get the elder out of there immediately. The old woman gasped. All those crystals. But that wasn't what he was after at all. Our hero turns away. He knows the value of those gems, but they don't interest him. She can't believe her ears. So what? He points right at a massive stone statue. That is his true prize. The leopards are baffled. A giant statue? He offers them every crystal if they just leave him in peace for a little while. As tribal chief, she demands to know why. What could he possibly want with that old thing? He tells her to relax. If he wanted to wipe them out, he would have done it long ago. The leopard is fuming. Savior or not, that is an insult. But the old woman raises her hand to stop him. She places a hand on her chest. Since he didn't use force, she will choose to trust him, but she wonders. He is the first to make a promise. Will he actually keep his word? Finally, he's alone. Since this ancient giant is long gone, he decides it's better to turn the corpse into a powerful ghoul. He begins the ritual of basic necromancy. System alert. A corpse is found, but his skill level is way too low. The necromancy attempt fails instantly. He sheds his extra clothes and realizes this won't be easy. He stretches, vowing to make this titan his, no matter how long it takes. He casts the skill again and again, but the system keeps spitting out the same error. A week of non-stop effort later, he's on his knees in total despair. Every single attempt has ended in failure. Is it time to quit? This place isn't a secret anymore, and there's no guarantee the giant will be here when he returns. One last shot. It's time to pour in every drop of mana. It's all or nothing now. He activates the skill again. He is not done yet. He will keep pushing until it works. Suddenly, success. Basic necromancy works. A mythic titan ghoul has been summoned from the depths of death itself. The corpse quality was off the charts, adding massive bonus effects. It's reached the absolute maximum level. The class evolves. He can now channel the original spirit. This is a true mythic grade undead, inheriting traits from its life. Titan champion ghoul. Mythic undead. Class 6. Mana 3733. Monster strength. Indomitable will. The giant slams its massive weapon into the earth and kneels before its master. It's terrifying. He's now the only one capable of commanding a member of the legendary giant tribe. Hordes of enemies? Not a problem anymore. Thank goodness all that hard work finally paid off. Back at the office, Jester is working when a fly trapped in a glass jar suddenly explodes. He stares in shock. Ranox is dead. But whatever, he has plenty of other pawns to use. Suddenly, Raven flies in with a message. His Imperial Highness wants an audience with him immediately. Jester nods. Tell him I will be there shortly, he says. I have something important to report. Later, our main character scales the mountain to find Master Desrun casually eating potatoes. He asks if the Empire sent him. He pulls out a letter. I am here on the personal recommendation of Duke Alvin, he explains. The Master is stunned. Bart sent you? And just like that, the training begins. This Master's aura is insane, even more crushing than Salem's. How can this just be a test? Desrun notices his hesitation. What's wrong? Didn't I say you could have the first strike? He's using wooden sticks? It's clear the Master isn't taking this fight, or his opponent seriously at all. He has to win. In a flash, he lunges forward, aiming a heavy blow at the Master, but Desrun dodges like it's nothing. I've already seen everything you've got, he remarks. He grabs his hand. Pure swordsmanship isn't what you need. This weak style based on tricks won't work. He spins his student through the air. Your moves are far too obvious. You're fast, but you're totally blind to your opponent's intent. It all comes down to a lack of experience. And with that, he slams him down. Day 1 on Mount Clayton, practicing swords. Day 7, still eating nothing but potatoes for dinner. Day 15, dodging heavy logs. Day 22, The master is literally trying to choke him out. Day 27, he slices through solid rock. By day 33, it's full combat. The master notices his growth. Suddenly, the master spins, catching him in the gut with a sharp elbow. He's blown back. Getting distracted is a rookie mistake, but the master respects his burning desire to improve. He had never once complained. Suddenly, a sharp current of mana grazed his cheek. Andreas smirked. Even a master swordsman has his blind spots. Next time, it won't be so easy. The master initially thought he was clumsy, but once that aura was unleashed, his skill was truly undeniable. It was pure instinct. His talent was off the charts. Luis even mentioned his upcoming entry into Rodlin. Seeing their combat would be absolutely legendary. Eventually, our protagonist wakes up in total shock. The master asks if he has finally awakened that hidden sword art. Could he replicate it? He was stunned. Before getting beaten half to death, he only acted out of pure desperation. Desrune was impressed. He decided to finally teach him real swordsmanship and the basics of aura control. Andreas thanked him, beaming with joy. They eventually reached a massive tree. The master explained that aura must wrap the blade like a sheath before attacking. With a few precise strikes, the trunk was completely shattered. Our hero watched the spectacle, completely speechless. The master added that while this is basic, it can evolve into devastating explosions or cutting waves. It all depends on him. The protagonist couldn't believe how easy it was to cut through something that massive. The master then explained that infusing aura into the body would grant him godlike speed. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the boy. This mystical Laura technique is the peak of aura manipulation, pushing physical limits to the absolute maximum. Coat your body or your blade. It makes them unstoppable. But that is for later. For now, he must focus on his sword art. The protagonist imitated the move against the tree. Desrune encouraged him, telling him not to break his rhythm. He pushed himself. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Conditions met. You and I know what that means. Evolution target detected. Andreas possesses a rare talent for high-level combat, 30% evolution chance. He trained hard, but didn't expect his genius talent to hit the evolution requirements so soon. He swung his blade with a grin. This was the news he needed. He doubled his efforts. The master watched in awe, realizing this kid was even more of a monster than imagined. A talent like this? Simply unheard of. Neither Lewis nor the master himself were ever this strong at his age. With the right guidance, he would definitely shine brighter than anyone else. Enough for today. Time to eat. The master offered to cook some potatoes for his new disciple. A single potato? Our hero was annoyed until it hit him. He just called me his disciple. The master noticed his face. Do you hate it? No, he replied, not at all. As they ate, he wondered why Deshran finally accepted him as an apprentice after a full month. Suddenly, the master handed him a book, a gift he had to take. He wrote it while living in seclusion. Andreas was confused. Why give it to him now? The system identified it as the Soulless Sword. It contained every secret of Desher's legendary martial arts. This was his master's ultimate legacy. It was just as valuable as Morn's legendary notes on black magic. Does this mean he can master the legendary Soulless Sword technique? The master burst out laughing. Did he really hate the training that much? He enjoyed teaching, but realized something important. Sometimes, hovering too close can actually stifle a genius, especially one with a body overflowing with aura. He needs this book to find his own unique path. It finally sank in. The master swordsman had truly accepted him. Then, Shrun stood up. Now that the training was complete, it was time. Time to leave the mountain. Staying here any longer would only make his skills grow dull. Heading to the Southern Kingdom Alliance, Andreas realized they were going in completely opposite directions. Farewell, master. But get this, as night falls, we see Benjamin Inocuous stumbling through the darkness, starving and barely able to move. How long had he been walking? His grandfather and the entire village were gone. He was the only one left. He collapsed, wondering what to do. As the rain began to fall, I approached the helpless boy. I told him I couldn't believe my eyes. Was this really Benjamin? I never expected to find a major game character in a place like this. He is a master with the legendary Sword Lord skill, carrying the demon blade Reuben that was sealed in his village for years. Seeing him here could only mean one thing. His village was already wiped out in the game's story. He somehow survived, thanks to that cursed sword. There was no way I could just ignore this encounter. In the end, I want these game characters to owe me a major favor. Later, by the forest fire, Benjamin's eyes snapped open in a daze. I asked if he was finally awake. He screamed, demanding to know who I was. I offered him food and told him to stay calm. If I wanted to hurt him, he wouldn't be breathing. He needs to eat and find his strength first. That sword is clearly important to him. He needs to be strong just to carry it, right? Memories of his grandfather made him break down in tears. Watching him cry, I couldn't help but think of Shui. He is just as sensitive as he was in the game. I asked how much longer I should offer him food. He finally reacted and took it, eating quite well. I told him to drink another potion to recover faster. He thanked me with tears in his eyes. I started to smile, but my expression shifted immediately as I sensed the presence of someone else nearby. I stood up and noted they didn't look like beggars. It was rude of them to watch us eat from the sidelines. Benjamin's mouth hung open in shock. Those acolytes quickly realized I had a very sharp tongue. Benjamin was furious. He recognized those people on the cliff as the ones who killed his girlfriend. He grabbed his sword. It was obvious they were the same monsters who had attacked his village. If I remember correctly, these guys are the acolytes, a group of orphans raised by Jester as his personal assassins. They remind me of myself in my past life, elite magic users. Once they master their aura, Jester grants them a special mask for their skills. You can only feel pity for them. But there is no reasoning with them, so I will have to take them down. Benjamin grit his teeth, clutching his demon blade. He swore he would handle them himself. He is their target. The acolytes charged, mocking his pride. They told him to give up and hand over the sword. He swung his blade, pushing back several assassins who tried to protect themselves with magic. They swarmed him again, but Benjamin blocked their strikes with that heavy demon sword. He counterattacked, crushing one opponent with a single, massive blow from his weapon. I watched from the side. This is exactly what I expected from the game's youngest prodigy. However, I don't get how they managed to wound him so badly in the original game. Something bad is coming. I crushed the enemies with lightning. I needed to end this fight fast. The acolytes were stunned. They tried to target me, but I crushed them with lightning-fast strikes. Benjamin just stared at me. I could tell he thought the whole thing was simply incredible. How could I handle the scum that ruined his village so easily? He wondered who I really was. I sheathed my blade. That was the last of them. He wondered if he could have saved his village with my strength. I asked if he was okay. He shouted back a nervous yes. Then he looked at me with pure admiration. I just smiled. Why is he staring like that? His attitude changed completely after seeing my skill. I introduced myself as Andreas, Count of the Cromwell family. He introduced himself too. I knew he was being followed. Did he even have a place to go? He scratched his head and couldn't answer. I knew the other main characters would be entering the academy very soon. It was time to visit them and keep an eye on him. I asked if he wanted me to teach him swordsmanship. He looked at me, stunned. It would be a crime to let talent like his go to waste. I told him to join the academy and I would write him a recommendation letter. He looked down, admitting he had no money. I told him he would have my full sponsorship too. All that was left was deciding on the academy. Our hero just crossed his arms and made it clear. He's got the cash. Benjamin bowed low, shouting that he would pay back every bit of this kindness one day. A bit later, we see him checking his tablet. Looks like Benjamin successfully got into Mona's academy. On the screen, a message from Benjamin. He is incredibly grateful for the recommendation and all the support. He has massive potential as a swordsman and dreams of becoming as strong as his legendary patron. Andreas knows that with talent like that, the kid will have absolutely zero issues. He just needs to train hard. Andreas will handle the rest with an infinite supply of gold. Studying the screen, he realizes it is time. The real goal now? Preparing for the Muriel auction. He pings Carlos on the chat. Plain and simple. He wants in on the Muriel auction tonight. Carlos has one specific question. Anything specific you are after? Don't worry about the invite, my father can pull some strings for us. Andreas sends his thanks. See you tomorrow then. Man, it really pays to have friends in high places. Time to head out. Their next target? A deadly sin hidden in the world's most lawless district. At the temple, Jester is fuming. Where is that demon sword? Reuben, the acolyte stammers. The kid escaped with it. They sent hunters, but nobody has come back yet. You let it slip away? That blade isn't just a weapon, it massively boosts every magical stat. He wanted to study that edge and mass-produce weapons based on its dark power. The demon blade Reuben was the key to making his personal army unstoppable. He thought it was already his. To think such a prize slipped through his fingers so easily, crushing a monster's head. Jester barks an order. Send Gosun to the auction to back up Alb. The acolyte is shaking. Jester does not care, he needs that crown, no matter the cost. Later, at Muriel Port, the biggest event in the district, the Night of Flowing Gold. Our hero, hidden behind a mask. His target is the deadly sin. But hey, why not grab more loot? He checks the listings. The White Nightmare Sword, a legendary blade with insane mana conductivity. If he wins, it is a gift for Benjamin. Carlos notices him staring and whispers behind his mask. So the rumors were actually true? Andreas plays it off as a gift. Carlos scoffs. 20 million won't cut it. 50? Maybe? Andreas starts sweating. Why pay more? Why overspend when you can get a deal? But the bidding is just starting. The auctioneer shouts it out. Current bid is 23 million. And it's gone. Sold for 23 million. Carlos admits that is not bad. Andreas was actually pretty close with his final estimate. Now, the auctioneer moves to the next lot, a map no scientist could crack. Andreas? He nearly falls out of his seat. He knows this. It is the secret map to the Red Dragon's tomb. In the game, this was just an Easter egg. He never expected it to be real. He needs those dragon remains. Starting price? A cool 2 million. Andreas places his bid. The final price hits 5 million. He is grinning now. With a dragon on his side, he will be stronger than a nation. The encrypted map is sold for 5 million. He pumps his fist. Pure victory. But nearby, Alb is watching them with heavy suspicion. Who are these guys? They have got deep pockets, but whatever, let them celebrate. The crown is the only thing that matters. The more they spend now, the better. Next up, a rechargeable teleport scroll. Go anywhere, anytime. Absolute game changer. This item is limited to only 2 uses every single day. Our protagonist didn't hesitate, immediately placing his bid using the tablet. Next was an ancient alchemy device. Our hero decided to buy it instantly, bidding with his tablet. Carlos was absolutely stunned. Does this guy even think before he spends? The auctioneer in the top hat announced it was time for today's final legendary lot. Even he was baffled by this deep-sea relic. Presenting it as the Lord of the Seas, a system window appeared. The purest original sin just discovered a new power, greed. One look and he knew he needed it. Starting price? 1 billion. Minimum bid? 10 million. Andreas was completely floored by the scale of this insane news. Why is the price so absurd? If I had my potion income, I'd feel much safer bidding. Carlos noticed his reaction and asked if he really wanted this object too. Our hero hesitated, saying he'd try, but might quit. Carlos simply said he'd buy it for him. He asked why, and Carlos pointed out how he saved them in those filthy sewers. Our protagonist just shrugged, saying everything back then happened way too fast. Andreas wondered how much Carlos knew. Meanwhile, Carlos smiled, ready to show off his family's wealth. The Alvin family still had deep pockets, but Olive knew Jester's wealth could easily crush them. In no time at all, the price rocketed from 2 billion to 7 billion. Our heroes thought the price was already insane. Then, the auctioneer announced they'd hit 10 billion. Carlos jumped out of his seat. Now things were finally starting to get interesting. The protagonist watched him with a smile. As always, Carlos just loves to compete. Since it's come to this, he better win. That way, I won't be in debt. The auctioneer was losing his mind. 50 billion. Is there anyone else willing to go higher? Carlos slammed down 70 billion with a grin. Olive countered instantly with 90 billion. 100 billion. Olive started laughing nervously, wondering if he should even keep going. He remembered Jester's order. He had to win this lot no matter the final price. Master is rich, but this is too much. He needed to ask for a limit, but time ran out. The auctioneer thanked the crowd. The Lord of the Seas just sold for 100 billion. Josen, Jester's servant, just laughed. He told Olive that he had completely ruined everything. Olive was shocked to see him. Josen crossed his arms. His master knew he'd messed this up. If he'd won at that price, Jester would have buried him alive. Consider this a mercy. Go back and wait for orders. Now, enjoy your little victory before you all die. Carlos just worried about the scolding he'd get at home. Plus, he was starving. Let's find some food. Our hero realized Carlos was truly flexing the power of the Alvin name. A moment later, Carlos was laughing, telling the protagonist that the crown actually looked great. Andreas watched them treat the ancient relic like a toy. Well, buyer's privilege, I guess. Time for a toast. Our hero thanked him for all the help during the auction. One sip, and he felt it. Thanks to Carlos, he finally had greed in his hands. Everything seemed calm. It didn't look like their enemies were going to make a move yet. Then boom, the doors were blown wide open. Carlos screamed, asking who these intruders were. Spoke too soon. Josen walked in, demanding the crown in exchange for a painless death. This couldn't be worse. It was Josen, the demon sword, Jester's most loyal shadow. He can't use mystic arts, but his aura? That makes him a total monster in combat. He was always too talented for his own good, eventually leaving his mentor for the underworld. Now he's Jester's top dog. Andreas warned Carlos that things just got incredibly dangerous. They needed a way out. But Josen wasn't letting anyone escape his men tonight. Masked mercenaries lunged from the shadows, but our hero and his friend made a desperate leap through the window. Josen just smirked, warning them to work harder. He didn't want to get bored. The hunt was officially on. Deep in the riverside forest, Carlos insisted they would be safe if they crossed the river. Then, near the boat, he explained that Muriel is a lawless port city, where the Emperor's power simply doesn't exist. But as soon as they leave, they will finally be safe. But Andreas had other plans. He told Carlos to go ahead alone and call for help. Carlos was confused, but Andreas knew they couldn't just keep running forever. Someone had to take a stand right now. It is too risky to stay together. It's easier for him to vanish alone. Carlos sighed another one of his reckless plans. He promised to bring help fast. Andreas thanked him, wishing for a quick reunion before they parted ways. Standing on the pier, Andreas felt a weight lift. Now that Carlos was safe, he didn't have to hold back anymore. Suddenly, Jester's mercenaries spotted him. They roared, demanding to know where his partner had vanished to. They knew he had the relic. Andreas didn't flinch. He told them if they wanted it, they'd have to take it. The mercenaries lost it. How dare this guy mock them? They charged, ready to tear him apart for his insolence. With one brutal strike, Andreas crushed the nearest foe. Then, he unleashed his real power. Josen watched, stunned. An undead summon, Ridrol's massive hand came crashing down. The mercenaries' screams were cut short by pure, absolute shock. Where did that titan come from? While they were paralyzed by fear, Andreas moved like a shadow, taking out the rest. Josen chuckled. This guy wasn't just a master of the dark arts, he had another secret. His swordsmanship was top tier. Josen realized this stranger was very interesting and clearly familiar with his own lethal style. He launched a heavy strike, but Andreas parried it perfectly. Now, Josen was curious. Who was this guy? Really? Andreas told him to guess. Furious, Josen blasted him back with raw force, calling him nothing but a rude brat. He recognized that blade from an ancient book. There was no way he'd let Andreas keep such a legendary weapon. Andreas realized Josen was on a different level than Piotr. He considered using his sloth ability, but the backlash would be brutal. Josen grinned, his mind made up. That sword was going to look perfect in his private collection. Andreas scoffed. Calling it a collection? He was nothing more than a delusional thief with a massive ego. Josen's rage flared. Andreas just summoned more undead, challenging the villain to try and take the blade if he could. He figured if his enemy relied on stolen items, he'd just have to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Josen laughed. Watching his own fallen men rise as undead was actually entertaining. This guy was the real deal. A successful necromancer is a rare sight. To end this, Josen drew Ganos the legendary Demon Slayer sword. Andreas felt the shift in the air. Was that really a weapon designed specifically to kill the undead? Josen noted that if he captured these corpses too, Master Jester would be beyond pleased with the haul. Andreas calculated his remaining strength. This was a war of attrition now. He ordered the undead to swarm the villain. Josen just smiled, swinging his blade. Did Andreas really think some common zombies could take him down? To Andreas's horror, his undead summons were ripped to shreds with a single, devastating swing. He barely held his ground while Timur tried to flank. Josen just mocked them. The undead are easy, mindless targets. Suddenly, Nickel and Timur coordinated a strike. Josen barely leapt away in time, narrowingly escaping the pincer attack. He admitted they moved well. Andreas focused his mana. Josen might be fast, but how would he dodge this? High above, Ridrol appeared out of nowhere. He prepared a crushing blow that would shatter the ground itself. He gripped a massive sword with both hands. Josen just grinned and summoned Farang. Andreas's heart sank. Not the magic sword, Farang. That cursed blade absorbs the user's own strength to multiply its destructive power. He blocked the giant's strike, laughing as the magic sword's power surged. Andreas realized this was a curse. It was trying to drain Ridrol's massive power. This was the worst possible opponent for his summons. Josen sneered. A giant's corpse, right? He thanked Andreas for providing him with such an incredible boost. The remaining undead rushed in, but they were obliterated in one clean sweep. Absolute destruction. He even thanked him for killing those other mercenaries. They were just annoying, complaining trash he wanted gone anyway. They were just subordinates. Andreas's blood boiled. If Timur or Nickel took a direct hit from that Ganos blade, it was game over. Josen's smile widened. Now that the distractions were gone, It was time for the real fun to begin. Nickel lunges, but Josen flickers behind him. Let's start with the interesting skeleton, he sneers. It has been a long time since he used the sword breaker. This skeleton might actually be fun. Our main character panics. Those sword swaps are too fast. Nickel, do not let that blade touch you. Josen trades blows with Nickel before the rest of the team finally dives into the battle. Suddenly, Timur lunges with a ground-shaking strike. Josen barely dodges. A pity, he mocks. That was too close. Without Timur, the main character or Nickel would have been sliced in half. Nickel lost his left arm, and his blade is shattered. Josen sighs. Fun is over. Let's finish this. An undead warrior capable of using aura? Andreas watches the scene, absolutely disgusted by this monster. There is no other choice. He must use the sloth skill. He orders Nickel to retreat, but the skeleton stays put. I said, fall back. The hero screams. Josen just smirks. Seems your skeleton has more spine than you do. Never show weakness. Suddenly, the system pings Nickel, a legendary, wants to use sloth. They would share a cooldown. Should he do it? It hits him. He completely forgot that Nickel could tap into the sloth skill too. Sloth comes with agonizing pain. Since Nickel cannot feel anything, letting him take the hit is the better move. Josen is out of tricks. He points his blade, ready to put an end to this duel right now. Without warning, Nickel charges with a broken sword. Josen is confused. What is your plan now? The hero strikes from the flank to distract him. Josen blocks it. Impressive swordplay for a mage, he grunts, but it is too weak. Just then, Timur slams down a massive blow, forcing the enemy to fall back. Josen is losing his cool. That cat is a nightmare, he snarls. I am killing that pet first. But get this right then. Nickel triggers sloth. Josen freezes. Wait, what is happening right now? This terrifying aura from an undead? One hit is overflowing with power. He was not out of aura? Impossible. That is a mystic aura technique. Andreas is relieved, but even he is shocked by Nickel's power. He actually survived the ultimate move. Josen stands there, stunned. His legendary weapon is completely pulverized. Timur pounces again, but Josen dodges by a hair. Guinos, he screams, calling for his true blade. This is it. The main character and Timur combine their strength for one final, earth-shattering strike on Josen. The hero settles into a combat stance. End of the line. Josen just grins. Finally joining the party, our protagonist lunges forward. He needs to finish this before the enemy has any chance to recover. Josen remembers his mentor. Desrune always said the sword is just a tool, the last thing on your mind. Back then, he did not get it. How could the sword not be the most important part of swordsmanship? It seemed obvious if two warriors are equally skilled, the one with better gear wins every single time. But Desrune disagreed. That is only true for the weak, he would say. For commoners, gear is everything. Between aura masters, victory is not about the steel. It is about your enlightenment on the path. If your soul is weaker than your opponent's, they could kill you with nothing but a wooden stick. Both of them had the raw talent required to become true masters of aura. But relying too much on magical items? That is the fastest way to ruin your own potential. Josen opens his eyes and smiles at Nickel. An undead using mystic techniques with a broken sword? Maybe the old man was right. He looks at the main character. Were you trained by Desrune? I was, our hero admits. Josen laughs. No wonder he smells that familiar master on your blade. A bit later, Carlos gathers the survivors. They are finally getting ready to head back home. Suddenly, a hand splashes onto the boat. The main character crawls out of the water, looking wrecked. I thought I was a goner, he gasps. Pull me up faster. Carlos just stares in total shock. He grabs his hand and hauls him in. How on earth did you swim all this way? Andreas coughs. Enemies were everywhere, and had to lose them and swim for my life. Carlos tracks them down. The team tries to calm everyone down. Relax, guys, the danger is over. We are finally safe. Carlos senses something, a massive aura nearby. He looks at the hero and reaches a final conclusion. What? The hero asks. Carlos eyes his soaking wet, green hair. Now I see why they call you Mudhead. Back in the cave, I finally made my decision. I finished sewing the arm onto the undead. Josen's arm, let's see if it actually moves. Once Nickel's arm was fixed, the system window popped up. Nickel, legendary rank, with a 32% chance to evolve. But there was a catch. A possible deviation in the evolution process. Did I want to start? My surviving fighter was also legendary, with an 88% success rate. There was that warning again. Did I really want to risk this evolution? My growth after fighting Osan was huge. It was time to push Timur to the next level. The system confirmed it. My surviving fighter reached legendary status, and the evolution process was officially beginning. 342 hours left. I figured I would just focus on magic until the timer hit 0. I had research to do. Meanwhile, Jester was questioning why Morn's disciple had suddenly appeared at the temple. Charon brought up the rumors. Morn's disciple had been kicked out of the assembly entirely. Jester didn't hide a thing. He was the one who suggested the expulsion. In the first place, the assembly has no room for the unworthy. Charon yelled that it was not his fault. Jester pointed out that Charon had not brought in a single useful artifact or bit of research. In terms of actual merit, he was already falling way behind his own problematic student. He knew how much they needed that codex. If he wanted to stay, he had to prove it. Charon was desperate. Then Jester mentioned a mythical magic beast's habitat found near the Rotlin Academy. The creature, known as the Kushin, was lurking right on the Academy's doorstep. Charon could not believe it. A beast from the age of myths, appearing right now? It was a monster that dominated intelligent life, draining their strength through lesser, malevolent spirits. It was legendary. Jester offered to reveal its location and the secret to controlling its massive power. The catch? Once the beast was suppressed, he had to bring that troublesome student right to him. Charon realized Jester was fed up with Andreas. This worked out perfectly for his own goals. He could finally get rid of Andreas once and for all. I had been a thorn in his side, but now he could get the beast and finish me. Jester told him to keep it secret. Charon agreed. After all, the deal with Salem was everything now. He told himself it was just a teacher's duty to discipline a wayward student like me. The next day at Rotlin Academy, I realized something. I needed a much better place for my research. Things were moving along, but I had to be patient to see the real results. I just wanted to head back to the dorm and sleep. Then Lucia started screaming. Why was I ignoring her? She was mad about the tablet. I was exhausted, just walking back with a friend, trying to survive. Seeing Lucia and Vivian getting along was a surprise. Then Lucia asked if I had seen the news. A spirit had appeared in the dorm. Vivian seemed happy just to be near her savior me. I checked the tablet and froze. You and I both know this was a major game event. The screen warned about an unknown spirit haunting the Tuneric dormitories. They were closing the building for safety. Everyone had to check the list for their new temporary housing. If spirits were attacking students, it meant the Ancient Magic Beast event was starting way earlier than expected. But why now? This was not supposed to happen for another 6 months. Lucia noticed my face went pale. She started pestering me about which dorm I had been moved to. I told her the truth. I was assigned to the Gan dormitory. She beamed with joy. Lucky me, right? I would be living in the same building as her. I was not in the mood. I just needed to get to the dorms and figure things out. Time to pack. Lucia's expression shifted. She had to head there as well. Vivian insisted on coming along. Great. Vivian was smiling while Lucia looked absolutely disgusted. Later, at the Tuneric dorm, I turned to Vivian and asked if she had actually seen the spirit. Vivian only knew rumors. The magic department kept secrets. But she knew Professor Charon was the one pulling the string. Our hero realized his actions shifted the timeline. Now, the whole messed up situation finally made sense. Suddenly, a student appears before them. It's Dian. Her eyes are empty as she whispers this was all a mistake. He reaches out, but she flinches away. Dian tells him under her breath that he shouldn't even speak to her. Even Diane was a victim here. Remember, Rodland Academy has 2 mid-level bosses, and Charon is definitely one of them. In the original game, only one of them ever launched an attack on Kushin. Since the other boss is quiet, Charon is clearly the culprit. Andreas warns Diane that she just can't handle this. He tells her to run, but she's confused. Our main character wonders if he should try calling the name of the spirit's master. The moment he shouts the name Kushin, the look on Diane's face changes instantly. One quick strike to the neck, and Diane is out cold. Luckily, Vivian is there to catch her. After a moment, he asks if she's okay. Diane clutches her head in pain. Where did she go? She asks weakly. She asks Andreas if he knows who she really is. Diane is confused, wondering why he's asking such strange questions. He tells her she's in serious danger. A spirit took control. Vivian reminds them that Andreas was the one who helped. Diane has some hazy memories of what happened. They all agree they need to get out of this building fast. Diane apologizes for the trouble. Later, at the dorms, he asks if she really volunteered to investigate this whole mess. She confirms it's true. She was curious about meeting a spirit, and that's when the professor conveniently stepped in to ask for her help. Andreas sees it clearly now. Professor Charon's offer wasn't a favor, it was just a trap. He planned everything just to let that spirit hijack Diane's physical body. Diane was so focused on her magic that she let her guard down. Charon seized that moment to summon the spirit. This coward is getting way too bold. Our hero asks where the professor went. Diane thinks he mentioned finding the main body. Andreas knows that means the place where the spirit is actually sealed. No time to waste. Meanwhile, Charon is finishing the ritual. He's actually celebrating his success. Now, he just needs to eliminate his pesky student once and for all. Andreas sprints toward the seal. He thanks Vivian for sticking by him through this chaos. Vivian's just happy to be useful. Honestly, Andreas only brought her along because he didn't have a reason to leave her. But is this really okay? If he messes up, he can't use his undead magic. And Vivian might realize his dark connection to Charon. He's exhausted and sloppy. He needs to send her away somehow. Suddenly, they're blocked. Enemies are standing right in their path. They're shocked to see who it is. These are just students. Vivian wonders if Charon did this. Our guy recognizes them. These kids were all in the professor's classes. Why would a teacher do this? He looks at Vivian, asking if she can take them down without causing permanent damage. They are officially out of time. He has to go ahead and stop the professor himself. Vivian promises she can handle it and tells him she'll catch up soon. Watching her draw her weapon makes him nervous. He shouts for her to take care of them as he runs off. A possessed student launches a magic attack, but Vivian is too fast. She blocks it with her blade. He looks back, relieved that he finally managed to split from her. He just hopes she doesn't accidentally kill anyone. At this point, he has to trust her. At the seal, Kushin finally wakes up. A massive roar echoes through the entire area. Charon is loving it. He's got total control over this monstrous creature. But wait, he reacts at the last second, summoning a bone wall to block an incoming attack. Andreas made it. Charon is stunned. How did you find me? He snaps. Our hero knows he's late. The seal broke way too fast. That's Palderane crystal magic. Jester is definitely the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Charon sneers. How dare a student attack him? It doesn't matter. He's about to end this. Our main character closes his eyes, visibly shaken. He didn't expect this level of power from a necromancer as mediocre as his own master. Charon just laughs with a malicious grin, calling his student's way of speaking incredibly insolent. Deep down, he knew taking him as an apprentice was the best move. He once overheard a secret chat between his father and Master Morn. His father claimed that if this power grew, it could rewrite the foundations of dark magic or even the whole world. Morn even admitted back then that it was something truly terrifying to behold. Charon realizes the boy changed because he finally learned how to use that secret object. Even Salem was shocked he took him as a disciple. But our hero just thinks to himself that even a side character like this guy should know the truth by now. Charon demands a real demonstration. He wants to see if the kid can actually handle the Cromwell family population. Andreas just smiles and calls him an idiot. He knows Charon just wants to rob a child. Charon glares with pure hatred at his disciple. Enough talk. The protagonist summons his undead and declares that this conversation is officially over. Charon freezes in shock. Is that Lord Tiger? No, it is Lord Timur, the corpse he was supposed to receive at the meeting. He can already control high-level undead. Charon smirks, thinking that as long as he has the Felderin crystal, he cannot lose. Charon snaps at him, telling him not to forget who the real master is here. Our hero fires back that he learned nothing from him. Today, the student surpasses the master. Charon screams, activating his artifacts and skills. What a bold student. Now, two massive armies of the dead face off, just waiting for the order to clash. The protagonist grips his sword, knowing that Kushin is actively strengthening every single one of his creatures. Andreas draws his blade, declaring he won't tolerate this fake master for one more second. All ties are severed. Charon just chuckles, daring the boy to actually try and back up those big words. His plan is simple: kill the boy, take the inheritance from his father Cain, and then resurrect him as a mindless slave. Meanwhile, Vivian is struggling against the wave of possessed students. She lets out a tired sigh. She needs to reach Andreas, and she needs to do it fast, but they just keep coming. There's no end. She considers killing them all, but remembers her savior wouldn't want that. Suddenly, a possessed student launches a sneak attack with magic from behind. Vivian blocks it effortlessly with a single sword strike. She remembers how Andreas used a specific spell to knock out Diang earlier. She shouts the name Kushin with a smile, dropping the possessed student with a quick strike to the neck. She wonders if she got the name wrong. She kicks her next opponent and screams Quinn. She tries every similar name, desperately trying to knock them out. After a while, she realizes this isn't working. If this keeps up, they might actually die. She yells Kushin one more time, and suddenly, the students' expressions completely shift. It worked. Vivian grins and clenches her fist. All she has to do now is hit them hard. She spots the evil spirits nearby, and knows she has to finish this before they make their move. The spirits merge into a single entity. They whisper to her, asking if she has a secret. Will she be abandoned? They mock her, saying she was destined to be alone. Her struggle to live looks disgusting. Even her own mother repudiated her, and now, in her desperation, she's trusted her life to a total stranger, right? Suddenly, Vivian sees her own childhood face, and hears her mother's cold voice, saying she never should have been born. Her mere existence only brings trouble. The spirit whispers that she will be the death of everyone around her. Why not just die? If she disappears, her savior will finally be safe. The evil spirit promises it'll all be over, but Vivian remembers the promise she made to our protagonist and snaps out of the spirit's influence. At that exact moment, Timur crushes the enemy Undead with one massive blow, while Nicole wipes out the rest. Karen just laughs like a maniac. He wants to see exactly how much his student's strength can actually withstand. Kushin prepares to unleash its power, but Andreas uses the giant Undead's strength to smash the spirit first. Karen stares at the giant's hand in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? Our hero orders Timur to attack the monster, while Nicole handles the rest. He knows he needs to hide soon. Andreas knows he has to take down Kushin as fast as he possibly can. Instead of wasting mana on the expensive Rude Rattle, he decides to target Sharon and steal the Felderin crystal to end this. Sharon just screams with laughter. A spirit like that isn't going to die from a simple attack like that. They strike, but Kushin's massive hand shields Sharon. You and I are about to see just how terrifying an ancient beast can be. Our main character figures if he activates his sloth skill, he could end this whole fight way faster. Problem is, the recoil would be brutal, and the skill is still on its cooldown anyway. He recalls his old master's obsession with ancient things. Turns out, he actually owned an ancient beast, that massive hand. Sharon wonders, was it really a giant? Where did he even find a corpse like that? Andreas just smiles, promising that giant hand is about to crush Sharon's skull. Time to get under his skin. Sharon dares him to try. Suddenly, a magic circle glows beneath them, and boom, a deafening explosion rips through the air. Sharon's laughing until he sees Andreas standing there. He screams, "How is this even possible?" The main character looks at his hand, wondering if this is vampire blood magic. Could it be linked to Angel? It clicks. Charon was experimenting on Angel's blood. He's losing it, screaming about how Andreas survived advanced blood magic. Andreas just shrugs. Is it that big a deal? Maybe I should just thank Angel then. Charon realizes Angel helped the vampire escape. Andreas knows his cover's blown guess he should have been nicer to his students. Furious, Charon lunges at him. How dare this brat ruin his one shot at true power? Andreas notices Nicole's safely hidden. Perfect. Now he can finally go all out and act. Kushin blocks the strike, but Charon is stunned. Andreas's swordsmanship is way more skilled than he ever expected. As he goes for the kill, the ancient beast swats him away. Suddenly, Nicole hurls her sword straight at the enemy. Charon screams in agony, while our main character gives Nicole a quick shout out for the assist. Charon panics as he drops the control crystal. The ancient beast lets out a blood-curdling roar through the woods. Kushin is officially out of control. Charon scrambles for the crystal without that artifact. He is dead meat. In the end, Kushin delivers the fatal blow to Charon. Andreas barks orders to Nicole, distract the beast. Now, he needs that crystal, but the beast crushes it instead. Now, you and I are about to see a real explosion. He yells for his undead to dodge while blocking the blast with his sword, but the monster's massive hand snatches him. Nicole and Timur rush in, desperately trying to free their master from the monster's iron grip, but the beast swats them like flies. Suddenly, Vivian appears out of nowhere, slashing Andreas free with her blade. The monster swings back at her. Andreas screams a warning. Watch out, get back. Kushin hammers Vivian, sending her flying into the rocks. Luckily, Timur catches her, taking the full force of the impact. He breathes a sigh of relief, but quickly realizes there is absolutely zero time to hesitate. He pulls a crown from his avarice undead. He wanted to study this thing more, but he needs it now. The system flares to life as he dons the artifact. It is an original sin. Greed has been discovered. Activate the greed skill. Andreas knows using this dangerous artifact is way better than dying here. Vivian wakes up just as the beast is about to strike. But Andreas's face, twisted in pure rage, shocks her more. His voice is bone-chilling. This monster. It is absolutely repulsive. He vows to turn it into his undead slave. Kushin tries to fight back, but Andreas finally figures out the trick. This thing has an absolute defense, but it only reacts to attacks it can actually perceive. That means he needs a total surprise. He signals Nickel to draw the enemy's attention away. Vivian watches in awe, wondering if he is even human anymore. Nickel strikes, while Andreas sneaks around back. He drives his sword deep into the monster's spine. The beast lets out a deafening scream of agony. Smiling, he begins the undead conversion. Suddenly, the system alerts him the sealed sword Galaxer has detected ancient blood. The sword begins hungrily absorbing every single drop of the ancient beast's blood. Greed wears off, and the backlash hits hard. Andreas coughs up blood, collapsing as the power drains away. Vivian rushes to help, but the sword isn't done. It is still draining the life from Kushin. The system pings again. The ancient blood has finally shattered the first seal of the sword, Galaxer. Andreas watches the monster disintegrate into nothing, still trying to process what just happened. He never imagined that ancient beast blood was the secret key to unlocking his sword's true potential. Vivian asks if it is finally over. Andreas just nods, apologizing for putting her through such a nightmare. Vivian insisted she was fine, as long as he stayed safe. Meanwhile, our hero could only apologize for keeping his true skills hidden, but Vivian didn't care about any of that. It didn't matter who he really was or what secrets he kept. To her, he would always be the man who saved her life. Our main character wondered, was there anyone else who trusted him this much? Then, the scene shifts to the Rodelin Academy Stadium. The announcer officially kicks off the 111th opening ceremony with massive energy. As Luis steps onto the stage, Andreas watches from the stands. He knows the real game has finally begun. The announcer praises Luis for his brilliant academic record and his perfect behavior. He is the star of the show. Our hero reflects on how he actually managed to survive, despite the terrible start and the total lack of information. The number of people he needs to protect has grown, but he has grown much stronger, too. From here on out, things are going to get wild, and he is ready to face it all. This is the War of the Deadly Sins. All right, get ready, because now the top student of the class, Luis, is about to deliver the official oath. Reading from the scroll, Luis swears alongside the new students of class 111 to stand tall. They vow to stand with their seniors at Rodelin Academy, becoming the spear and shield of the Empire and the heroes who bring glory. Luis is officially the representative for the entire first-year class. He looks out at the students on the podium and wonders if all of them are really his seniors. They look incredibly strong. Then he spots Andreas and smiles. He is wearing magic department robes, but why the sword? This academy is full of interesting people. A bit later, the students start buzzing about the upcoming spring tournament. It is a massive event where students fight, regardless of their department, though first years are usually barred from competing. But don't worry, next year will be their time to shine under the spotlight. For now, they can just watch the battles unfold, which is going to be a huge learning experience for them. Luis accidentally bumps into a senior and realizes that watching these fights will help him analyze different skills and techniques. Even the magic department is involved. But things get tense when Totlin Terry, a senior knight, gets coffee spilled on his uniform. He doesn't want to hear an apology. Instead, he just throws a devastating punch. Luis is sent flying straight toward Diana's table. Totlin just smirks, bragging about the power of a top house knight. Apparently, the rumors about Luis being the best freshman weren't just talk if he could survive that. Luis looks at his hand. The move wasn't fast, but the power was insane. He could barely block the impact. Suddenly, Totlin starts demanding a fortune for his ruined uniform. Lucia shouts back, calling it out for the blatant extortion it is. Diana is furious. She asks if he really wants to get disqualified for starting a pathetic fight in the middle of the street. By his own logic, he is the one who should be paying up. Totlin realizes he might have messed with the wrong crowd. Diana shows off her own stained clothes, telling him to watch where he is going. Irritated, Totlin walks away, calling the freshman lucky. Luis breathes a sigh of relief and thanks them for the help. Diana just smiles and says it was nothing. Lucia realizes he is the same student who stood on stage during the academy inauguration. They all introduce themselves, but Lucia can't help but joke about how he got into trouble so fast. Luis just scratches his head, looking pretty embarrassed by the whole situation. Diana tells him it is okay, since Totlin is one of the top knights. Then, Vivian speaks up. It is time to go. Andreas's match is about to start. Luis reaches out to shake hands, glad to meet the top student of the knights. But Vivian just gives him a cold, sharp look of pure disdain. Lucia jumps in, and asks if Luis is coming along to watch the fight. Diana is surprised that Lucia is even interested. She usually avoids these kinds of events, but Lucia claims she has a sudden interest in the tournament. Diana asks if she is going to participate, but Lucia's face goes dark. She definitely is not joining that fight. Diana says they are heading out now and invites him to join. Luis agrees and follows them toward the arena. Let's head to the arena together. A short while later, they arrive at the massive battlegrounds. Luis is blown away. The level of combat is incredible, exactly what you would expect from the legendary Rodolin Academy. Even Diana admits the quality of the fighting is acceptable. Then, the announcer calls for the next match to begin. Luis realizes the next round is already starting. In the blue corner stands the top knight of the faculty. Expectations are sky-high for this elite student, while the red corner features a seasoned fourth-year veteran. Andreas attracts attention after inventing a brand new potion. Luis blushes, recognizing the student from the opening ceremony. Now, he is actually dueling a lethal swordsman with sharp blades. The announcer starts the match. Totlin grips his hilt, mocking the kid for being a mage, pretending to be a swordsman. Our protagonist knows he is not faking a thing, but if the guy wants to believe that, it is his problem. Enraged by the insolence, Totlin growls as the host finally signals for the intense battle to begin. Totlin charges like a madman, promising to show real sword power, as the announcer calls the initial attack absolutely fierce. Meanwhile, Lucia leans over to Diane in the stands, asking if she has heard the latest rumors. Diane is confused, but Lucia reveals news about a friendly exchange with Milko Academy once this tournament ends. Diane takes note. Apparently, the Academy only selects students with the most elite academic records for this honor. She did not have a choice but to go. Suddenly, she remembers the harsh words of her father, Bart. He claimed that joining the Milko event would prove the massive power gap between their schools. Lucia notices Diane's stress. It is clear the pressure is really starting to get to her. Word is that a top-tier performance in this tournament is the only ticket to meeting the Milko elite. Diane mentions Vivian might make the cut, especially after her massive upset victory against the tournament favorite only yesterday. She has a real shot now. Back in the arena, Totlin screams in frustration as Andreas continues to effortlessly dodge every single strike. Suddenly, the arrogant knight takes a defensive stance, admitting he never expected to use his secret technique against a mage. The protagonist dances around the blade. The host shouts that they are witnessing an incredible, high-speed assault from Totlin. Andreas seems cornered, but Luis realizes he has seen that strange fighting style somewhere before. Vivian knows better. She is certain Andreas will win even as Totlin continues to rage. Totlin mocks him, calling his sword a toy and demanding magic. The announcer says Andreas is just busy, barely surviving. Suddenly, the protagonist vanishes, reappearing behind his opponent to end the fight in a single move. He coldly remarks that using magic would have been a waste. The crowd is left in total shock. The tournament favorite, Totlin, has been crushed by a mage. Andreas is the winner of this insane match. Luis is stunned. He won with his bare hands? Vivian just smiles, calling Andreas her one and only savior. Lucia can't believe her eyes, while Diane realizes this mage actually used a knight's aura to reinforce himself. Watching from afar, Bart crosses his arms. It is clear the boy possesses a rare dual core. By revealing his power now, Andreas is done hiding. A massive storm is about to hit the academy soon. A moment later, the announcer declares that this was the final match of the day. The top 16 battle starts tomorrow, so you and I better keep those tablets ready for updates. As Lucia meets Andreas and his friends, she showers him with praise, but the protagonist is just surprised to see everyone here. Diane just brushes it off as a simple coincidence, but Andreas is internally panicking. Why is the main playable character from the game standing right here? Meeting his very first game character in real life is surreal and nostalgic. Honestly, it is making him quite nervous. Diane admits it was a spectacular sight. She had no idea he could actually manifest an aura. He lies, saying he only started training recently because he didn't realize his body had such a unique constitution. He nervously agrees with her, thinking to himself that this girl has definitely done her homework. Luis is curious. How can he move like that if he only just started learning the sword? Vivian watches with pure jealousy. Since when did Lucia get so comfortable clinging to her Andreas? Luis is eager, wondering if Andreas knows some secret training method not taught at school. He is way too assertive. Andreas realizes that this hunger for strength is exactly why Luis has such insane growth potential. He keeps it simple, explaining he just uses aura to boost his physical body. He has not reached his mentor's level yet, but he is the only student the master accepted. Luis is just talented. That must be why Luis has not mastered the teacher's legendary aura control techniques yet. Luis stares at his hands. Using aura to strengthen the body? He begs Andreas for a quick demonstration. Words alone simply are not enough to understand this concept. Andreas wants to show him the ropes, but this is not something learned in 1 or 2 days. Maybe he will share his secrets during their next session. In the future, Luis will develop his own unique methods to gain strength. Our hero is currently occupied preparing for the upcoming tournament matches. Perhaps another time. Luis bows deeply, showing his sincere gratitude for all the help. Our main character notes that hunger, truly admirable for a brand new student. Lucia asks, was he not terrible? They studied together for half a year, and he never said a single word. He admits his fault. He just did not want the spotlight yet. Vivian is absolutely stunned they spent half a year together. Lucia wonders, why now? Andreas says the Milko Academy meeting is his real target. She needs to realize magic alone will not get you to the top. Honestly, he stayed hidden because if he had not, the game's lethal characters would have probably hunted him down. Lucia gets it now. With his average magic talent, staying low was actually smart. Nervous, he mentions he is practicing fire magic too. Lucia wishes him the best of luck. His expression shifts. He thanks her, realizing this event was not even in the game. He thought this was pointless. But then he realized there was someone special he really needed to meet. Another major player, Keklin by Olga. Vivian smiles, determined to stay by the side of Andreas. Lucia is stunned. Where did all this ambition come from? Diana says if they are entering this event, they better win. Time to check the battle order and study their opponents. Lucia maps it out. Vivian and Diana will clash in the semifinals, and the winner will face Andreas in the final. Diana is dead certain in her own abilities. Vivian will not lose either. Our hero smiles, ready to give it everything he has got. Time to work hard. Lucia realizes they have 2 incredible dark horses and 1 tournament favorite in their group. All the favorites are here. Luis wonders how he ended up with such legends. The seniors tell the freshmen, kid, consider this a massive honor. 5 days later at the arena, the 59th Rodlin Academy Spring Tournament Finals are finally ready to kick off. Both contenders, please enter the arena. This tournament has been a roller coaster, but the most fascinating story is Andreas reaching the final from the magic department. Now, he faces the student who took down Vivian, another dark horse fighting for the crown. It is Diana from the 4th-year magic department. For the first time in 12 years, a magic student will be champion. In the stands, Vivian smiles confidently, knowing Andreas has a plan. Lucia watches her, thinking how her entire aura changes the moment she starts a real fight. The host shouts that these crazy twists have the crowd going wild. Prepare for the ultimate battle. Diana apologizes to Andreas because she has zero intention of letting that title slip away. Our hero realizes he must go full throttle. The announcer screams, "Let the final match begin." Diana is ending this now. She is going straight for the win. Our hero takes an offensive stance and declares his attack with a grin. Diana unleashes wave after wave of fire magic. He dodges every blast with ease, but then she suddenly vanishes. Spatial magic? He is genuinely surprised. It seems she has completely exceeded every expectation he had for this fight, and her potential. Diana is panicked. Where did he get that insane, monster-like speed? Andreas wants more entertainment. Diana cannot believe he is actually enjoying this fight. That lack of fear makes her snap. His attitude is beyond irritating. It is truly infuriating for her to watch him act so calm. Diana unleashes a high-tier spell and screams for him to stop looking down on her. Up in the stands, Lucia realizes that spell is absolutely massive. Has Diana already surpassed the level of a normal student? Vivian admits that Diana is a powerhouse. Diana feels the energy surging. She could not cast this before, but now she is finally ready. Our hero shouts, charging forward at full speed. She is going for a flaming explosive spear. It is a brilliant move, but our hero knows if he can just sidestep this, the victory is his. Danger! A massive explosion rocks the arena, but he dodges just in time. Honestly, if he hadn't shielded his body with mana, that would have been it. Spatial magic is already a legendary feat. He simply can't believe she managed to layer this with a double spell attack. Talk about a dangerous combo. Diana was left thinking, could he really tank a hit from spears with just his bare body? Is he even human? Andreas watched as the magic surged. Diana's growth was explosive, but seeing game characters evolve like this is pure hype. A devastating explosion suddenly rocked the arena, leaving every spectator in total shock and disbelief. Lucia watched nervously, certain no one could survive that. Meanwhile, she and Lewis felt the killing intent coming from Vivian. Diane stood her ground and declared it was over. In her mind, this was her absolute victory. Suddenly, he barely dodges. Looking at the cut, he remembers his father reinforced this arena 5 days ago. Our protagonist just stood there, gripping his sword tightly as he finally spoke. He admitted she showed him something interesting and thanked her. Now, time to return the favor. Tiana was stunned. He explained the process: coat the blade in aura, swap it for mana, and then unleash the spell. Holding the blade now wrapped in flickering black flames, he looked at her and showed off the final result. Using aura instead of mana to trigger magic? That's his unique style, blending swordplay and sorcery into one. Moments later, Diane was struggling to hold her barrier against his pressure. She couldn't understand what was going wrong. He smiled, impressed she actually blocked it. Diane realized he had been hiding this insane power the entire time. Was it some kind of special physique? He just looked at her and told her she hit the mark. He wasn't lying. His vessel trait was basically a god-tier version of the double core. This guy is built different. Anyone could see his talent went way beyond a simple double core. Bart watched with his arms crossed, deep in thought. How dare he hurt his daughter with the sword he gave her? The professor wondered if aura-based magic was even possible. Bart noted, it only works if aura and mana don't conflict, turning the body into a massive mana vessel. After a tense exchange, Diana realized she was almost tapped out. Her mana was hitting zero fast. She had enough for a few more moves, but she had to be careful of that black fire and his lethal combat. Her odds were looking slim. Her only choice? Dodge everything and wait for one perfect opening to end this. He asked what was on her mind mid-fight. She shot back that she was busy figuring out how to win. Andreas closed the gap in a flash, telling her he was thinking the exact same thing. Things are getting intense. Diane blinked away using spatial magic, but he noticed a magic circle under her cloak. A curse? Not good. A deafening blast shook the arena. He dodged, but Diane was already waiting with another spell. But he was ready. He sliced right through her magic. Diane teleports again, instantly firing off another high-level spell to keep him back. Thunder Cobras. But Andreas just laughed it off. Lightning attacks like that won't leave a single scratch on him. She must have forgotten his specialty? The earth element. And earth beats lightning every single time. Suddenly, the lightning hits. He realized he messed up his math. The element's influence was stronger than he thought. With his current stats, maintaining body reinforcement and magic while tanking high-tier spells is just too much for him. His earth shield was failing. John just smiled, asking if he really got that relaxed against fire and lightning magic. Trapped by the lightning, he struggled to break free from the binding energy. Losing like this would be a total embarrassment. Diane declared her win, and just like that, the announcer called it. With a skillful move, Diane pushed Andreas right out of the arena bounds. He knew she could have knocked him out, but she played it safe and just pushed him out. The exam changed her. It was official. Diane took first place in the 50th spring tournament at Roadline Academy. What a finish! As things wrapped up, Andreas took his second place prize, a full research scholarship. Not a bad haul. Diane got her mana-boosting elixir, while Vivian took third, getting her final year of tuition completely covered. A little while later, we find our guy over at Roadlane's Lab 506. He noted it was smaller than the Charon lab, but it works. He's actually pretty happy with the setup. Plus, the security is top-notch. This makes it the perfect place for him to dive into forbidden black magic. That prize money saved him a fortune on lab fees. Now, it was time to finally get down to business. First up, he needs to fuse his sword skills and defenses with his new black magic powers. Our protagonist figured that with the prize money, academy tuition was finally a problem of the past. Andreas checked his tablet. 9 billion credits. Even after the house and expenses, he is absolutely loaded. Selling gear actually calms him down. He has enough cash. A mana potion would be way better than a scholarship. Diane is getting stronger. Between her vessel trait and original sin, her mana is massive. But she needs even more. However, that forest incident boosted his mana significantly. After crushing the magic beast Sion, a system window finally flickered to life. The Apocalypse Codex, Chapter 0. Pure Original Sin has officially detected the presence of greed. Chapter 2. Greed is now fusing directly with the bearer of the pure original sin. Vivian watched as her body absorbed the crown of greed. The system confirmed Chapter 0 now holds it temporarily. What is happening? The system. It is the Apocalypse Codex. Chapter 0. Linked to greed. Skills leveled up. Extra abilities unlocked. 1,264 trems remain to complete the link. Codex, 0 stats, mana recovery up 122%. Sloth and greed mana sensitivity, plus 77%. Those powerful sloth and greed skills can only be triggered once every 6 days. Mana quality is surging over time. Its very nature is slowly turning darker and more intense. Back in the lab, Andreas realized his mana output grew. Summoning Nickel used to drain 25% instantly. Now, calling Nickel takes less than 1% of his total mana pool. And remember, Nickel isn't just a skeleton anymore. He can summon armies, fuse magic and sword, or use his trump card. With the traits of Original Sin, Andreas does not have to worry about the chaos coming his way. His only real concern is how his interference has already twisted the original timeline. He checked the news. A dark mage named Charon was caught posing as a professor and performing rituals on students. Evidence points to another dark mage hiding within the Rodelin Academy, essentially mimicking the entire institution. In the original game, there was never supposed to be an exchange between these two academies. The main priority now? Finding out exactly who is responsible for changing the course of history. Even if the world shifts, he still holds the ultimate advantage, future knowledge. He can definitely win this game. Suddenly, Lucia turns to Andreas, asking if he actually went to class today. He knows she is usually lazy, but when it comes to potions class, she is always front and center. Lucia says the professor insists a genius like her attends. Then she wonders if he is free after school. He asks why. She is working on a brand new potion and desperately needs his help to finish it. He suspects it is probably a healing potion she is trying to brew. Andreas asks with a smile what she is making. She mixed Polak frog tongue slime with fairy dust pure chaos. Then she added Hario and a slime core. Guess what? It wiped out every single special property. It just dissolved and vanished. He looked at her suspiciously. This should not be possible. Without a word from him, she found the healing potion key. Both Lucia and Diane just keep surprising him over and over again. Just how talented are these characters? Lucia admits her progress with the potion has completely stalled out. He asks how he can help. Time is tight, but he will definitely find a way to assist her soon. He makes a promise. Lucia looks totally dejected though, even after her classmate tried to ask for help. He knows there is still time before Lucia's illness finally catches up to her. He feels guilty, but others are in much more danger right now, specifically Selena and Chris. These playable characters just joined the Rodelin Academy and are currently classmates with Luis. Everything goes down during the first event. Right in the middle of midterm exams, he has to make them stronger. It is the first event, so it should not be hard, but they could still die. Luckily, Lucia is not involved in this event because she is so focused on her new potion. Diane already exceeded his expectations, and Luis will definitely get stronger, even if Andreas tries to stop him. Honestly, he would rather skip class and go find Selena and Chris right this second, but I could not move. Right then, Chai Shootsman, our potions professor, stepped into the classroom. He greeted the students, announcing he would be heading the class on mixing and producing magical brews. He seemed happy to meet us. I knew him instantly. Chiller, the first major boss from the game. Just watch this. Mix the plates potion with purified kale water, and you get red sludge and hissing black bubbles. I watched him, wondering if I should have checked on Chris and Serena at the training grounds instead. They were definitely pushing their limits right then, desperate to finally catch up to Luis. He is a dark mage, I knew it after the sloth incident. Yet he showed no interest. Class ended in silence. He found a private spot, grabbed his walkie-talkie, and told Jester they needed to talk immediately. Jester stood in his office, voice cold, asking exactly what had gone wrong this time. The professor was panicking. The hot was suspicious, and he feared his time at the academy was running out. All because of Karen's death? Cheer nodded. They had likely found something damning in his hidden laboratory. Fear was setting in. Ranox and Hassan were dead, and Crown had completely vanished without a trace. Karen's failure exposed him, and the acolytes were taking massive hits. Absolutely nothing was going right. Not a single thing was following the plan anymore. When is the exit? Chire stared at a potion, calm now, saying he would leave very soon. The academy exchange was starting. Jester could not see how these two events were even connected yet. Chire asked if it was time to wipe out those young geniuses before they became a major problem. Jester liked the idea. Chire planned to vanish for good once all the chaos finally broke loose. He would call later. Jester agreed, clicking off the radio and setting it on the table. Walking down the hall, he noted every infiltrator was dead. The entire mission was a total disaster. As for the reason, Andreas Cromwell left him no choice but to call for a meeting. Meanwhile, Serena Aristide was at the training grounds, sword in hand and totally exhausted. She needed a break. She looked over and saw Chris. He was still going, refusing to stop his intense training. She called out, warning him that overtraining would only destroy his body in the long run. Chris Unor shouldered his sword, telling her to worry about herself. Serena just sighed at his stubbornness. He missed the tournament finals, did he not? He just grunted, saying he was too busy training. She mentioned a monster who used aura and magic simultaneously. Chris just laughed. An amateur in the finals? Clearly, skipping the tournament was not a waste of his time after all. Serena snapped back. He did not see the fight. Even Luis acknowledged that man's incredible skill. Chris scoffed. Luis recognized a talentless nobody? Maybe the guy's eyes were finally failing him. I walked right up. For a freshman, throwing dirt on a senior you have never met is beyond rude. Serena was stunned to see me. Chris just glared, demanding to know exactly who I was. I told them, the idiot from the magic faculty who fights with a sword. Serena bowed immediately. She apologized, explaining he is just overly proud of his sword skills and has a big mouth. Proud? I looked at him. I did not see any of that pride in his actual swordsmanship. He is like those losers who will not admit their girl is cheating. Chris's face turned bright red. I hit a nerve. He chuckled, asking what a mere mage could possibly know about real swordsmanship. I kept it cool. Obviously, I knew a hell of a lot more than he did. He looked at me with pure disgust. Fine then. He challenged me to prove it. I smiled. Just like I thought. The guy was a total loser. I accepted the challenge. Serena tried to stop us, shouting for everyone to calm down before we all got punished. Chris turned to her, claiming it would just be a friendly spar on the training grounds. She did not buy it. I grabbed a practice sword, echoing that a friendly match was harmless. I would personally guarantee it. A satisfied smirk crossed Chris's face. Pretty brave for a mage, he taunted. Andreas takes his stance, telling the rookie he's free to strike whenever he's ready. Chris gets into position too, warning the senior not to regret giving him the first move. Serena excitedly asks to join in. She's desperate to fight someone who can use both aura and mana. Opportunities to duel upperclassmen are rare, after all. Our protagonist just tells her she better get prepared. Her turn is coming soon. While she's stunned, an arrogant Chris says her turn will have to wait. Suddenly, he charges. He swings with everything he's got, but our main character blocks the heavy strike effortlessly. Realizing his attack failed, Chris immediately leaps back to create some distance. He blurs into motion again, circling around to try a surprise attack from the rear, but Andreas anticipates it perfectly, blocking without even looking. He notes Chris is fast, but the legendary Ainor style should be more than just speed. Then, things get serious. He launches a counter-offensive. While pressuring Chris, he recalls how in the game, mastering this technique was the key. But right now, there is no trace of the famous Ainor-style speed or unpredictability in Chris's movements. It looks like he lost his way while trying too hard to defeat someone like Louis. Channeling energy into his blade, he decides to show Chris the right path. He calmly tells him to quit playing the fool. That sparks a fuse. Enraged, Chris snaps back, asking him what the hell he just said. He raises his sword, screaming that he will pay. Then, he activates the Ainor-style skill, Sword Roar. He lunges forward for the kill, but our protagonist just watches him with total, chilling composure. He shuts down the attack with a single strike, shattering the sword. As Chris stands there in shock, Andreas asks if this is his Ainor style. Does he honestly think mixing random techniques is the secret to getting strong? Shouldn't he follow his own path without hesitation? Turning to Serena, he tells her it's her turn now. She steps up, eyes gleaming with excitement and a hint of nerves, declaring she's ready. Looking at her, the protagonist realizes she is the complete opposite of Chris. Her family's technique actually ruins her strengths. Only those born with insane physical power can truly master that style. Simply put, this technique is a terrible fit for someone like her, who lacks that raw strength. Serena charges in, shouting a warning. A subtle smirk crosses his face. Honestly, this is exactly what he wanted. No need for her to be shy. He has plenty to teach her today. As she reaches him, he trips her up with one fluid motion, disarming her instantly. Chris is floored that he found her weakness so fast. Serena can't believe it. Even at full power, she was handled easily. Andreas walks to the rack, telling her heavy swords aren't for her. Surprised, she pushes herself up, claiming she has always used a heavy blade. Chris, finally cooling off, sides with her. He tells her, She should listen to what the senior said. Approaching them, the protagonist asks why she even picked up a sword. What keeps her training day after day? Chris looks totally confused. He wonders why he's suddenly asking such deep, personal questions. With a dead serious look, the protagonist reveals he only picked up the sword to survive. He admits it's embarrassing as a mage, but he lacks talent for magic. After nearly dying, the sword became his only salvation. Two people who dedicated their lives to swordsmanship just lost to him. Do they realize what that actually means? Chris stays silent, but Serena asks if it's just a difference in talent. Andreas tells her she's dead wrong. It means they haven't actually understood what a sword is yet. Are they training just to hurt people, or carrying a burden they never wanted? Either way, he'll keep swinging to stay alive. Now, they can tell him why they took the sword. Once they have a real answer, they can come find him. He'll be waiting. He turns to leave, but stops when Chris calls out to him one last time. The protagonist smirks as Chris promises he'll definitely be back to challenge him again. He just tells him he's looking forward to seeing that. A week later at the Rodlin Academy Administrative Building, Vivian stands at the entrance, annoyed that Andreas is running late. She draws her sword, terrifying every student passing by. Staring at her reflection in the steel, she wonders if she should try smiling like Lucio when they finally meet. She practices a smile, worried about her look. Our main character walks up to her, calling out her name. He asks what she is doing here since orientation starts soon. Vivian gets all flustered, admitting she was just waiting for him. He points toward the building. It is finally time to head in. She clutches her cape and calls his name to grab his attention. As he turns, she offers him a shy, bashful wish. He is caught off guard, but he just smiles and wishes her luck too. They step inside, finding the hall already packed with students buzzing with excitement and chatter. Andreas looks around, realizing every elite student is here. Well, everyone except for them, that is. Admission scores clearly decided who got in. Suddenly, Diane calls out, asking if he arrived together with Vivian. Vivian says, hello, while Andreas explains they just crossed paths. It looks like the Milko Academy crew has not shown up yet. This is a joint event between the two schools, so she is certain they will be making an entrance soon. Right on cue, the Milko students strut in. One guy immediately starts making comments about all the pretty girls in the room. Grace Mayer, the representative, walks right up to Diane and notes how long it has been since they last met. When will you finally marry me? She gives him a look of pure disgust, telling him to stop acting so familiar because he is honestly revolting. Grace just sneers, saying she will end up alone. Wait, is she getting married? Diane is absolutely outraged. She whispers back that he is just the son of the Milko Academy director, nothing more and nothing less. She has only seen him a few times when visiting her father. Vivian takes one look at the guy, calls him a total pig, and notes how weird he is. That comment catches Grace's attention. He asks for her name, and immediately tries to pivot into asking for a date. How about tonight? Vivian remains calm, but her hand is already on her sword. Luckily, the professor chooses that exact moment to greet everyone. The distraction saves Grace, and Diane cannot help but think that the idiot just narrowly avoided a one-way trip to the afterlife. The professor announces a full week of friendly matches designed to sharpen their skills through healthy competition. It is time to push their limits against each other. First, they need to group up by houses, regardless of which academy they are from. Knights to the left, mages to the right. Vivian looks devastated, wishing she could stay by our protagonist's side. Andreas just laughs it off. The next morning, the big exchange officially begins. This is an event unlike anything he has ever seen. The professor draws a complex magic circle, explaining that combining an inverse spell with rotation creates this specific result. Now, it is their turn to try drawing the circle themselves. Andreas stares at the lesson with an indifferent face, suddenly remembering that this is exactly where Kasher Violga dominates. He is a character from the game who is a literal genius when it comes to support magic and detailed magic circles. Kasher notices Andreas staring and asks if something is wrong. Our hero is snapped back to reality. Andreas introduces himself and suggests they work together for the week. They shake hands as Kasher shares his own name. Looking over at Diane, Andreas realizes the stage is finally set. Time to watch a clash between two legendary geniuses. He might even get some inspiration from their work. If that is the case, maybe he will become their muse. He may lack raw magical talent, but that does not mean he is short on creative ideas for these circles. He lost count of how many times he played this game and how many of these circles he has drawn. He is certain no one understands the mechanics better than him. He starts sketching, a few bold ideas already taking shape. A simple reverse rotation will not impress anyone, though. He wants to show them a special form they have never witnessed before. It is a bit of a challenge, but he decides to show off something tied to the very essence of life itself. Suddenly, a brilliant glow catches everyone's eye. Students start whispering in awe, wondering how many spells are actually active. As expected of Diane, she is an absolute beast. Her circle floats in the air, with water spiraling violently around it. It is blindingly bright. Honestly, geniuses like her can be pretty terrifying sometimes. Cashern announces he has finished too. He sighs, wishing the paper was larger, so he could have added even more detail. He places his hand on the seal, and pure magical energy surges forth. The other students are floored. Even the leads are shocked, realizing this is not a joke. Cashern explains, it is an illusion circle. It will not last long. Everyone is left speechless as the stunning illusion begins to take hold of the room. Our main character is completely floored, realizing Cashern is an even bigger genius than he imagined. As the spell finally fades, Cashern just chuckles, noting that they really need to keep a closer eye on the duration. Diane claps for him, calling the whole thing amazing. He just laughs and tells her she is incredible. Honestly, Andreas thinks even Diane cannot compare to him when it comes to magic circles. That is what makes this game so interesting. Every character has a unique talent. Lucia, who cured his illness, will be the best at combat magic, while Cashern dominates support and circles. Then you have Diane, with her unmatched space and time magic. Because of this ability, she is considered one of the most broken characters in the game. The professor says both of them showed an incredible result. Now, let us see what everyone else has managed to prepare. Our heroes think he really gave it his all, but showing off his circle right after those two, though honestly, he has nothing to be ashamed of. A flower starts blooming inside his magic circle, but when Grace sees it, he just bursts out laughing. He mocks him, asking where the rotation or the reverse is even supposed to be. He adds that the flower looks pathetic and will probably never even bloom. How did an idiot like this even get invited to the meeting? Andreas looks at him and remembers that whenever he played as Cashern, he was always getting into some kind of trouble. Since everyone avoided him, he was always alone, but he was as annoying as 10 people combined. Cashern looks at the plant with pure wonder, saying it is absolutely incredible and like nothing he has ever seen. Grace just asks with a smug smile, maybe he is just blind. It looks like a totally normal flower. Diane stands up and tells him he needs to open his eyes wider. She is not even sure if he is smart enough to grasp the formulas and the spell they just witnessed. Our protagonist looks at her with a serious expression, thinking that, just as he suspected, you would have to be a total genius to understand how that magic circle actually works. Cashern calls him by name and asks if he would mind explaining it to everyone. The main character gives him the green light. So he explains that while it looks like a simple nature and life spell, there is way more to it. On top of that, he included time and rotation to fully complete the life cycle enchantment. Then, by adding an inverse formula, he created a flower that is fresh and withered at the exact same time. Everyone is stunned by the explanation and can't stop staring. Diane puts it simply, this flower is essentially alive and dead at once. By using rotation and inversion, he created a pure contradiction. And then, he layered the life formula on top. Andreas looks at her and thinks that was an absolutely amazing explanation. The fact that he is a necromancer makes using life-related spells a little bit easier for him. Still, making it work without using black magic is insanely difficult. Cashern stares at the circle, thinking the more he looks, the more he wants to study it. Our protagonists say this is the direct result of his obsession with creating a contradiction. Diane calls out to Grace and asks him he must have done something incredible too, right? He gets embarrassed and starts casting magic to show everyone up. As the circle activates, an unstable sphere of energy appears in the air. The other students look on with worry, saying the whole thing looks dangerous. This is not how it should be. Grace looks terrified, hoping no one notices, but Diane immediately asks why he is faking a magic circle. He gets defensive and shouts, demanding to know if she has any actual proof. She just sighs in total disgust and tells him that, except for the basic formula, the entire composition of the circle is hers. Plus, he used the levitation formula wrong. He only missed it because he was standing too far away. Grace loses it, standing up and shouting about what kind of nonsense she is talking about. Because of that, his head gets caught in the spell, his hair catches fire, and he starts squealing like a panicked pig. Diane looks at him with total disappointment, saying he is just a hopeless case. She creates a circle over his head to put out the flames, muttering that he is causing way too much trouble. Grace is furious, screaming that she was the one who messed up his formula. The professor looks worried and tells them both to calm down right now. He completely ignores the warning and starts using magic, shouting about how she dared to make a fool out of him. But he stops dead in his tracks. Everyone in the room is suddenly paralyzed by a terrifying sensation. A dark and ominous aura is literally oozing out of Andreas. He glares at him with a terrifying look, telling him to put his hand down if he does not want to lose it. Cashern is shocked, wondering what is happening. Grace is shaking with pure fear and backs away. He realizes instantly that if he does not listen, he is a dead man. Alright, let's jump in, as our main character tells this jerk to stop causing trouble. Even after they return to the academy, he needs to stop. Grace couldn't handle the shame and stormed out, slamming the door. Our hero watched the door with total calm. He knew this idiot hadn't realized a single thing yet. He would have to teach him several more painful lessons. A student offered to go after him. The teacher agreed, but Andreas's focus was locked onto that specific boy. He kept staring, certain that guy looked incredibly familiar. Meanwhile, Grace was out in the street cursing. In his mind, they were the ones who looked like fools. He swore he would kill them. Suddenly, that student approached and called him by name. Terrified, Grace spun around, shouting it was a misunderstanding. The boy laughed, saying he must have the wrong person. Grace finally calmed down, looking him over and asking who he was. He bowed, introducing himself as Antonio Holt, a Rodland graduate and Professor Kyler's pupil. He saw how those two younger students earlier mocked him. He came to show him something helpful. Grace perked up immediately, asking what he had in mind. He pulled out a small potion, explaining his master made it to temporarily boost strength and mana. However, it has one side effect, a temporary loss of taste. They need test subjects to approve it. Grace took it, asking if that tiny side effect was the only hurdle. Antonio gave a sly grin, telling him to try it and crush those arrogant little rookies for good. Just thinking about it made the jerk smile. He wondered if he could win. Then, he started chugging it. He decided to drink it now. Antonio watched with a smirk, asking how he felt. Grace's eyes changed as mana overflowed. He could feel an incredible power surging through his body. He launched a massive fireball high into the air. The rush hit hard. He wanted every potion Antonio had. The next day, Diane asked about the flower. Vivian agreed, saying Andreas told her it was for her. She asked to have it. Vivian understood but wondered why. Since Diane was from the night faculty, why would she need it? Besides, she wanted to study it. Vivian looked so sad, realizing she couldn't. Diane couldn't say no to her. She promised to give it and just make another one right now. Keep an eye on Usha here. She overhears the whole conversation as she passes by. Vivian watched the magic circle bloom. Usha walked over, stunned, asking if this was really that same flower. This was the contradiction the old man created, right? Diane just waved, asking where she was headed. Usha yawned, saying class was over and she was planning to hit the lab for a bit, but something felt off. She pointed at the magic circle, asking if that one part looked a bit strange. Taeyeon noticed it too. Usha grabbed a pen, figuring it was actually drawn that way on purpose. Vivian got nervous as Usha started finishing the drawing. The energy shifted now. They just needed the flower spell. The moment she finished, a whole field of flowers exploded around them. It was a beautiful, shocking sight. Diane was absolutely floored. She couldn't believe her eyes at first. It really was a double magic circle. Usha was stunned, wondering if the senior had truly done this. A professor approached, drawn in by the field of flowers, asking if the circle was really this impressive. Dean Belial Castello plucked a flower, calling it a magnificent discovery that defied logic. Expressing such a massive contradiction, using only basic spells, was pure genius. Diane bowed deeply, apologizing for using magic there. The dean simply asked for the name of the student responsible. She looked up and said it was a fourth year named Andreas Cromwell. Belial realized he had been hearing that name quite often lately. A magic circle like this could be the key to achieving legendary immortality. They stood there in total silence for a few seconds. Diane started to ask a question, but the dean just walked away without saying another word. Usha was confused, wondering why he left so fast. Dion was worried, thinking she should have been more discreet. Belial didn't hear them. He was too busy thinking about how incredible this discovery was. Andreas is officially on the dean's radar. You and I know this is only the beginning. Later, at the training grounds, Louis wipes his sweat and thanks Vivian for the practice session. She really was a powerhouse. Vivian takes a sip of water and admits he was not half bad. He realized how rare it was to actually have a conversation with his superior. Suddenly, Toddler cuts in. Second in his class and this is all you have? He unleashes a barrage of punches, forcing Chris into a desperate block. Chris counters, but Toddler delivers a crushing kick, sending him flying. Reeling from the blow, Chris knows his current swordsmanship won't be enough. Then, he remembers Andreas's words. Just like the old man told him before, he could not afford to doubt his blade. The essence of the Aoner style was already carved into his very bones. Toddler charges with a twisted grin, shouting that all his pathetic efforts are completely useless. Steel clashes. Chris knows Aoner techniques are designed to baffle the enemy with ever-shifting attacks, deflect the blow, shatter their posture. That was the key. Disgusted, Toddler sneers. Is he really just crawling around like a worm? But shock hits him when Chris stops a blade right at his face. Looks like I have won, he says. Toddler shoves the sword away, his face twisted in pure hate. He stomps off, refusing to believe he lost to someone like Chris. He has had enough of this nonsense. But Chris stays calm. Your swordsmanship was impressive, Chris says. Toddler snaps, turning back in a rage, to tell him to watch his mouth. He marches to the counter and throws a real, sharpened blade at Chris's feet. Chris is stunned. A real sword? Meanwhile, Toddler downs the potion he got from Antonio, telling Chris to shut up and pick up the weapon. He is going to make him regret mocking him. Louis begs Chris to just apologize and end it. The instructor finally notices the commotion and demands to know what on earth is going on. Ignoring him, Toddler finishes the potion, and his body immediately begins a grotesque transformation. The instructor demands to know what he is doing. One student screams in terror that is a real sword. He does not even finish before Toddler strikes him down with a blindingly fast slash. The other students are paralyzed by shock. Murderer. They scream in absolute panic. Toddler turns to Chris for round 2. Simultaneously, Shern is sprinting down the hallway, frantically calling out for Mr. Andreas. Andreas turns around, calmly telling him he can just use his name. Out of breath, Shern insists on the honorific. But wait, that magic circle. It was a double circle, wasn't it? How did he do it? Our protagonist just smiles. Isn't a plot twist fun? Lucia had written to him about it. A double magic circle? When did he even learn that? He is not surprised she figured it out. She had spotted it during the meeting with Vivian and Dini. Now she wants help with her research. He tried to hide it, but his secret did not last a day. Shern mentions the rumors about him creating the eternal potion. You and I know things are getting interesting. What will he show everyone in potion class today? Our hero just smiles. He does not want to stand out or show his full hand to the class yet. He is saving that for Kyler. Suddenly, a massive energy explosion rocks the hallway with a deafening boom. Students are thrown into total confusion. As the dust clears, Dini is standing behind a protective barrier. Terrified students scramble to escape, convinced a monster has appeared. Grace storms out, fueled by the potion's rage, screaming, "How dare anyone mock him?" Our protagonist watches in disbelief. Is this idiot really doing this right now? His body is bulging, and his eyes have turned pitch black. Grace vows to show everyone the price of defiance. This is clearly the side effect of Kyler's tainted potion. Diane is horrified. Has he lost it? Does he think he can survive this kind of stunt? Andreas realizes he messed up. This event was supposed to happen during exams, not now. He trusted game info too much. He should have kept a closer eye on him from day one. Meanwhile, Kyler stops at the academy gates with a smirk. It looks like his farewell party has finally started. Grace raises her hand high, sparking a lethal magic flame while shouting that she is going to burn everything. She hurls the fireball, but Andreas leaps in, slicing the massive flame in half with a single, clean strike. Diane is stunned, but he just turns around, calling her an idiot before asking if she regrets her words yet. Grace is shook. What was that weird power from yesterday? She screams. Our main character notices Grace still has consciousness, meaning that potion was taken only a few minutes ago. That pig thinks it is perfect. They are both dead meat. Cahern rushes over, asking if he is doing okay. Andreas gets serious, telling the others to back away. Din shouts that he just killed a Milk Academy student. Look, he needs to buy time and let the actual professors handle this mess. He tells her to prepare one massive, powerful spell to end this fight right now. She nods, shocked by his calm attitude, though she admits the enemy body is incredibly tough and strong now. He draws his sword, calmly stating that with Cahir's support, they will have more than enough power to win. They sprint forward. Grace conjures another massive fireball, demanding to know exactly where they think they are going. He fires. Andreas blocks the magic instantly, telling that loudmouth pig that he is being way too annoying. If he cannot speak normally, then he should just keep his mouth shut. Andreas strikes hard, but Grace's magic barrier holds firm. He is a spoiled brat, but still a dangerous mage. That potion made his defensive shield way more durable than before. He charges his blade with energy. It does not matter. He will break it anyway. He slams his sword into the dome. Din watches in awe. He is infusing his sword with magic, even faster than he did during the tournament. Our hero keeps the pressure on the barrier, while Grace's expression shifts from pure anger to total panic. Shur is busy drawing a magic circle, but he senses something wrong and yells for everyone to be careful. The pig grins wide, waving his hand to launch a barrage of lethal magic projectiles. Andreas dodges to the side, quickly raising a thick earth shield for protection. He is shocked. Did that guy really just use attack magic while his defensive barrier was still active? Grace's body keeps distorting and growing. He is not even using human words anymore, just loud, guttural sounds. This is bad. They have to stop this transformation before it reaches the final stage. He leaps up and strikes the head, but it does nothing. This monster is as tough as a rock. Diane screams for him to get back immediately. Grace tries to shake him off, but Andreas jumps clear. Diane steps up, her face serious, as she casts Iron Spike. Sharp metal spikes suddenly erupt from inside Grace's body, tearing right through his skin. Whoa, she just pulled off some seriously high-level magic. Even with help, her ability to repeatedly pierce that thick skin is incredible. She really is a totally broken character, just as he expected. At this rate, she will be creating her own unique magic before she even graduates. But still, turning the principal son into a freak like this is going to cause a massive scandal. Diane knows this monster is a problem. Kesron just sighs, saying there was no other way. Andreas tells them to explain the situation to anyone who shows up while he goes to find help. He is going to find the teacher in charge, Professor Kyler. Now look at this massive explosion start rocking the academy grounds, one after the other. Students are panicking over the monsters appearing. They need to stop fighting and find the professors. Now, Andreas sprints through the streets. Kyler must be at his secret hideout. It is time to end him before things get worse. That potion is going to be a total nightmare during the war. He spots Antonio running past and suddenly remembers his name. He is Kyler's servant. Andreas had almost forgotten about him because he barely ever showed up. He starts following him. He is definitely the one who has been spreading that dangerous potion. If he sticks to his tail, he will find the professor for sure. A scream. Someone yells for Lucia to run. She turns back, worried, and decides to find out what is happening. She quickly uses her magic to pin down a student who took the potion. Then, she turns around and screams for everyone to escape. The student clutched her wounded friend. You and I can see the sheer terror in her eyes. Suddenly, the beast released a massive surge of energy that Lucia desperately tried to block with magic. The overwhelming power began warping around her protective spell. Her shield buckled, and the two students she was guarding were sent flying by a violent shockwave. Lucia felt her skin burning. In that moment, she was sure death had finally arrived. She regretted everything. Why seek a cure? She should have just lived a peaceful, carefree life instead. Her strength faded fast. But out of nowhere, Andreas appeared, sending the monster flying with a massive kick. As she faded out, she recognized him. That is the old man, right? At that exact moment, students flooded from the academy, rushing to help the fallen and the wounded survivors. Survivors scrambled to find the teachers, while Luis told Serena to guard Chris. She stared back, asking what he meant. With a grim face, he said he had to go back and help Vivian. He had a bad feeling. Evie approached the group, demanding to know why they were all making such a huge, loud scene. Meanwhile, Vivian was locked in a brutal sword fight with Toddler, who was high on a potion. She gritted her teeth. If she did not stop him now, he would head straight for Andreas. Their blades collided with a deafening crash. Locked together, she suddenly pulled back and delivered a brutal, heavy headbutt. Blood sprayed from Toddler's mouth, but he did not go down. Instead, he let out a terrifying roar. Vivian's forehead was bleeding, but she stayed calm. Her opponent's clothes shredded as his body began to grow monstrously. She felt the sheer danger radiating from him, but she charged forward anyway. Knowing she had to end it, she swung her sword with all her might, but it did not leave a scratch. She was completely stunned. A split second later, he backhanded her so hard she was sent skidding back several meters away. She spat out blood, feeling pathetic. Taking a combat stance, she realized she could not protect Andreas like this. She looked up as Toddler lunged toward her, claws ready to tear her apart in a mindless frenzy. Suddenly, a figure intervened, commanding him to stop. They asked if he had truly decided to die here. She gripped her sword in one hand and caught the monster's crushing blow with the other. Pure power. Realizing it was Toddler, She whispered an apology. With one lightning swing, she took both his hand and head. Vivian watched the professor in total awe. The sheer level of her strength was on a whole other level. Avi sheathed her blade, apologizing for being too late. She turned away, noting that stopping him was right. Watching her, Vivian vowed that she had to become much stronger than she was now. Now, here's where you and I watch closely, as our protagonist grabs Lucia and bolts. Kyler is chasing them fast. He realized the future war would become a total nightmare. Without his undead summons, he knew he did not stand a chance in a direct, open fight. He had to get Lucia to safety first. Suddenly, he spotted Belial just standing there, while students were attacked. The protagonist shouted to Mr. Din, dumping the monster on him as he kept running at full speed. He figured that psychopath should finally do some actual work for once in his life. Belial watched them, hoping for a good show. The transformed student let out a roar and charged him. He simply turned and unleashed a high-level spell, incinerating the monster into nothing but black ash. A bit later, Andreas got Lucia to the hospital where the doctor began a quick, thorough examination. She was stable, just suffering from mana exhaustion and shock. All she needed was some serious rest. The doctor saw her eyes flutter open and mentioned she was finally waking up to the real world. He left them alone, and Andreas asked how she felt. She looked exhausted, realizing it was not a dream. She thought she was a goner. He told her she almost was. Why would she fight that thing? She sighed, saying everyone else ran away, so she had no other choice left in that moment. The protagonist gave a small smile, teasing her about acting like some kind of grand, brave hero. He knew without his intervention, she would have died. Lucia complained that her sweet self almost perished. Andreas figured she was fine, but for you and I, it's clear. Research isn't enough. Safety is everything. He headed for the exit, simply saying he was too busy and had to go. She glared at him, asking if he only came here to mock her. Andreas remembered something important, turning back to promise they would finish her potion once this whole thing ended. Eventually, our protagonist reached a cabin deep in the woods, hoping that if luck was on his side, Kyler was hiding right there. But the event triggered at a totally different time. He is actually going to be here in the game. Time to take him down. With the NPC allies, he stood still, summoned his undead, and gave the order to attack. They stormed the cabin, obliterating the place with heavy strikes. Timur grabbed someone, making the protagonist wish they had not made such a mess. He was shocked to see this guy. It was Antonio, which meant Kyler had to be close. Keep in mind, Timur's evolution made him a total beast. Even a final phase monster stands zero chance against him now. Andreas also had Nickel, now powered up by the 7 deadly sins. The mid-boss would not be a problem. He started searching the ruined cabin floor, wondering, is it hidden around here? With a burst of magic, the stone slab slid open. He told them it was time to pay Kyler a little visit. He started to head down when a sudden blast of magic flew his way, forcing him to leap back. The professor climbed out toward him, demanding to know how he discovered this secret location. He recognized him as Karen's student. Our protagonist did not say a word, summoning a massive giant that reached out for the man. Kyler saw it coming and immediately jumped back to avoid getting caught. Staring in shock, he shouted, "What on earth was that?" To his absolute horror, Nickel moved like lightning, severing his hand in one go. As the pain set in, he screamed in agony while dark energy began surging wildly around the bloody, mangled stump. With a smirk, our protagonist apologized, noting that the strike was actually meant for his neck. Kyler glared back, calling him a total freak who seemed to know way too much. It was him. He was the one who murdered Karen. He spun around just as Timur lunged from behind, claws slashing wildly, while our protagonist knew he had to finish this off as fast as possible. The summoned monster kept landing heavy blows while he just stood back and watched. Timur tried for another strike, but his body was suddenly swallowed by the enemy's dark energy. Kyler's form began to shift, claiming this power was beyond any human understanding. No matter how selfish black mages are, killing the woman who raised him, Karen, was just pure evil. Andreas watched with a serious look, realizing this was the final stage, the shadow armor. It could even regenerate lost body parts. He decided to use the armor. Kyler was stunned, asking how he knew about the armor. Only Master Jester was supposed to know this secret. Our protagonist ignored him, swinging his blade to release a massive magic wave. Both Kyler and Timur leaped away to avoid it. He knew this item well. It is a high-level rarity that perfectly blends defense and offense. Kyler laughed, telling him he should realize he does not stand a single chance. Andreas began his spell, asking, "It is pretty weak against fire, is it not?" His opponent shut him down, launching a long-range energy blast to stop the magic. He kept up the pressure, shouting that he would not let any magic through. Suddenly, Timur flanked him from the side and sent him flying several meters back with a massive, earth-shaking punch. He told them to keep stalling. Kyler scrambled up, asking if he really thought simple undead could buy time. He unleashed his magic to retaliate. Charging his blade with magic, our protagonist realized this was taking longer than he expected. While he prepared, Kyler used every skill to hold back the undead swarm attacking him. He glared at them, starting to shout, but stopped when he sensed something felt wrong. He was baffled that both opponents escaped his trap in such different ways. He shouted in disbelief. How could mere undead shatter his shadow chains? He could not believe his eyes, wondering who these creatures actually were. Are they really just ordinary corpses? Andreas activated his fusion magic, known as Bone Whip, forcing his sword to shift forms. Kyler noticed the whip immediately, but was quickly distracted by Nickel, who was charging straight at him with high speed. He fired off energy attacks, while our protagonist rushed toward him. He managed to pin his opponent with the whip before the man could even react. All right, you and I are about to see a master of deception. Kyler warned of fire, then lunged physically. Was he just bluffing? Turns out, he didn't have a single fire spell in him. The main character's nose started bleeding from the spell. The villain just laughed, calling it a fatal mistake. Our hero didn't even flinch. He just unleashed a massive explosion spell. Cold. Kyler froze as a double spell ignited the bone whip. Then, boom. Everything went up in flames. Andreas wiped his face, feeling the backlash. That hit way harder than he ever imagined. Dane is truly on another level. Honestly, everything went surprisingly well in the end. He poured in way too much mana, turning the body to dust. With Kyler's status, the council must act. Time to search the hideout and scrub every single trace of his presence. The academy is in chaos, so he needs to move. Bahat slammed the table, demanding the body count. The man nodded. 15 lives gone, 4 Milko students included. Witnesses say Antonio was the one handing out potions before he vanished. He was Professor Kyler's personal assistant. Bahat told him to stop. Every academy activity is officially suspended until this investigation is finally finished. Full details follow. After he discusses this with Director CIOS, he stepped out of the office, deeply worried about what was really happening in Rotland. Flashback to when Andreas first stepped into that basement. The timeline was different from the game. New items everywhere, though most of it was just junk. He found Kyler's spellbook, packed with notes on shadow magic. He would have ignored this in the game, but as a black mage, this is gold. Nickel, take this. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a chest tucked in the corner. Wait, is that a chaotic mimic? He moved closer, but the thing didn't even flinch. Looks like the mimic's body was removed. That means free loot without a single fight. Now look at this. He opened the chest, knowing it would turn normal once the loot was gone. Finds like this are rare. Every single item here is pure gold. He pulled out a key and a mimic core. He'll definitely find a use for these later. He grabbed a sword, and the system identified it as the shifting sword. 0% mana conductivity. Its entire shape and power change depending on who's holding it. It changes for the owner? Now that is interesting. He already has a weapon, but then he saw Nickel reaching out. Does he want it? Andreas tossed it over. He was planning on getting him a new blade anyway. Magic energy started pouring from the skeleton. The system called this a shifting sprout. 150% conductivity, plus a 200% speed boost. Damage actually ramps up the longer the owner holds their current combat stance. The blade twisted, shifting its balance perfectly for Nickel. This is next level gear. New special traits just appeared. The perfect blade for him. Time to pack up and head back to the academy. 5 days later at the station, Lucia was already shouting his name. She started waving like crazy. He told her she really didn't need to come meet him. Her father wanted her to take him out, since some VIP guests just arrived. They need to get home and finish their research before classes officially start up again. Lucia just started mocking him, repeating his words in a silly voice. Relax a bit. Let this beautiful daughter show you around the city instead. He just walked right past her. Time is short, and they have work to do. Here is the kicker. In the carriage, she asked if the director's son was truly among the victims. It seemed like that man caused chaos right until the very end. Since Diana was the one who stopped him, she obviously escaped any punishment. I sat across from her reading a book. Of course, I told her, that is exactly how these things usually work. Her father was a duke and one of the top 10 powerhouses on the continent before he became the Tower Master of Rotland. Even so, it felt like this whole mess might leave a permanent, Nasty stain on the Albin family reputation. Lucia was stunned by the news. It sounded like the senior had a much more formidable background than she ever imagined. Then she asked about Kyler. I told her the rumor: he was killed by a monster he created with his own hands. She stared out the window and called him a fool for creating a monster that he could not even hope to control. I wondered why he had not died sooner. My plan worked, but a secret investigation was likely already underway behind the scenes. I needed to stay off the radar for a while. Before I knew it, our carriage had finally arrived at the mansion. We stepped out, and Lucia asked me with a smile why I suddenly agreed to come despite being so busy lately. I calmly told her I thought I could assist her with that new potion contract she was working on. As we walked into the property, we heard someone shouting loudly about a betrayal. Someone inside was absolutely furious about something. Hollington was explaining that great forest orcs are wild beasts, making it nearly impossible to gather any materials from them. A woman named Hedgental turned around with a lethal look. She asked if he found orcs more terrifying than she was. Lucia called out to her father, which immediately pulled everyone's attention toward us as we stood there. The woman gave a sly smirk and asked if this girl was his daughter. Suddenly, Hedgental warped behind her and grabbed her shoulder. She told her she was coming with her, since her father failed. I was stunned by that sheer display of power. Who on earth was this woman? Hollington panicked, but Hagenthal warped Lucia to the roof, promising to return her during her very next visit. She made one thing very clear: the neutralizer had better be ready by the time she came back again. She waved goodbye, but as she turned, I noticed something strange. Were those magical tattoos etched into her skin? I had a strong suspicion about her, and shouted the name, Salem. I was right. She turned around and called my name. I looked her in the eye, and asked if she could leave the girl here with us for now. She was offended by my tone. Just because she helped me once, she thought I had become way too arrogant. I told her it was not an order, but a request. In return, I would give her information of equal value. Salem eyed me with deep suspicion, asking if I could actually fulfill such a bold promise. She reminded me that the tongue is usually the source of all a man's problems in this world. I mentioned the book from the mythic era god. She dropped down instantly and demanded to know exactly where it was. I asked her if she was really sure she wanted to discuss those secrets right here in the open. Too many ears nearby. Taking the hint, Lucia and her father immediately covered their ears to give us some privacy. Salem told me to just say it. If the book is not there, she promised she would slaughter every one of us. I told her it is at Lake Erba, southwest of the Empire. Look for an underwater cave at the 7 o'clock position. She went quiet for a moment, then asked if I was just making this all up to save my skin. I asked if she really thought I was that foolish. She still did not trust where I got the information. I bowed and said that was the one thing I could not reveal. It was all game knowledge, after all. She turned to Hollington and said he was lucky today, but he knew exactly what would happen to him next time. With a serious look, he promised to gather the materials no matter what the final cost might be. She agreed that was the right choice. A merchant lives and dies by their reputation and trust, after all. Before she left, she asked me one last thing: how did I manage to see through her disguise? I told her I had started seeing the flow of mana. My talent and vessel trait were finally paying off. Salem walked away from the estate, waving her hand as she promised that we would definitely meet again soon. I watched her go. She had etched so many magic circles into her flesh that her body was slowly falling apart. Just like Lucia, she was a walking time bomb ready to go off at any given moment. That book I mentioned contained the ancient secrets of true harmony between the magic circles and the human body. If she manages to master that harmony, she might actually have a chance to survive her own power. Hollington thanks our main character, offering a favor in return, but Andreas just waves it off like it is nothing. Lucia approaches him, suspicious, demanding to know how he is connected to Salem. He just calmly claims it is business, but more importantly, where is her lab? She clicks her tongue in annoyance, refusing to tell him a single thing. Why would she let an accomplice to a wanted criminal into her private lab? He just smiles at her logic. She wouldn't even let her father in. She tells him to go make a contract with the Viscount instead. That was his whole plan, right? Andreas tells her to relax, because the contract can wait for now. Suddenly, Lucia's nose starts bleeding. She snaps that he is the one who is angry and always hiding things. Andreas is shocked, calling her name, but she bolts for home, terrified of him seeing her in this state. He watches her go, completely worried, asking if she is really all right. But Lucia doesn't make it. She collapses right there on the ground, leaving our main character calling her name. See, a while ago, she was deep in research. Her logs showed That experiment UN-121 failed. She couldn't stop the frog mucus from oxidizing. Another failure. Changing the room temperature didn't help either. She tried several different setups, but the first 3 attempts were total disasters. After trying everything, she realized the reagent was just too unstable. She needed to replace the ingredients entirely. Time kept ticking away. Even attempt number 3160 failed. That's when Andreas handed her a package, suggesting Jobin root to finally stop that pesky oxidation. Lucia suffered through another failure, grumbling that he just gave her the root and vanished. Looking at the vial, she remembered him saying he was busy but would try to visit her later. Right then, our protagonist realizes something. He used to see this through a screen, never fully immersed. But now, he sees clearly that this is a real battlefield where survival is the only thing that matters. His focus snaps back when he hears a sudden knock on the laboratory door. The maid enters, announcing the young miss is awake. Andreas immediately asks if she had another attack. Luckily, no. But the doctor says her condition is worse because she has been overusing her mana. Andreas feels the guilt hitting him. She wouldn't be in danger if he had just stuck to the game's script. Now, time is running out. Lucia lies in bed, feeling her body turn heavy as lead. Her mana flow is a mess. She can feel it. The end is coming for her soon. She just wanted to spend time with her son. Remembering Andreas, she thinks it is nice having someone care. She is certain that, at the very least, he will remember her. Andreas walks in, calling her name. Lucia jumps, yelling that entering a lady's room without permission is incredibly rude. Our main character just sighs, asking what on earth she is talking about. He just wanted to check on his problematic junior. She turns away, embarrassed because she looks like a mess. He jokes that only her personality is terrible. He tells her to meet him once she can move. They need to sign the deal with the Viscount, and then he is going to help with her research. Later, Hollington slams the documents down, eager to keep cooperating with our talented main character. As a merchant leader, he can't let a product this good fall into someone else's hands. Andreas agrees, thankful for the great terms. Then he asks about his deal with Lady Hagenthal. The worried Viscount explains she gave him a potion recipe that he has to prepare every 3 months. Andreas realizes it is a preservation potion. He didn't know the Everlast company was doing business with Xylem. There are still so many secrets. Lucia walks in, asking the men if they are finally done talking. Our protagonist nods, saying they have finished up. She wants to leave, so he bows politely to the Viscount. Hollington tells him he is grateful that Andreas is looking after his daughter after everything. As they walk, Andreas thinks to himself that without player intervention, she will never be able to heal. He has the ingredients, but since this isn't a game anymore, he has to figure out the mix. The biggest hurdle is the Jobin root from the meeting. There is barely any of it left. Lucia snaps him out of it, asking what he is thinking. Was he daydreaming about that old lady Vivian? Our main character told her to stop playing around and finally reveal how much progress she had actually made. She claimed she had already shared everything, admitting her research had completely stalled since discovering that strange reaction. With the Joven root nearly gone, he could not believe she had managed to push this far on her own. They kept moving, vowing to find a cure, but Lucia stopped him with a chilling confession she was dying. She should have had a year left, but that brutal fight against the monster had drained her very life force. 2 months, that was it. She stood frozen when he calmly declared that he would not let her die. She stepped closer, with a look of pure disgust, snapping that she was not joking at all. He just turned away, telling her they had to move because time was running out. They headed straight to the lab after that, working tirelessly together until the sun went down. Lucia shot down his ideas, saying she had already tried them. Andreas just nodded, moving to the next note. He finally had a lead, telling her she could finally head off to get some sleep. She wanted to stay, but he kept writing, teasing that she would never grow if she skipped her rest. She tried to invite him out for some fun, but he did not even look up from his work. Lucia groaned in total boredom. She had been sitting there for what felt like ages and was completely exhausted. Was this all pointless? She just wanted to do something memorable one last time before the end. Something about her words hit him hard. He agreed, but only for a strict 2-hour break. She was absolutely thrilled, asking if he was serious. But when she mentioned trying beer, he immediately told her to forget everything he just said. Panic set in, as Lucia quickly promised to give up the beer just to go out. The very next day, they explored the city before diving back into research. 3 days later, Andreas bowed, announcing it was time to leave. After the goodbyes, he waved to Lucia, promising they would see each other at the academy the next morning. She watched him leave, thinking that even with her time running out, these past few days were actually okay. Later, back at his place, Our hero tried brewing a potion, while the academy finally reopened its doors. Without the classes of Kyler in the way, he finally had the extra time he needed for research. After another failed attempt, he sighed in frustration and pulled up his glowing system status window. Scanning the screens, he realized he had been relying on dark magic way too much lately. He had managed to evolve, but his potion-making skills were still trash. With that 2-month deadline looming, he was not going to level up that talent anytime soon. His only shot now was finding a rare recipe to force a sudden evolution in his skills. Thinking he had more time, he had actually delayed her treatment. A massive mistake. He had been trying too hard to follow the game events. Now, he desperately needed a new plan. After ordering supplies from the Everlast house, a sudden knock at the door broke his focus. Belial was on the other side, complaining that he had been stuck waiting outside all morning for him to finally open up. He got deadly serious, calling him by name and asking if he used dark magic. Andreas was shocked, acting like he had no idea what was happening. In the academy, only a total psychopath or a true villain would ever dare touch dark magic. Belial just smirked, asking if he really believed that. Even Professor Kyler hid his dark side behind a mask. For the record, he did not think every dark mage in the world was necessarily a bad person. Andreas tried to cut him off, saying he was busy if there was not anything else to discuss. The professor interrupted, revealing he had seen the magic circle. He was actually impressed by how Andreas understood the flow of contradiction. He knew Andreas was a dark mage because his entire power was built on that foundation. He did not care what kind of magic he used, though he had to admit one thing: it would be far more interesting if he was a dark mage. Andreas just stood there, asking what his point was. With a sly grin, Belial offered to give him lessons that would turn him into a warlock in no time. Andreas realized that becoming a warlock meant he could finally craft his own unique brand of magic. It was the equivalent of becoming a swordmaster. Plus, Belial held the title of the youngest warlock ever. Anyone else would jump at the chance, but dealing with a known psychopath like him was incredibly dangerous. Besides, saving Lucia was the priority. He played it cool, saying he was honored by the director's generous offer. But it wasn't over. Belial, in his own twisted way, actually agreed to help. Tomorrow, they'd dive into elemental synthesis, the true heart of matter magic. He'd be back. Andreas snapped, shouting that wasn't what he meant. But Belial ignored him and simply teleported away. Left in total shock, Andreas could only think that crazy man does whatever he wants. What bad luck, having such a powerhouse obsess over you. 6 weeks later, Andreas brought snacks. Lucia turned around, her eyes lighting up as she asked what he'd brought for them. He pulled out sandwiches. Seeing her eat so well gave him a small sense of relief. At least she had an appetite. Even with Everlast's help, the ingredients were impossible to find. He skipped classes to test every option, but his success rate stayed at 51%. Maybe he could have perfected it with more time. But time was the one thing he lacked. Between bites, Lucia mentioned she'd tweaked the formula. Andreas just told her to chew before talking. She pointed to the notes, wondering if heating the extract could help eliminate those deadly toxins. After some quick math, the success rate hit 74%. Why not just try it now? Lucia was hopeful, but Andreas stayed serious. They only had materials for one single attempt. He couldn't risk it. Her life depended on this one shot. They needed a better formula. Suddenly, Lucia's eyes lit up with a completely wild idea. She finished her drink and asked what if she just ate all the ingredients at once. No. Andreas looked at her with pure disgust. This was definitely not the time for jokes. She started mocking his serious face until he finally gave up and headed home for rest. As he walked out, Lucia's smile faded. His dark, somber expression was starting to terrify her. Outside, Andreas collapsed onto a bench. Her carefree attitude was honestly starting to grate on him. Remember, this isn't a game with save files. He had to think, starting with the lab. Back at the books, he realized 74% might be his only real option left. Suddenly, a loud bang on the door startled him. He looked up, wondering who it was. The door burst open. Tin stood there, breathless and pale, gasping that she'd finally found him. Andreas jumped up. What happened? Tin choked out the words. Lucia collapsed. She is coughing up blood. Right after that, they rushed to her room. Diana was panicked, never knowing Lucia was this sick. Andreas looked at the girl. The doctor had promised a few more weeks of stability. That assessment was clearly wrong. Diana turned to him. Trembling Lucia was in terrible shape. She begged for doctors. But Andreas interrupted. He had one final, desperate favor to ask. Back at the lab, she praised their effort. They had worked so hard to get here. She pointed to the records. This was the dead end where the whole process always failed. Why was there still a lethal dose of toxin? Diana asked if he knew the cause. He didn't. They couldn't recreate or decode it. She sighed, calling the whole thing truly unpleasant. If they could just turn that poison into water and flush it out, it'd be easy. The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. He suddenly remembered the advice from Belial, who told him to study the heart of elemental magic, the synthesis of matter. He couldn't study now. He shouted Diana's name, asking if she knew matter synthesis magic. Diana caught on instantly. They could do this. They had to start the process right now. Together, they began brewing the potion. It was a grueling, hours-long battle against time. That night, Lucia's condition plummeted. Doctors were screaming for her to stop bleeding, calling the situation pure madness. They needed to stabilize her mana, but it was surging wildly, far beyond their control. They had to fix it. Her father watched in horror as the doctor realized the truth. She'd burn alive if they failed. Suddenly, the door swung open, and every head turned. Andreas rushes in, face set in stone, apologizing for the long delay. Moments later, Lucia finally stirs, opening her eyes in the quiet of her room. She sits up and spots our protagonist fast asleep in a chair beside her. She moves her hand. Her mana is finally calm. It feels too good, almost like a final surge before the end. She smiles, wondering how long he has been watching over her. This is her chance for a final goodbye. She reflects on their time together, thanking him for the happiest months of her life. He was the one who gave her the hope of a cure. Without him, her spirit would have broken long before her body did. He did not just prolong her life, he made her live. Filled with gratitude, she offers him her last goodbye. She looks at him, but he suddenly asks where she thinks she is going. Lucia jumps, nearly screaming in pure shock. He calmly notes she looks better, leaving her flushed and stuttering in total embarrassment. "When did you wake up?" she asks. Andreas replies, "The exact moment you started talking about dying." Mortified, she tries to compose herself, asking if she can go. She just needs a moment alone. He nods. He knows how heavy the burden of her impending death must have been to carry all this time. Honestly, the fact that she endured it all is a miracle in itself. He is relieved, but since the tests are not finished, she needs to rest for a couple more days, just in case. Lucia freezes. Her voice trembles as she asks the one question that matters: am I really going to live? The protagonist just smiles. He tells her to save those goodbye words for another 60 years or so. She breaks down in tears, finally admitting she is not ready to go. Next, our hero dives into lessons from Belial, the youngest warlock. Though, Belial does not seem to appreciate the effort much. Still, those lessons are the key to his rising power. Time flies, and suddenly, it is midterm season. Students, both knights and mages, begin to line up. That is when Vivian calls out to Andreas, who is standing right there. He bows politely, noting it has been a while. She immediately asks, "Is it true? Did he really cure Lucia?" He stays humble, saying he only helped a little. She looks down, whispering that he has been a literal godsend to her too. He gives an awkward laugh. Honestly, he would much rather be called Mudhead than something that dramatic. Now, pay attention. The instructor explains that your grade depends entirely on how many floors of the tower you clear. Watch your step. Every floor is packed with traps and monsters, and the higher you go, the deadlier they get. And get this, the whole exam is being broadcast live in real time. Andreas stares at the 30-story Modris Tower, a massive structure built by the legendary magic of the first head, Alvin. No student has ever managed to reach that elusive final floor. Remember, only students under 25 are even allowed to attempt this climb. This is it. The result here will decide who the strongest student in Rodland truly is. In the game, Kyler would have ruined this exam. But now, our protagonist can focus entirely on the climb. The proctor announces that only 20 students at a time are permitted to step into the tower. If your life is in danger, you will be warped out automatically. Do your best. Now, here are your numbers. Andreas looks at his note number 38. Vivian has 16, and she looks at him, hoping they can find a way to enter together. He reminds her that even if they enter together, their starting points are randomized. They will likely never meet. Tyen approaches, curious about what numbers the two of them ended up with. After they share, she reveals she is number 3. That puts her right in the same group as Vivian. She asks why they are always together. What is their deal? Vivian turns beet red, while our hero actually stops to think. He looks back on everything. They have saved each other's lives and shared secrets that no one else knows. They are not just friends, but honestly, He has no idea how to actually label what they have. He calls her a friend he trusts deeply. Diane is not buying it, so she turns to ask Vivian's opinion. Vivian thinks they are perfectly compatible, but Andreas cuts her off. Don't be rude, you should not force your opinions on her. Still flustered, Vivian stammers that it is not like that at all. She sprints toward the tower, shouting that it is not rude. Taeyeon watches, wondering if this is just unrequited love. Andreas is just happy for her. He knows she has a kind heart, so he is careful not to let his jokes go too far. She was absolutely fuming at his words, ready to snap. But then, right in that tense moment, a student shouted that numbers 1 through 20 must enter the tower. She turned away as our hero called her name. Diane looked back at him and admitted that right now probably wasn't the perfect time for a heart-to-heart talk. He agreed and wished her luck. She countered, promising not to lose this time and telling him to work hard. Our protagonist just flashed a smirk, telling her she better aim for the highest heights possible. After all, he was gunning for the very top. The crowd froze, shocked by his insane level of confidence. Wait, isn't that the student known for having that one-of-a-kind unique constitution? Taeyeon saw the fire in his eyes and knew he was serious, promising to watch his progress closely. The students gathered before the glowing portals, ready to step through their assigned gates and face the challenge. Vivian stood before her portal, determined to prove her strength today. Only then could she truly be Andreas's sword. The legendary record for the academy is floor 25, held by the great Maxim Cronell. After graduating, he became known as a walking disaster and the continent's most powerful aura master. Our hero realized that if even a legend like him failed, the summit was truly unreachable. Scarcely 10 minutes passed before the screens flashed, showing Diane and Vivian clearing the first floor with ease. Total shock hit the room. They cleared it already? 4 days into exams, and this pace was just unbelievable. A voice boomed out, announcing a long, brutal struggle. Diane Alvin had snatched victory. No one had reached this floor since Maxim Cronell, the continent's strongest swordsman. Diane roared in triumph, fist clenched. She had crushed the floor 20 boss and shattered the magical barrier. The students were stunned, while the boys rushed to congratulate the master of the tower. Was she the first female mage to ever pull this off? Bart scoffed, claiming it wasn't even impressive. It was nothing compared to the Imperial Palace's tower. Maxim's record was just long overdue for a serious beating, but Diane wasn't the only one making waves. Vivian lunged at the monster, throwing her entire weight forward. She possessed a level of speed that completely defied her size, just like that previous time. Since then, she trained every single day. The monster stood tall, but Vivian's strikes were surgical and precise. Vivian leaped aside, slicing the creature's beak clean off. The audience screamed as she cleared floor 20 right after. Vivian Bellocon. The man adjusted his monocle, questioning if she was truly the Bellone family heir. Incredible. The elder's eyebrows shot up, noting her style felt like she was possessed by a vengeful spirit. Pink flames and thorns. The Duchess watched, certain that if she tamed her inner beast, she would surpass everyone. Shortly after, the voice announced the arrival of the cruel floor 21. Unfortunately, both ladies hit their limit there. They returned to the surface to a chorus of wild cheers. The pride of the 4th year. Taeyeon walked over to Vivian, congratulating her on reaching floor 21. Vivian glanced away, simply stating she had made it further than her rival. In her eyes, she won. Diane smirked right back, pointing out that she cleared the floor 20 boss way faster than anyone expected. Vivian just smiled, insisting she still won. Andreas approached, praising them both for reaching floor 21. Diane looked down, clearly embarrassed. She had talked a big game only to stop at floor 21. Our hero smiled, explaining that everything past floor 20 is a different world. Diane was completely caught off guard. He sounded like he had been there before. Andreas panicked slightly, claiming he only knew from reading old books. The voice called the next group, numbers 21 to 40. Our protagonist's eyes lit up with excitement. It was finally his turn. Taeyeon shouted that he expected nothing less than the very summit. Andreas turned to go, but Vivian suddenly cut him off. Blushing, she told him to give it his all. Our hero gave a firm nod, promising to see her soon as he walked away. Strange how the person he once avoided was now his most trusted ally. Andreas entered the portal and exhaled. Battle time. In that moment, Vivian remembered Diane's question. She truly felt like they were a perfect match. Our hero told the others to stop forcing their views on Vivian. She was startled, stammering a denial. She pushed past the group and ran off, shouting at the top of her lungs that she wasn't rude. She was totally embarrassed. ducking her head as she finally made her confession. Diane watches him with curiosity while our main character clears floor 1 in 12 minutes flat. He crushes floor 8 in under 7 minutes. Floor 9, done in 7.5 hours. Hungry and exhausted, Andreas settles by a campfire to rest. He pulls up his status window and discovers his dark magic talent has fully evolved. And it's not just for necromancy anymore. All thanks to that potion he made for Luce, and get this, his talent for brewing potions just leveled up too. Thanks to Belial, his elemental magic reached the normal rank. Another massive power-up. Andreas thinks Belial is sketchy, but hey, the guy is actually being useful for once. Checking his status window again, Andreas looks into the odds of his next evolution. The system shows a 74% success rate for elemental magic. Time to evolve? He needs more experience before leaving the tower. So elemental magic is the way to go. Only 2 potions left. Not enough. He drops onto a rock, needing some serious rest. Things get real at floor 10. An iron golem is waiting there for him on day 2. Andreas watches closely. He knows the monster is about to drop its shield. It fires lasers. Andreas dodges instantly. This is the opening he was waiting for. The moment that shield disappears, it's go time. The moment that shield drops, it starts attacking wildly. Even worse, its core is constantly teleporting between its hands, its head, and its chest. This is going to be tricky. He grips his hilt, aiming for the right hand, but the strike misses its mark. He pops a potion to end this fast. The monster turns, but Andreas has already struck. He dodges the counter and slices right through the monster's final hand. Let's see how far I go today, he says, while the crowd outside goes wild. In just 7 minutes, Andreas Cromwell smashes Maximin's 8-minute record. He took down the Iron Golem on floor 10 faster than anyone in the history of the Academy. The Elder is stunned. This kid is on a whole different level. Perfect planning combined with flawless execution. The boy is a natural. He's managing resources like he's cleared this tower 100 times. Bart is just silent. The Elder can't stop praising his bravery. If he keeps the spirit up, he might actually beat Maximin's record. Bart just scoffs in pure disgust. It's not just the elite watching now. The eyes of the Imperial Court are on him. Suddenly, a new monster appears. Everyone is frozen, waiting to see what happens next. The Elder knows after today, the entire Empire will be watching Andreas Cromwell. On day 5 of the exam, our main character faces a massive, roaring bull. The beast looks absolutely livid, its heavy breathing smelling of blood as it glares him down. Andreas grips his hilt, delivers a clean slash, and stands victorious over the creature. The game only went to floor 26. But now he's reached the final floor 30. He's ready for the finale. Suddenly, an announcement rings out for everyone to hear. Andreas Cromwell has officially reached the top floor. Diane can't believe her ears. He did it. He broke the record and hit the summit. Even Vivian is stunned. She turns to leave, and Diane is totally confused. Where are you going? She asks. Vivian is off to train. She knows Andreas is going to win it all. Back in the tower, Andreas wanders through a rainy forest, searching for a fight. Nothing. Did the tower end early? Then a sharp crack in the woods. 3 roots explode from the dirt. It's the floor 30 boss, Grazel. Andreas just smiles. Straight to the boss fight. Huh? Let's do this. The monster towers over him, howling and creaking with ancient power. Andreas lunges at the creature, knocking it back. He knows fire magic is usually great against grass monsters, but in this heavy rain, it's not going to do much damage at all. He slashes through the branches, but the monster just howls as new ones sprout instantly. That regeneration is insane. This is going to be a tough battle. Suddenly, our hero dives down, using Wind Blade. He slices right through the monster, lands perfectly, and gives it a look of pure annoyance. Massive acorns erupt from Brazil's chest, leaving Andreas totally baffled. Hess thinking, what even is this? Fighting an unknown ability like this is a nightmare. He throws up an earth shield, but it gets pierced instantly. Sprouts explode everywhere, wrapping around everything in sight. One touch and it's game over. He turns tail and bolts, knowing that any sign of weakness will bring those underground roots screaming for his blood. On one side, a body that keeps regenerating. On the other, a relentless spore attack. Andreas has 0 time to find a weak point or charge up any high-level spells. His only shot is a single, decisive strike. He stands frozen, repeating those words, 1 hit. Just 1 hit. He keeps running, and the students are already complaining. Has been circling this monster for 30 minutes now. Is this it? Honestly, getting this far and shattering the record is already a legendary feat in itself. Someone mutters that it's a shame. They really expected him to reach the peak. but Diana knows has already hit floor 30. She wants to believe in him. But others just see a guy so exhausted he can barely grip his sword. Every eye is glued to the screen now. Diana whispers, he's not just running. Suddenly, the dungeon erupts. Our hero charges out. Bart calls him reckless, but the rest of the crowd is just paralyzed by the chaos. Diana clenches her fists. This feels exactly like that time. Flashes of a past battle race through her mind. Right then, Andreas is already etching a seal into the floor, a massive, high-tier reinforcement magic circle. He finishes the seal, swings his blade, and shouts the wood is ready. The monster screeches, and then just detonates. He strikes from the blind spot. A wall of fire erupts, the seal ignites, and a massive pillar of flame incinerates the beast. The announcer shouts, Andreas ended it in a single strike. You and I are witnessing a truly historic moment here. Floor 30 is finally cleared. A student gasps in total disbelief. He actually did it, didn't he? People wondered why he stopped attacking, but he was busy forging that massive circle. Diana's eyes go wide. How did he have enough mana for that? Andreas watches the monster's remains. After this, he thinks, there is no way it regenerates. Regeneration is impossible now. Minos Morheim smirks. Andreas Cromwell really is something else, isn't he? The more she watches him, the more impressed she gets. What's your take, Vice Commander Dinard Slee? Dinard turns and agrees. Has incredible. His noble title is just scrap paper. Nothing is stopping us from recruiting him now. Minos smiles, wanting him for herself. Dinard scowls. If we are going to move, we need to act right now. Even Her Highness, the third princess, seems ready to jump into the fray. Minos stands up. Don't worry, she will make him a tempting offer. Suddenly, a system window appears. He's just received the Runestone of Desire. This is the legendary Runestone, given only to those who conquer floor 30. Rewards double if used inside the tower. Andreas pauses. It looks like this item can be used in the Imperial Palace's Royal Tower too. Extremely useful. Just then, a portal opens up behind him. He wonders, is this the way out? He expects a teleport to the exit. Outside, a crowd has gathered, wondering why nobody has stepped out yet. More people arrive now that the broadcast has cut out. Just as they are told to wait, a voice announces they are investigating the delay regarding Andreas Cromwell's return to the surface. They ask for everyone's patience. Mino just smiles and wonders. Andreas Cromwell has kept her on edge from the very start. Suddenly, a leg emerges from the portal. Our hero recalls seeing a golden door earlier. Has thinking this must be a hidden stage. Has played this countless times but never heard of this place. He pushes the doors open. No turning back now. Inside, magic seals are everywhere. He realizes an odd number of magic circles linked like chains, creating a single spell. This is the foundation of the Madras Tower. A voice booms congratulating him for finally reaching the tower's true peak. Student Rodlin. This is a secret chamber only accessible to the first person to clear the 30th floor. It's invisible to the outside world, hidden by layers of ancient protective magic. It looks like a projection, but the mana is overwhelming. Madras smiles, has been waiting to meet him. The first and last person hell. See, his name is Madras Albin. Our hero is stunned. This is the first head of House Albin. Even if he's just a projection from centuries ago, this is huge. He never expected to meet Bart's legendary ancestor. Madras notes he's a quiet kid, but reaching this place proves Andreas is truly capable. Alright, you and I are heading deep into the Master's hidden sanctum. The descendants lacked magic. Our hero thought this projection really loved to talk. Madras offered a reward. Andreas, feeling awkward, simply asked, "Wait, a reward?" Madras laughed. "Nothing is free here." He activated his magic for one final test. Madras stomped his foot. Andreas was sent flying back like a hurricane hit him. He recovered quickly, thinking, "Terrible old man," and then struck from the shadows. Madras demanded to see his power, the boy who would start a new era, even against a mere projection. He was fighting a literal legend of magic. Drawing his sword, Andreas promised he had tricks. Madras roared with pure excitement. Andreas stayed calm. This projection had to be weaker than the living legend himself. Hidden from the world, he could win. Madras raised his hands. Giant clone. Wind whipped around them, but the hero cut through. Madras was impressed. Andreas screamed, "Windblade." Madras found the swordplay interesting, but nowhere near enough. Andreas smirked. Suddenly, Nikel appeared behind Madras and slashed right through his form. Madras gasped. An undead. "Not bad, kid, but how about you handle this next?" He blasted energy at the monster. Madras simply couldn't stop being surprised today. Mixing magic and swords is rare, but a student using forbidden black magic? The undead fought on. Andreas knew physical hits wouldn't hurt a bodiless projection. It's just a projection. Physical attacks on an old man without a body don't work. Wind spear, then an explosion. Andreas noticed something strange about that weird watch. Of the three, only one worked. Modris complained he was scurrying like a rat. Modris turned up the heat. He unleashed ruthless lightning that shocked our hero. He ordered Niakel to stop the spell. Niakel charged, but Modris hated the taste. Lightning surged through the undead, but Niakel still managed one final sword swing. Modris decided to suppress the intruder, using nothing but his pure force. Magic seals covered the area. Andreas knew even the undead had their limits. Modris challenged him to endure. Andreas recalled Niakel, cutting the old man's fun short. Andreas knew the old man was using lightning despite the undead's natural resistance. Andreas finally asked, "Can you only use elements from that watch, excluding your space magic?" Without these self-imposed rules, no challenger could ever win. It was a rule. These restrictions didn't matter. Modris shouted that the boy stood no chance. Andreas charged forward. He had to choose between magic or pure exhaustion. Once his mana hit 0, he would vanish. Reckless attacks would cost him. Suddenly, everything turned negative. "Look, you and I can see those pillars are the mana source." Modris knew the boy figured it out. He immediately countered with a lightning spear. Andreas blocked with Earth Shield. Knowing the spells beforehand made countering them easy. Modris blinked behind him. Remember, the space magic restrictions didn't apply to him. The hero activated his magic. Modris was thrilled, double casting both normal and dark magic. Modris thought he was a noble, but he's a scoundrel. Andreas just smiled. Modris laughed about the power of age. The hero's elemental advantage was now gone. Waterfield, the room submerged. Andreas realized the legend was taking full control. He looked at Timur. Modris saw the summons heading for different mana pillars. He rushed to intercept Timur, shouting, "Where do you think you are going?" A massive wave erupted. "Stick with me, let's see if Andreas survives this storm." Out of nowhere, Modris unleashes a water prison, trapping our hero. The current drags him in, and Modris smirks. Checkmate. Andreas is caught off guard, but he immediately triggers the seal on his hand. Modris just laughs, saying he never gets bored. Suddenly, Rudo appears, a giant. So rare, even history books forgot them. With one massive swing, he cleaves through Modris, sending water spraying everywhere. Andreas clears his throat, as Modris admits, "This is getting good. It would be a total waste if it ended this quickly, right?" Andreas flashes a cold smile and gives him a fair warning. "You better watch your step now, Master Modris." He had already lost a precious life. Outside, the crowd is buzzing. What is going on? He has been in there for hours. Diane looks at the shocked faces of the students and nobles. She is worried. How is her father going to keep all these people calm? Vivian approaches her, noting he still hasn't emerged. A panicked Diane asks if Yilla has finally returned from her mission. Vivian nods in approval and immediately asks for an update on Andreas. Where is he? Tien explains the professors are on it, but there are 0 results. Then he pauses. Why does she look so completely trashed? He stares at her ruined clothes, wondering what she has been doing the last few days. Seriously, Vivian, where have you been? Then it clicks. He remembers her words and realizes she has been training this entire time. She hasn't slept, and based on the way everyone is plugging their noses, she definitely hasn't showered either. Gross, but impressive dedication. Vivian turns to Dian, reminding her that her father is the Tower Master. Surely she can do something. She begs for help, but Dian just sighs. She is just a student, despite who her father is. Besides, now is definitely not the time to be bothering the man in charge. Back in the fight, Andreas realizes he is outnumbered. 3 against 2, and that old fox Modris isn't giving him any openings. Modris is relentless, constantly attacking and pinning down Rudo. That is the real headache right now. Modris shouts, "Water prison," aiming for Rudo. But Andreas realizes the real target is Timur. He is trying to break the pillar. He swings his sword against the pillar as a water shield erupts. Andreas scans the room, planning his next move. Modris sighs, calling it a pity. But Andreas just thinks, "You old fool. It is time for Nicole to move." Modris looks confused until he sees Nicole charging. He calls out more undead to block her path, not expecting this at all. Andreas frowns. Modris is way too relaxed. This fight isn't just about the pillars anymore. Modris asks if he is ready to surrender. Surrender? No way. Andreas is looking at the clock behind him, not the pillars. Modris's eyes widen in terror as Andreas gives the command. "Nicole, go." He left the clock completely exposed. Modris can't stop her in time. Nicole lunges and strikes the clock, but it doesn't budge. A shield? Madras laughs. Did they really think he would leave his only weak point wide open and unprotected? He won't even step in, he wants to see them try. Only someone at a high sorcerer level could even scratch this thing. Andreas just looks at him. You won't take those words back later, will you? Suddenly, the system alerts that Sloth is active on Nicole. She lunges again, an explosion rocks the tower, and everything starts shaking. Everyone outside feels the tremor. Is he still fighting in there? What was that massive blast? Vivian watches the tower with sharp eyes. Meanwhile, Andreas smirks at a stunned Modras. Thought I wasn't going to step in? Modras is paralyzed. This power is insane. He laughs, realizing the tower might not survive this test for future students. If that clock breaks, the entire tower comes down. Andreas is pissed. Why did it have to be like this? Modras wondered what would happen if the trick was exposed, but he never imagined someone actually destroying the clock. Andreas shouts that this is a huge problem. Modras pauses, reflecting on the situation. This style of fighting is lethal, but the tower shouldn't be a place where students just come to die. Andreas realizes if the tower falls, it is too late for regrets. Suddenly, Modras hands him a mysterious pendant. It is his reward, a silver light necklace that sharpens the mind and boosts both mana and aura. Andreas thanks him, though he secretly knows another item might serve him even better. Modras finds him fascinating. A perfect cat. A mythical creature. Even an undead with the power of a god, they are all incredible. Any one of them is worth investigating. But it is Andreas's own body that is truly the mystery. As Andreas watches him, Modras hints at something far more ancient and dangerous hiding inside our hero. Andreas checks his surroundings and asks if he is free to go. Modras simply nods. Of course he can, but he leaves with a warning: don't trust God too much. He asks Andreas to lead the world before vanishing into thin air. I knew it. Even if this was just a projection, I understood everything. The system dinged, achievement unlocked. All right, you and I are watching history here. The Tower of Modras, finally conquered. Portal exit time. This was it. Me, Andreas Cromwell. Surrounded by reporters, VIPs, and a massive, chanting crowd. Suddenly, Minos approached Princess Michaela. She had a proposal for me and asked if the others would step aside. Michaela agreed immediately. Minos turned to the others, asking if anyone else had any objections. Daniel watched her, wondering who could possibly resist her. She was bold, even in front of the imperial family. Vivian was just relieved I was safe. To her, that was all that mattered. Minos dropped the bomb. I hadn't just broken the record. I was the first man to conquer the tower. She wanted me under her wing. Andreas Cromwell, the ultimate prize. I expected the high nobility to come calling eventually, but this was on another level. To get an immediate offer from Minos Morheim, one of the Empire's 4 great duchesses, I was completely stunned. I bowed deeply to her grace. I apologized for not shaking hands. Mine were still covered in dungeon dirt. Thénard snapped at me for being disrespectful, but Minos just waved it off. She didn't seem to mind. I narrowed my eyes. She was the only respectful one here. Then, she asked the big question. Have I decided what to do after graduation yet? I said no. She leaned in close, asking if I had a lover. No, I don't. Why ask that? She looked delighted. Her proposal? An official alliance between the great House Morheim and my fallen house, Cromwell. En alliance, she promised political protection, military support, and gold. Everything I needed to restore the Cromwell name to its former glory. It sounded way too good to be true. I had to ask what was the catch. This wouldn't be an alliance of words, she said. It would be an alliance of blood. She wanted to marry me. Right there. Everyone around us completely froze in sheer, utter shock. Vivian stared, paralyzed. Minos didn't see the problem. Age difference? She didn't care about that at all. She took care of herself, after all. Dinar looked terrified, begging his lady to show some modesty. Did I find her unattractive? She asked with a smirk. I told her she was beautiful. But honestly, who says yes to a political marriage proposal on the spot? Vivian clenched her fist and bolted. Dina noticed and went running after her immediately. I watched her go, feeling a pang of guilt. Rejecting a duchess while rebuilding a house? Not easy. I apologized. It wasn't a decision I could make right then. I needed some time to think. I needed to see other offers first. Minos touched her face, asking if I really wanted to compare her. I knew if I just jumped into this without thinking, I'd be in serious trouble. She got serious. Fine. But she warned me I wouldn't find a better deal than the one she offered. I hoped I hadn't offended her. She just smiled. A dinner date would be enough to forgive me. Then, I heard her voice. The princess was calling for me, the third imperial princess, Mikala Rodland. Turns out, she had an offer for me too. Stick with me. Because next day at the academy, things got even more complicated with a duchess and a princess. Someone called my name. It was Selena. Looking shy, she asked if I wanted to practice some swordsmanship. I felt bad, but I had to say no. I couldn't today. I was looking for Vivian. Selena told me she'd been training like a maniac since yesterday. I rushed through the halls. Selena's look had been brief, but the atmosphere she described felt heavy. Intimidating. I kept walking, wondering what was up. Had she lost it? But why now? Suddenly, a blinding light filled the room. I saw it, a clear, powerful aura radiating from Vivian. She wasn't crazy. Just when I thought I was catching up, she was already a step ahead. I called out to her. She turned around, looking completely flustered. She told me to stay back, she wasn't ready yet. I leaned in, worried. Was she okay? Vivian let out a startled cry when she caught a scent. I pulled her close and apologized, making her face turn a bright, deep red. There it is. A perfect fit, I said. Vivian stared at the necklace, her eyes wide with confusion. But why? I reminded her of how often she has helped me. I found this on the tower's top floor. It is designed to soothe the mind. I had been planning to give it to her, but then I squinted. Vivian, you do not look so good. I handed her a potion, telling her to drink up and rest. She just spun around and bolted, shouting that she would see me later. I watched her run, totally baffled. Does this necklace even work? I hope that old man did not actually scam me. A little later, back in my lab office 506, my voice echoed through the quiet room. Character window. The system pinged an achievement recognized by Modras. Did I want to accept the reward? I hit accept. The system granted me a random magic atlas, but then it flared up. An unusual power was being detected. Talent. Light magic power. I had gained the genius trait. But wait, I have not even learned this magic yet. It is useless for now. I will learn it eventually. For now, I ordered Nickel to place it in the magic circle. My mind drifted back to that 6-month-old corpse. Can I really pull this off by improving my dark magic? At my current level, it should be just enough. I was going to wake her up. The ancient fairy queen, Milim. Suddenly, smoke choked the air and I started coughing. Where did that massive shockwave even come from? I looked around, wondering if I had messed up. Then the system flashed. I had summoned the legendary shadow. Ban's she. Milim appeared right before my eyes. It worked, she said. The system confirmed the corpse's level was insane. New traits were flooding in. The corpse's high level boosted its rank. The shadow fairy, Bai, had finally been summoned. Shadow what? I muttered. The system just pinged again. The corpse's level was transcendently high. It had inherited its past life's power. Transcendence? I whispered, hardly believing it. Later, in the port city of Muriel, aboard the Sea Blessing restaurant ship, Minos and I sat across from each other. She told me to eat my fill. She had booked the entire ship just so we could have a deep conversation. No need to be shy, she said. If I had something on my mind, I was free to speak up. I nodded, admitting I should have been the one to invite her after being so rude. I apologized for the awkwardness. Minos just smirked. You are my future husband. No need to apologize on our first date. My eyes nearly popped out. What? She just laughed it off, saying she was joking. Apparently, there was no reason for me to look so terrified. I stared at her, thinking, this does not feel like a joke at all. She is the type to do anything to get what she wants. After all, House Morheim rose to power by doing the dirty work other nobles were too afraid to touch. She set her glass down, asking if I had made my decision. I knew exactly what she meant. She had given me time to think, but she was not a patient woman. She wanted my answer, and she wanted it now. I closed my eyes. Like I had told her before, I still needed a little more time to process everything. That was my final answer. As the head of a fallen house, I had way too much to handle before graduation. She traced the rim of her wine glass, looking thoughtful. She supposed it was not surprising, given the circumstances. House Cromwell had been disgraced by the emperor for no apparent reason. My heart stopped. Wait, really? I asked. I did not think His Majesty's punishment was actually unearned. She calmly tore off some bread. She wanted to know what exactly was stopping me from forming an alliance with her. Silence filled the room. I wondered just how much of the truth I should actually tell her. She was purely materialist. In the wrong situation, she would sell me out in a heartbeat. Do not worry, she urged. Not even a rat could sneak onto this ship without her personal permission. If I did not trust her, She said I should just insult that pig of an emperor. I choked on my drink. That was sudden. She smiled, asking if I was ready to talk. She even offered to make a blood oath. This woman is insane. But if she was going that far, I could not exactly keep quiet anymore. Like she said, the emperor wants to crush me. I have to get stronger, no matter the cost. She frowned. Are you not contradicting yourself? If that was the case, I should have already accepted her proposal. But I told her that would be a problem. Are you worried about becoming too influential? She asked. Exactly. Right now, I am nothing to the emperor, so he ignores me. But once I have power, he will send the dogs. I took a slow sip and confirmed the truth. House Morheim was likely on the emperor's hit list too. She sat there wondering, why marry me when the risk of being labeled a traitor was so high? Minos went silent. She was finally starting to get the idea. Her plan for a gifted heir was solid. But this situation? It was turning into a slow-acting poison. I saw it in her eyes. So that was what she really wanted from me. The Morheims had power and coin, but lacked a single aura master or mage in their lineage. Then came the real question. Why would the emperor want to wipe out House Cronwell? Since we were this far in, I had to share the secrets. I needed her trust. You and I know that friends in high places are vital. I told her the truth about my father. The emperor wants to be a god, a total monarch ruling over everything and everyone. To do it, he needs the ultimate treasure. He is hunting down the 7 deadly sins. I have to stop him at any cost. That is my duty as the new head of Cronwell. She asked if this was for my father. I said partially, but the whole world is in danger. She nodded. She understood the stakes now. And get this, she heard the emperor was desperately searching for something hidden in the north. I knew it. The northern sin involved the barbarian prince and that killer, Bloody Dan. You and I remember the game didn't name Dan's boss. But now I am certain it's the emperor. Minos noticed my expression. She asked if I knew something she didn't. I didn't hold back. War is coming to the north. She just looked at me like I was a prophet. Arid lands and angry tribes? It is a powder keg just waiting for a single match. With the emperor's tactics, starting a war there is child's play. Does that make sense to you? She agreed. That pig is capable of anything. But I cut her off right there. When this war breaks out, every noble who isn't prepared is going to fall into a total panic. They won't be ready for the change. But if they knew now, they could survive the fallout. She smiled. So, I wanted her to start stockpiling war supplies while prices were still low? I nodded. She called it a generous warning, assuming everything went exactly as I predicted. Now, you and I are seeing the real plan. Once that pig is weakened, we can take him down. Her eyes went wide. She was completely stunned.